Chapter 1. The Great Battle. On the legendary continent of Alensia, the Cadia Pact, once established by humanity to jointly resist the orcs, has been shattered. The peoples of the nations of Chaos and Sophia, weary of peaceful existence, have united in their desire to reignite an era of warfare on the continent. In the desolate wilderness of the Catalet Plains, a herd of wild goats grazes leisurely. The early spring snow has yet to completely melt, and from a distance, the peaks of the Grell Mountains, which serve as the natural boundary between the Empire of Chaos and the Kingdom of Sophia, still glimmer with crystalline ice. Though this vast plain stretches for thousands of miles and belongs to the Kingdom of Sophia, it has been largely uninhabited since ancient times, making governance difficult. Hence, the royal forces never stationed defenses here, designating it as a buffer zone between Sophia and Chaos. In times past, this area was always teeming with traders and travelers, but in recent years, as relations between the two nations soured, fewer and fewer ventured this way. Occasionally, some brave hunters or merchants would pass through, yet with the rising threat of numerous bandit groups, no one dared to travel here anymore, and thus the plain was reclaimed as a haven for animals. At that moment, however, the tranquil silence was shattered by the relentless sound of galloping hooves. A small troop of reconnaissance cavalry swiftly sped by. Shortly thereafter, the main force of the Kingdom of Sophia appeared on the long-abandoned battle route. Cavalry flanked the left and right, while heavy infantry formed the center, protected by light infantry tending to the supply train. Despite Prime Minister Claude's grumblings about the tight schedule and inadequate preparation, he had done his utmost to secure the necessary funds and supplies for this expedition. Excluding half of the royal guard stationed in the capital of Aruba and another half utilized for transporting materials, nearly all of Sophia's direct military forces had converged here. Yet, amidst this endless expanse of blue skies and verdant grass, one could not help but feel a profound sense of insignificance. Defeat, still defeat. For several days, the news from the front has been nothing but grim. The Empire has successively captured several border cities. The numbers of the Imperial forces were not significant, yet they comprised the mightiest troops: the Azure Dragon Cavalry, the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry, and the twin-headed Dragon Royal Knights personally commanded by the Emperor. They advanced with an unstoppable momentum, traversing the land as if it were uninhabited. Furthermore, rumors surfaced that the Empire's naval power, the Ice Dragon Naval Knights, had set sail, seeking to seize the critical harbor and trade metropolis of the Kingdom of Sophia, Nakavno City. All of this fueled King Norland's determination to engage in a decisive battle with the Imperial army to swiftly conclude the war. Thus, when word arrived half a month ago that the Imperial forces would pass through the Catalet Plains, King Norland immediately ordered the entire army to set out. They intended to intercept the enemy on the plains and engage in a final showdown. However, contrary to their established reputation for valor, the Imperial army had, this time, taken an uncharacteristically evasive strategy, seemingly purposefully avoiding confrontation with the royal forces of Sophia. For several consecutive days, the Sophia troops found themselves scouring through the endless grass, plunging the entire army into a state of agitation. Even potential discoveries of the enemy often turned out to be false alarms. "It feels as though we've been swallowed by the vast plain," muttered Swordmaster Painter softly, his back laden with the famous Holy Sword rank belter. The office of Swordmaster was especially designated for the Holy Sword rank belter in Sophia, bearing high honor but lacking real power, meant to accommodate those with significant military achievements yet no tactical acumen. Painter could very well be seen as the most suitable candidate for such a position. Next to him, Jack Flatley overheard the remark and smiled faintly, just as a scout captain rushed over from the front to report in haste. "Sir, the army of Chaos has appeared." Like the swift hands of a magician, the once long and narrow formation of the Sophia forces rapidly dispersed. When they reformed, they had become a triangular spear formation. Heavily armored cavalry formed the foremost assault group, heavy infantry, and the noble cavalry constituted the center archers, and light infantry were stationed on the flanks for protection, and light cavalry limbered around the formation. In a battle on the plains, the spear formation was a notably suitable strategy. Although the troops of Sophia lacked real combat experience, they weren't short on training. Under Jack Flatley's commanding guidance, they quickly organized into a fighting unit. The Royal Knights, personally led by King Norland, often referred to as the Golden Armor Knights, were poised at the center, Their golden armor sparkled dazzlingly in the late afternoon sun. Duke Lit, commanding the main forces of the royal army, took the vanguard, while Jack Flatley himself remained near King Norland VI, strategizing for the impending encounter. The enemy has only sent a unit of Red Dragon heavy infantry. The report from the scouting troops shocked everyone. Only a single unit? King Norland VI stared at his subordinates. What is your opinion on this? It seems like a ploy to lure us into a trap. Jack Flatley responded. We should act cautiously, establish a camp, and set traps to defend against a surprise attack. His words were met with scornful laughter from nearby. Doesn't seem like words worthy of the kingdom's foremost hero. But King Norland VI swiftly gestured for the swordmaster painter to be quiet. The sun will soon set, Your Majesty, and we still don't have a clear understanding of the enemy situation. Jack Flatley continued to advise. Quite astute of you, it appears you have matured considerably since your envoy mission to the Central Kingdom. King Norland VI praised the young general, then turned to his close friend Duke Lit. What do you think, my friend? Duke Lit pondered for a moment before responding. Even if the enemy is attempting to lure us, they will ultimately rely on strength against our army, our intent being to seek out the enemy's main forces and engage them. If we let Kaldek slip away, we will have to expend considerable effort later searching for them. It would be better to deal with him here, forcing out the Azure Dragon Knights and the Emperor himself. King Norland VI surveyed the surroundings, nodding as he noted that everyone else concurred with the plan. Very well. Then, who shall deal with him? Jack Flatley stepped forward, but was pulled back by Duke Lit. Of the 3 major legions deployed by the Empire, the twin-headed Dragon Knights will be handled by His Majesty with the Holy Sword rank belter. The Azure Dragon Knights, led by Leon, must face your fated rival. And let me deal with the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry, Kaldek. Faced with the veteran general, much older and experienced than himself, Jack Flatley could only acquiesce. Moments later, Duke Lit's forces clashed violently with the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry. Waves after waves of Sophia cavalry charged like ocean waves crashing against rocks, but were soon like surf receding in panic. That's how ineffective their attack was against the fully armored soldiers of the Empire. The heavily armored spearmen planted their long-handled axes firmly into the ground, forming a barrier of death with each strike. A Sophia knight fell from their mount. The spearmen were specifically trained and equipped to counter cavalry attempts. Their pole arms extended a staggering 30 feet in length, 6 times that of the human body. The cavalry would not even touch the spear lines before being skewered alongside their steeds. Even the few lucky ones who managed to breach this 30-foot zone found themselves vulnerable to the secondary lines of spears. Furthermore, the heavy armored spearmen not only targeted the opposing knights with directly thrusting their weapons, but could also sever their horses' legs with their axes, sending countless Sophia knights crashing to the ground, only to be trampled by tripping bodies. The Red Dragon Legion formed several straight defensive lines, at the forefront of which stood a massive man clad in bright crimson armor, his helmet tossed to the ground, revealing a gleaming bald head. His height was astonishing, so towering that even the mounted Sophia knights appeared dwarfed before him. With each swing of his long-handled battle axe, the Sophia forces before him crumbled like they had been struck by lightning, with some split in twain, horses and men alike. He was none other than Kaldek, the commander of the Red Dragon Legion, known throughout the Chaos Empire as the Red Warrior. Seeing the charge of the Sophia army being thwarted, Red Warrior Kaldek raised his battle axe. All troops, advance. With his command, the Red Dragon Legion began to move forward, trampling over the corpses of men and horses. Some uninjured men still writhed underfoot amidst the crunching sounds of broken bones, spraying blood that dyed the crimson armor of the Imperial heavy infantry even brighter. Centered around Kaldek, the straight formation gradually converged inward, taking on a fierce wedge-like shape, slicing through the heart of the Sophia forces, with Kaldek himself at the forefront, the sharp blade of this onslaught. Veteran General Duke Lit did not panic, noting the failure of the cavalry charge. He immediately changed tactics. Under his orders, the formations of the Sophia cavalry split to the sides, withdrawing to allow the infantry to engage. Those nimble infantry could easily weave among the spear-lined heavy infantry, rendering the latter's thick armor useless. Duke Lit himself charged directly at Kaldek, momentarily stalling the advance of the Red Dragon Legion. However, Kaldek had laid a trap from the very beginning. Observing the fierce attack from the enemy, he shifted back into a defensive formation. Despite Duke Lit's fierce efforts, he was unable to penetrate the deep defenses of the Red Dragon Legion, and the two sides became embroiled in grueling close combat. It's astonishing how powerful Kaldek is, managing to ensnare Duke Lit in such a fervent battle. Jack flatly remarked quietly to King Norland, who stood some distance behind. Jack flatly stepped forward, proposing, "Your Majesty, allow me to assist Duke Lit." King Norland gestured for him to halt. Leaning in close to impart, "Jack, there's something I must entrust to you. I'm at your service, Your Majesty. I need you to promise me, Jack, that regardless of what happens, you will protect Prince Azure." "What are you saying, Your Majesty?" "Well, soon return victorious." "No need for words, Jack, just promise me." "Of course, Your Majesty. I swear by my sword as long as I draw breath, I will protect Prince Azure." "But why do you?" A hint of a bitter smile appeared on King Norland's face. "I don't know, Jack. I've never felt this way, like a sense of dread or premonition, or perhaps it's just the excitement before a certain victory. Jack, Lit is my old friend, and also an old minister is both my vassal and friend. It is I who must come to his aid. Your Majesty, as the ruler of a kingdom, you should not participate lightly in battle. Besides, against just a Red Dragon heavy infantry, there's no need to risk the royal knights. Let me do this if I do not obtain Kaldek's head. I would rather face military law." King Norland erupted in hearty laughter. "Excellent, Jack. Your spirit is returning ever since your envoy mission to the Central Kingdom. You have grown so cautious, so sentimental. Now, I finally see the old blackjack again. You, Jack Flatley, are no longer simply a warrior who relies on brute strength. You will take command of our reserves. But Your Majesty, you. Listen, Jack, you understand the importance of reserves. A commander must not only be brave, but also possess the ability to adapt. The timing of deploying the reserve forces can be crucial to ensuring victory. Once I set out, you will be the supreme commander on the battlefield. The hope of our army's victory rests upon your shoulders. Understand the responsibility that you carry." Jack Flatley finally lowered his head. "Yes, Your Majesty. I shall obey your command." King Norland smiled at the young warrior before him. Clad in a black helmet, black armor, black boots, even his shield and cloak were black, and of course, the black warhorse bore witness to this aesthetic. This image brought back memories of King Norland's own valiant youth, and he turned to mount his horse. With a dazzling flash of light, alongside the rousing cheers of the Sophia army, the holy sword rank belter was finally drawn from its sheath. "Here we go. Let we fight side by side again." The thundering sound of hooves echoed like thunder, and the Sophia royal knights clad in golden armor surged toward the battlefield like a flood of gold. The number of the Royal Knights regiment outnumbered that of an ordinary army by threefold. This storied Golden Armor Knights boasted the finest training and equipment in the entire Sophia military. The Royal Knights, donning golden heavy armor, possessed the highest offense and defense capabilities among the Sophia forces, and even the entire continent's military would be hard-pressed to rival them. As they advanced with drawn swords, the sound of pounding hooves and the weight of the sunlight glinting off their armors was enough to leave foes trembling. The truly terrifying presence was that of King Norland himself, wielding the legendary Holy Sword rank belter. Forged from the brilliance of sunlight, no metal or stone should stand to block its radiance. The steel-heavy armor donned by the soldiers of the Red Dragon Infantry posed no barrier to rank belter. Under King Norland's slashing sword, the armored spearmen fell, armor and flesh alike severed. This golden tide of death cut around Duke Lit, crashing against the left flank of the Red Dragon Infantry with unstoppable force. Though some soldiers fought desperately to held their polearms in defense, the moment King Norland's holy sword flew through the air, their weapons snapped like dry twigs. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps, 20 steps. The shield of the Red Dragon Legion faltered. The screams of dying soldiers forced even the once unfazed Kaldek to display a look of dismay. And at last, he signaled for a retreat. The Red Dragon army began to crumble. The Sophia forces erupted into cheers of victory, charging after the fleeing enemies. "Lit, take your cavalry behind that hill to cut them off this time. I want the Red Dragon heavy infantry to be erased from all records of the army." King Norland appeared to already envision the smile of victory, loudly giving his orders in his eyes. This battle was won. Yet he still pursued the ideal of a flawless triumph without sparing a single enemy. "Yes, Your Majesty." Duke Lit immediately led his troops in a sweeping arc to intercept the rout of the Red Dragon heavy infantry as they disappeared over a distant hill, while King Norland had charged directly with the Royal Knights, pursuing the Imperial soldiers left trailing behind. As dusk approached, Jack Flatley noticed the Sophia army continuously pressing forward in pursuit and gradually urged his royal guard to follow, though his brow was furrowed in worry. He turned to his aide, a man of Eastern descent. Something doesn't feel right. The Red Dragon heavy infantry cannot have acted alone. May you go quickly to persuade His Majesty to halt the pursuit, lest we fall into the enemy's trap. Understood, sir, he replied. However, before Mayu could spur his horse onward, they noticed the front lines suddenly coming to a halt. What's going on? Just as Jack Flatley was about to send someone to investigate, the rear supply train suddenly fell into chaos. Amidst the billowing dust, a blood-soaked scout rushed in, mouth agape, but unable to speak. What has happened behind us? The answer came from a late-arriving scout. It was the infantry from Milan. They attacked the supply convoy. Milan, a city-state situated on the northeastern side of Alensia, lies between the Kingdom of Sophia and the Empire of Chaos, famed for its exquisite pottery and glassware. Due to its position at the border of both nations and proximity to the sea, its commerce prospered greatly, with Milanese merchants known for their shrewdness boldly proclaiming, "Wherever there are human footprints, you can find the shadow of a Milan merchant." In the land, the cunning and sly were often referred to as Milanese. The rulers of Milan were not hereditary, but elected by the city's residents, typically the shrewdest and most capable of the wealthy merchants, possessing remarkable political acumen that enabled them to maintain neutrality between two great powers for nearly 200 years. However, under the overwhelming pressure from the forces of the empire, the once wily Milan finally sided with chaos, seemingly placing their fortunes with the empire. Jack Flatley could not help but let out a bitter smile. The Milanese have so little confidence in us that they must believe we are bound for failure? He murmured to himself. Regardless of his thoughts, the supply train must be saved. If the supplies were destroyed, the Sophia troops would starve, even if they survived the fighting. Jack Flatley immediately led his royal guard to rescue the supply unit. Meanwhile, on the battlefield ahead, King Norland VI was experiencing an unprecedented shock. As he rounded a hill, instead of reuniting with Duke Lit, he found the Red Dragon heavy infantry once again aligned in a neat formation, their appearance so impeccable that it bore no resemblance to a recently defeated army. Beside the Red Dragon heavy infantry stood a significantly more robust and orderly unit, comprising both infantry and cavalry, their fluttering banners not belonging to chaos bore a bright golden rose on a sky-blue field. Yet the eyes of the Sophia army naturally fell upon a massive figure standing at the front of this formation. His height rivaled that of the Red Warrior Kaldek, and he, too, was clad in fiery red armor, wearing a lion head helmet. Most astonishingly, he wielded not a sword or axe, but an enormous iron arm, his entire right arm enveloped within this iron appendage. The sudden emergence of this unit ignited a stir among the Sophia forces. Is it the Golden Rose Mercenary Company? Weren't they meant to be in the highlands of Trico? Known to be the #1 mercenary company in the continent. I heard their captain is a stunning beauty. How could it be such an ugly giant? The beautiful blonde knight, Janet Charlotte, is indeed a beauty. This iron-armored fellow is Bashar, known as the Red Lion. He was originally the captain of the Red Lion Mercenary Company, but reportedly fell in love with Janet Charlotte's beauty, voluntarily joining the Golden Rose Mercenary Company as her aide, bringing the Red Lion Company along, allowing the Golden Rose to ascend to the top mercenary rank. His weapon is that iron arm, capable of capturing the enemy's weapon when outstretched and cleaving like an axe when formed into a fist. It can smash and crush, even act as a ram to breach gates and barriers. A formidable weapon that serves for both offense and defense. Only a massive fellow like Red Lion Bashar could properly wield it. Familiar soldiers elaborated on the enemy's might, causing anxiety to swell among the ranks. The soldiers' whispers significantly affected morale, yet King Norland VI felt even more astonished. The sudden appearance of the Golden Rose Mercenary Company completely disrupted his plans, and it was clear that they had not committed their full strength to the battle. Captain Charlotte had yet to make an appearance, forcing him to signal his troops to halt advance while considering a counter-strategy. Curiously, however, the Imperial forces also opted to delay their attacks, seemingly waiting for something. Raucous sounds erupted from the left valley, likely Duke Liotto's forces, bringing King Norland VI some relief. However, he immediately sensed something was amiss, as Duke Liotto's forces could not possibly be in such disarray. Through the valley flowed groups of infantry wielding crude weapons, rough, unprocessed axes and spear pikes, their upper bodies bare, shouting in an unintelligible tongue as they charged toward the Sophia army. "They're the northern barbarians," terror-stricken soldiers shouted. These barbarians once inhabited the territories of the orcs, later conquered by the Empire. Their civilization was remarkably primitive, lacking even their own written language, yet they possessed strong physiques similar to the orcs and fought seamlessly against them. They lived in clans and were abundantly numerous, relying on plunder to survive. Even the Imperial forces dared not tread into their domains. For unknown reasons, they now found themselves encroaching upon the battlefield. With shrill battle cries, they parted formation, revealing a contingent of cavalry, among them apparent leaders whose horses sported various human heads hanging from their necks. Also carried by poles or thrust upon spears among them was a head still adorned in a golden helm, its grizzled beard and glaring eyes partially visible. It was the head of Duke Liotto. A storm of shouts erupted within the Sophia forces, fear completely replaced by wrath. King Norland no longer hesitated, raising the holy sword rank-belter high. He commanded an assault, with the entire army of Sophia surging toward the barbarians. In an instant, the barbarian formation crumbled under relentless charges. The foremost infantry were either slaughtered or trampled into nothingness. Yet, the sheer numbers of these barbarians seemed endless, continuing to pour out of the valley, while the Imperial forces, including the Golden Rose Mercenary Company, merely observed the slaughter of the barbarian army. King Norland instinctively felt something was amiss, yet could do nothing but push forward, desperately slashing with the hope of ending the immediate danger. However, faced with this seemingly infinite mob of savages, he knew victory was out of reach. At this moment, thunderous hoofbeats sounded from the right flank of the Sophia army, the ground trembling beneath their might. An ominous wall of lances emerged from the dust, a cavalry force of nightmarish proportions revealed against the horizon, clad in black steel armor that concealed every visage, wielding spears forged of steel painted darkest black. Though they bore no banner, the entirety of the Alensia continent knew their fearsome reputation. Ironclad Knights. Steinbock. King Norland nearly groaned when uttering that name, whispering to himself, "Forgive me, Archbishop Claude, I should have heeded your counsel." But remorse bore no remedy at this point. At the forefront of the Ironclad Knights, their commander Steinbock raised two steel lances high, shouting commands as he spurred his mount forward. The earth-shaking roars of his men echoed mightily as they leveled their lances and surged forth in an unstoppable charge. Simultaneously, the previously motionless Red Dragon Heavy Infantry and the Golden Rose Mercenary Company initiated their assault as well. The Sophia forces now found themselves enveloped on all sides. In the chaos, sounds of fast, dense hoofbeats approached from their rear. Did they circle around to attack our rear? Are we being surrounded on all sides? Who is it? King Norland appeared flustered. Yet this time he felt a degree of relief. Rushing up behind was Jack Flatley. He had just routed Milan's infantry, hastening to intercept the Ironclad Knights' offensive. Yet the Sophia forces found themselves undeniably outmatched, both in number and quality. About a mile away, atop a small hill, Emperor Franz stood with key Imperial figures, such as the Azure Dragon Knight Leon and Chancellor Phyllis, observing the unfolding battle. Below, the other two elite regiments of the Empire, the Azure Dragon Knights and the Twin-Headed Dragon Knights, stood in formation, primed for action. Nightfall had descended, yet the bright moonlight fully illuminated the land. Though they were a mile away from the battlefield, the shouts and scent of blood reached them. While all present could see that the Sophia royal army was completely encircled, Emperor Fran bore no expression of joy. The power of the holy sword rank-belter is indeed immense. Chancellor Phyllis sighed softly, acknowledging the situation. It was true from the vantage point on the hill. It was clear to see. Within the encircling black Ironclad Knights flashed a brilliant, lightning-like glow. Where King Norland did tread, no one dared approach, be they Steinbock, Kaldek, or Bashar. Only those simple-minded, fearless barbarians, unacquainted with the might of rank-belter, charged forth, meeting their demise by the score bodies piled up like a murky haze of blood cloaked Norland's surroundings. Your Majesty, if this continues, our casualties will be too great. May I go forth to restrain Norland's advance? Leon of the Azure Dragon Knights finally could not hold back and stepped forward. Those barbarians do not constitute my army. Our arrangement to have them here serve the purpose of dulling the sharpness of the holy sword rank belter. Otherwise, it would be our forces flowing with blood and likely at this moment. Allowing them to suffer more casualties will yield benefits for us in our future rule. Chancellor Phyllis soothed Leon, persuading him to abandon his premature plan. Lord Phyllis, you know perfectly well that this tactic is unworthy of notice, or else you wouldn't speak so lightly. There was evident rage in Leon's words. Since the barbarians are now fighting alongside us, they are our allies, deliberately sending them to their deaths. This is highbrow strategy from the esteemed head of the Black Dragon Sanctum. Though Leon typically exuded generosity when angered, his words became as sharp as his sword, causing even the seasoned Phyllis to blush with embarrassment in the face of his youthful fervor. At that moment, the silent Emperor Fran turned to address Leon. Listen, Leon, Phyllis' strategy is entirely logical. Although this may bruise the pride of a valiant warrior, the lives of the Empire's soldiers must take precedence. While the Black Dragon Sanctum may not have gathered together for this battle, Phyllis' plan is as potent as a legion. You would do well to heed his opinion. Very well, Your Majesty, Leon replied, his own face flushing. Forgive my demeanor. After a moment, a messenger brought news that the Milanese infantry had been obliterated, yet Chancellor Phyllis remained unfazed. Originally, we held no expectations from Milan's forces to achieve victory. Thus, we forced them into action merely to completely sever their ties with Sophia. Our victory is certain, rest assured, Your Majesty. Emperor Fran nodded, adding, to defeat an entire regiment in such a short time, Blackjack is indeed a name unearned. His statement elicited strong reactions. Leon nearly jumped in front of Emperor Fran, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, please allow me to participate in the hunt for that Jack Flatley. Emperor Fran's attempt at incitement had succeeded. He laughed heartily, raising Leon to his feet and unbuckling the enchanted sword Sonbart from his waist to hand it to him. Leon, I wish you to bear this sword to reap victory's fruits. Wielding Sonbart will surely make you an unmatched warrior across the continent. The entire assembly erupted in raucous applause. Invincible Blue Dragon Knight, the continent's greatest warrior. Emperor Fran waved his hand to quiet the cheers. Now let's handle some minor affairs. We will advance directly on the royal capital of Sophia. Each commander reports the battle demands. Finally extricating himself from the crowd, Leon stealthily approached Chancellor Phyllis. Lord Phyllis, what happened with His Majesty just now? Is he in poor health? Phyllis glanced around, ensuring no one was listening, and quietly replied, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps the Emperor feels a unique fear towards the holy sword rank belter influenced by Sonbart. Could it be that His Majesty is becoming controlled by Sonbart? Just the opposite. His Majesty is controlling Sonbart, but he must constantly contend with the murderous aura contained within, inevitably influencing him. Their conversation was interrupted by a sudden commotion as a group of barbarian leaders entered the tent. Their numbers had greatly diminished from their initial encounter with the Empire, all thanks to the holy sword rank belter. The lead chieftain bellowed before Emperor Fran, with a trembling interpreter relaying the blasphemous dialogue. Unexpectedly, the Emperor showed no sign of anger. Tell them that the Empire is grateful for their assistance and that they will receive the promised land and riches. They are free to return home now. As the Emperor's words settled, attendant servants piled coins and gem-filled bags, instantly altering the barbarians' demeanor. As they exited the tent, the last interpreter muttered on, They wish me to convey their eternal friendship to Your Majesty, and that should you have any future demands, they are always willing to serve. Following close behind were the mercenary leaders hired by the Chaos Empire to fight on their behalf, the foremost among them being the renowned deputy captain of the Golden Rose Mercenary Company, Bashar the Red Lion. After reporting their accomplishments to Emperor Fran, he presented the prized weapon, the famous greatsword Giant Slayer owned by the late Swordmaster Painter. It's a fine sword, Your Majesty, but sadly I have no use for it. I offer it to you. Emperor Fran smiled, accepting this gift and returning Bashar a sizable sum of wealth. Thank you, Commander Bashar. This is your due reward. Please convey my regards to Captain Charlotte for me. You're too kind, Your Majesty. Undoubtedly, at this point, Captain Janet has resolved matters on her end. Alongside Bashar was the leader of the Silver Wolf Mercenary Company, Colton's Cashel, a man in his early 30s brimming with vigor and ambition, one exceedingly confident in his own capabilities. To others, Colton's could undoubtedly be considered a blend of valor and strategy, and thanks to his presence, the Silver Wolf Mercenary Company had quickly risen from obscurity to being one of the top 20 mercenary companies on the continent. Yet, Colton's always felt his merits far outweighed his position, and fervently desired to ascend even higher. His greatest idol was the legendary Emperor Farron from an earlier era. Accepting the Chaos Empire's commission this time, and standing shoulder to shoulder with the ranked First Golden Rose Mercenary Company was something that utterly inflated his self-image. Thus, he reported energetically, Your Majesty, to fulfill your command in intercepting the remaining stragglers of the Sophia forces, we have terminated all of their remaining combatants, only allowing Jack Flatley to escape unscathed. His last words trailed off, barely a whisper. Yet Emperor Fran laughed heartily. That Black Jack was never one you could apprehend. You executed the task splendidly. Commander Cashel, you wield great swords, do you not? This sword just so happens to suit your disposition. With that, he presented the great sword Giant Slayer to the trembling hands of the fiercely excited mercenary leader Coltons, who, kneeling on the ground, uttered, I pledge to follow Your Majesty, for Foroverto, remain loyal to you in gratitude for your favor today. He was nearly aided upright by attendants. Excellent, Commander Cashel. The mission to pursue and eliminate that Black Jack is entrusted to you. His antics caused undue losses for our forces, and I demand he pay the price. Yes, I will do my utmost to deliver that Black Jack's head to Your Majesty. Coltons reverently withdrew, heads bowed while clutching the Emperor's gift. Throughout the span of events, Emperor Fran maintained that same smile until a Milanese envoy entered the tent, causing his expression to dramatically shift. Demales, you useless fool. How dare you show your face here? Why didn't you die on the battlefield? Didn't your infantry pride themselves on being the best equipped from Milan? How did you collapse in less than an hour's time to the Sophia forces? Do you and Sophia have secret dealings or what? The recipient of the Emperor's ire was a plump man now bemoaning his state, trembling on the ground while clad in ostentatious metallic armor, bearing no resemblance to a soldier. His body was caked with blood and dust, although its exceedingly uniform consistency led one to suspect it was intended. During combat, he had cowered at the rear, ensuring not a drop of blood touched him. Now, drenched in sweat, his carefully applied fod of grime dripped away, leaving him looking pitiful. Demales was renowned in Milan for his silver-tongued diplomacy. He was sent with this direct commission, not for military prowess, but tactical mastery. However, at this moment, the chief diplomat of Milan felt like a gopher caught in the glaring sunlight. Head lowered, wishing to burrow into the ground, the Emperor's gaze seemed far more unbearable than the cries from the Sophia warriors. Oh, great, wise Emperor! Managing to conceal the tremors in his tongue, Demales eventually stuttered, we Milanese may not be warriors in battle. Please believe we have exerted every effort in engaging the Sophia. The Silver Oak Infantry is the best equipped regiment from Milan, set in defensive formation as per the convention of cavalry against infantry. Yet, Demales' tongue grew increasingly nimble as he continued, like a spring uncoiling, ornate rhetoric returning to his mind. Yet we encountered that black devil. I should not mention that detestable name before you. But you know, that devil single-handedly dismantled an entire squad of our infantry while remaining unscathed. Under such circumstances, our men lost all fighting spirit. We had to retreat a bit to regroup for the next battle. Enough! The Emperor friend coldly interrupted Demales' lengthy explanation. Your regiment fled in disarray after suffering less than 30% casualties. Not only did you fail to inflict losses upon that blackjack, but you also couldn't even stall him, allowing him to rush back to aid Norland's forces, contributing to significant damage for our own army. This mutually assured destruction is not what you cunning Milanese wished for, is it? Never forget, while you are the envoy from Milan, you stand now as an ally under the command of the Chaos Empire. I can very easily execute you for cowardice in the ranks. Fran's voice rose steadily in volume, expressing mounting fury, taking Demales back into a panicked state. Fortunately, at that moment, Chancellor Phyllis intervened in the situation, softening the atmosphere. Your Majesty. Phyllis' voice was eerily calm, yet charged with persuasion. Indeed, Count de Males has failed his duties, and Your Majesty's fury regarding this is fully justified. But considering our long-standing good relations with the Principality of Milan, would it be too much to let Count de Males off with just a light reprimand? He deserves a chance to make amends. As Phyllis' gaze locked with the Emperor, a subtle smile crept onto his face. Franz's eyes too showed a glint of amusement. Yet among the attendees, only the unwavering Leon noticed, sparking his curiosity. After a prolonged silence, Emperor Fran finally acquiesced. Though his tone remained stern, de Males remained prostrated, unable to sense the benevolence. Since Lord Phyllis interceded, I shall grant you clemency this time. But let it be clear, should such cowardice plague your army again, the consequences will be dire. Yes, I am grateful for your Majesty's kindness. My lord, Duke Albert, will surely be grateful as well. Moreover, as though a tortoise peeking its head out from after a thunderstorm, de Males lifted his plump head, casting a sycophantic grin at the Emperor. Your Majesty's commitment to the preferential trade rights of my people. That should remain unaffected, yes? At this moment, every officer and attendant agreed inwardly. Such shameless proclivities echoed through their minds. Even Phyllis, no stranger to the greed of the Milanese, found himself taken aback by de Males' audacity. Of course, Phyllis considered the implications more deeply. They still needed the Milanese for trade after the breakdown of the Cadia Pact. They had to secure their supplies and necessary materials via Milan. In that case, the envoy couldn't be executed just yet. However, once they secured lands rich in gold and grain from the vast territories of Sophia, that would be an entirely different matter. Can your Majesty withstand his audacity? Such thoughts bubbled within Phyllis' mind, reflecting the complexity of matters regarding the relationship between Chaos and Milan, intertwined also with concerns over Emperor Franz's ability to maintain himself against the allure of the magic sword, Sombart. It was this very notion that truly weighed upon Phyllis' heart, despite having reassured Leon. Eventually, after a prolonged pause, Emperor Franz spoke, his tone calm and steady, a stark contrast to his normal demeanor. I shall honor my promise, but you must fulfill your own responsibilities. Silence enveloped the air as Phyllis exhaled internally. Franz sensed those fleeting feelings of uncertainty clouding his thoughts, wrapped with unease that de Males might make an unwise request that could ensnare him into calamity. Fortunately, de Males eventually interpreted the tension in the Emperor's tone and quietly withdrew. An uneasy atmosphere hung over the command tent as officers and attendants took their leave, until only Emperor Fran, Chancellor Phyllis, and the Azure Dragon Knight Leon remained. Is there something you wish to say, Knight Leon? Emperor Fran discerned Leon's unease and took the initiative to prompt him. Yes, your Majesty, I feel your severity towards Count de Males is somewhat peculiar. The Emperor laughed heartily. It is a method of controlling hearts, Phyllis. Do explain to him. It is about adapting our method of treatment per individual character. General Leon, Phyllis endeavored to explain in concise terms. For those boisterous types among the barbarians, the meantime mercenaries, kindly reassurance can lead them to be loyal subsubjects. However, for someone like Count de Males born of avarice, merely befriending him will bring no results. Stern authority must be used to maintain their fidelity. But it seems ineffectual against such a man, as he almost drove me insane, offered Emperor Fran, self-deprecating. After a few moments of silence, he turned his attention back to Leon, clasping the young favored knight's shoulder. Let us kick out that dirty fellow from our minds, and tomorrow our forces shall march directly against the capital of Sophia, St. Francis. Looking at the backs of the two proudly striding out of the tent, Phyllis felt an inexplicable surge of emotion. Leon had been cherished by Emperor Franz since childhood, with the Emperor even having brought swordsmanship and martial mentors from the Central Kingdom to impart skills to him. And Leon had undeniably lived up to that trust and affection. The memories came flooding back, even with his own son, Duke Oliver. The Emperor had not shown such grand familiarity. Perhaps this is what they call destinies intertwining, Phyllis muttered quietly, yet his musings swiftly turned to the morrow's impending siege on the royal capital of Sophia. Across the Dalaran Strait, deemed the gateway to hell, the howling of winds over the seas was said to echo the eternal roar of the ancient priest Sombart. Cold waters occasionally harbored monstrous tiger sharks. Here, None dared to fish or trade besides the rare Imperial patrol ships dotting the waters. Few would sail this sea. The reasoning was simple: across the strait was the homeland of the orcs. Not content to remain in the icy desolation of their island, marauding bands often crossed the strait to pillage nearby settlements in search of food, preying on any ship that passed. At times, they would light bonfires along the shores to lure vessels ashore. On other occasions, they'd even commandeer rafts or hijack tiger sharks to directly attack passing ships. Eventually, after extensive hunting, civilian vessels ceased to traverse the Dalaran Strait. Desperate orcs sometimes even targeted straggling Imperial warships, resulting in occasional naval battles. Hence, the waters were no stranger to the sight of bloated corpses. Both humans and orcs bobbed in the waves. Amidst the darkened clouds, an enormous three-headed eagle, a breed native to Hell Island, emerged. Its colossal form had been trained to carry the burly orcs. Apparently trained, this eagle flew over the strait, ensuring its master had not been followed before wings spread toward the interior of the Devil's Isles. Not many among orc society possessed such cunning sense. The three-headed eagle descended at the mouth of a cave blanketed in snow. A tall, intimidating orc dismounted, sporting meticulously groomed red hair like a human, his eyes shining with a wisdom foreign to most orcs. He strode confidently into the cave. Inside, the floor was laid with thick rugs, a robust iron stove crackled with lively coals, and the cave's interior bore similarity to human homes. There, an elderly creature, white-haired and hunched, awaited him. Upon seeing the elderly figure, the young orc knelt down. All-powerful High Priest Tatara, the Hawk Warrior Bisno, has returned from reconnaissance tasks. He spoke in the tongue of humanity. Years before, High Priest Shambard had prescribed a simplified linguistic structure for the orcs. However, after years of evolution, Orcish symbols could no longer satisfy the complexity of expression. They swiftly recognized the solution: that humanity already had a perfect and intricate language system to learn. Of course, not every orc could master this tongue. Only a few distinguished or astute orcs were granted the right to learn. Bisno, what did you observe? High Priest Tatara's voice came from the secret darkness of the cave, suggesting he was positioned in a different layer. Yes, just as you anticipated, with the guidance of the magnificent Shambard, chaos has emerged victorious. Bisno dutifully reported. Properly speak with respect. Use the term you. Tatara corrected his grammatical error. I require not the result, but the entirety of how it unfolded. The complete process? Understood. The process unfolded as follows. While Bisno was the most eloquent among the orcs in the human tongue, conveying the narrative of such a grand and elaborate battle proved challenging, often interrupted by Tatara's inquiries of minute details that Bisno himself had overlooked. Consequently, there were times when he could only resort to a series of growls and chattering the language of the orcs to convey meaning. Eventually, he completed the full account of the Catalet Plains battle. Tatara mused for quite a while, then turned and retrieved a large, yellowed book from the bookshelf. The cover read The General Principles of Warfare, the famed military treatise penned by the great Chaos General Liotto centuries ago. Although now it served as a foundational textbook in every officer academy on the continent, the idea of such a human manuscript appearing among the orcs struck one as extraordinarily improbable. Tatara skillfully flipped through until he found a specific passage, beginning to chuckle. Marvelous! Here it is. The strength of cavalry lies in mobility. If a heavy armored unit forms a blockade, constraining the movement of cavalry, the latter's advantage in agility shall devolve, leading to their defeat. Chaos' reliance on spearmen in this battle was precisely the application of this principle. After achieving domination, they integrated their cavalry to expand upon their victory. Note this down. He turned to the kneeling brute. Bisno, remember this. When engaging in combat against Chaos one day, this principle of warfare will be crucial. Yes, Bisno remembers. Should the renowned General Ialdadas, who had dedicated his life to resisting orcs, hear that his strategies would one day be utilized against humanity, he would likely find no peace in the afterlife. At that moment, another younger orc entered the cave and immediately knelt. Unju, I greet the all-powerful High Priest Tatara. We've again been besieged by humans. The great chieftain is furious. He demands to know when we shall assault human territory. Human actions are indeed unpredictable. It's entirely inappropriate for chaos to attack us at this moment. Do they intend to wage a two-front war? Previously, they dispatched large armies recently. However, they've merely sent small scouting factions to ambush our patrols. This trivial harassment imparts no practical value on their part. Bisno too felt discomposed at the sequence of sudden attacks. Humans are creatures without reason, unpredictable beyond estimate. Resounding from his decrepit throat, Tatara made a concluding decision. I had previously advised the great chieftain of this. The time to intervene has come. Let them exhaust each other, and once their resources have been sufficiently siphoned, we can eliminate these loathsome humans all at once. But Unju's voice carried an unmistakable trepidation. The great chieftain is tremendously angry. He states that since these humans dare provoke the great orc race, we must strike back. Should Tatara, the great priest, disagree, send fewer warriors to at least show the humans that we orcs are not to be trifled with. Send fewer warriors? To send them to their deaths? The army of chaos is not a foe that may be easily handled. Tatara's voice reflected his own anger. However, after a moment's contemplation, he yielded to the authority of the great chieftain. Very well, if I am to concede to the chieftain's impatience, let us bide our time. Unju, relay that we will gather all warriors for a grand hunt. Yes, mighty Tatara, Unju complied swiftly. You too, Bisno, reclaim what belongs to your father. The orcs have endured centuries of humiliation. Now must we retrieve all that is rightfully ours. Tatara's voice roared through the darkness, resonating in the pitch-black night sky. Chapter 2. The Fall of St. Francis in the year 596 of the Continental Calendar. The fateful Battle of Catalet Plain commenced, determining the destinies of the Cow's Empire and the Kingdom of Sophia. Under the cunning strategies of the Imperial Chancellor Phyllis and the fierce assaults from the main forces of the Empire, including the Azure Dragon Knights, Ironclad Knights, and Crimson Dragon Heavy Infantry, the forces of the Kingdom of Sophia suffered a comprehensive defeat. Even King Norland VI met his demise, along with his sword, the Holy Sword Landberk. This conflict was not merely a decisive battle for national fate. It marked the onset of widespread warfare across the continent of Alensia. Furthermore, the orc race, which humanity had presumed to be in decline, began to rise once more, as the new high priest Tatara observed human slaughter with a mocking gaze. Following their victory, the Imperial army marched relentlessly towards the capital of the Kingdom of Sophia, the city of St. Francis. On the ancient continent of Alensia, the prologue to a new war had begun. The military structure of the Sophia army is known as the three-tier system. That a small squad is composed of over 10 individuals, led by a squad leader. Multiple squads form a medium unit, with a unit leader and a deputy leader. Further, numerous medium units constitute a legion, each headed by a commander and a deputy commander. This is the so-called legion system, which is typical of the military organizations across the continent. Viscount Reins, please recount what I just stated. A 14-year-old youth, awakened from his slumber, possessed a head of beautiful flaxen hair, and his brown eyes sparkled with confusion. He had no idea what the question was. About the Continental military structure, whispered his peer, who was of the same age. However, regrettably, as there were only the two of them in the classroom, the teacher immediately noticed this well-meaning classmate's actions. Your Highness, as the future heir to the throne of Sophia, assisting a subject in cheating may lead to accusations of irresponsibility in your future reign. The one being reprimanded was none other than Azure Liotto, the sole son of King Norland VI of Sophia, the kingdom's future heir. The companion he assisted was Duke Liotto, the beloved son of Duke Liotto. From birth, the king's son bore the title of prince, while Reins, as the duke's son, held the title of viscount in his infancy. That it was destined that the two would one day become king and duke, leading the people and armies of all Sophia. Coincidentally, these two children were born in the same year and shared the bond of having lost their mothers. Fortunately, as their fathers had hoped, they became inseparable friends from a young age, always doing everything together. According to the customs of the royal house of Sophia, the heir to the throne must be sent to live among the common folk from a young age to cultivate a mindset of equality. When Prince Azure was sent to live with a middle-class knight's family, Reins accompanied him, and there, they spent the initial 12 years of their lives as brothers. 2 years ago, when Prince Azure reached the age to receive royal education. Reins naturally became his companion in studies, as a companion and confidant. Reins was expected to assist and care for the prince at every turn. However, the reality was quite the opposite, with Azure often coming to Reins' rescue. Just as he was doing now. "I apologize, Archbishop Claude." The prince's apology was merely a formality. Archbishop Claude bore no ill will and was merely jesting. The wisdom and humor of Prime Minister Claude captivated the two young men. Yet it did not prevent Reins from dozing off in class. Once the discourse veered off the lesson, the topic naturally shifted to the ongoing war. "Your Grace, do you believe we can win?" Were such a question posed by an ordinary individual, it would have been deemed a disturbance to the morale. However, when raised by the Crown Prince Azure, it was treated differently. Archbishop Claude, not wishing to coddle them as children, thus proceeded to analyze the current situation for the future king and duke to draw their own conclusions. "Does this imply that father has little chance of victory?" Azure deduced. "With General Jack Freet at the helm, we surely shall not be utterly defeated," Reins replied, still holding some confidence. "Let us hope so." Claude wished not to dampen the spirits of the youth, yet he also refrained from delving too deeply into the matter, as it had been discussed extensively already. "It seems you both have little interest in continuing your studies. That go find General Aruba and practice your horsemanship," he instructed. "Thank you, Your Grace." The two youths vanished through the door in an instant. For at their age, games were undoubtedly more alluring than study. Just as Archbishop Claude was about to leave, he noticed Reins peeking his head back through the doorway. "One more question, Your Grace." "What is it?" "Why does General Aruba teach us horsemanship, yet never rides himself?" Claude could not help but laugh. Reins always posed the most peculiar inquiries. "Because there is not a horse in the entire kingdom capable of bearing the immense weight of Lord Aruba." After sending Reins away, he turned to exit the classroom. He did not return to his office, but instead followed a garden path to a small black room, where not a single ray of sunlight penetrated even at noon. Once inside, Claude closed the door, shutting out the scant sunlight, thereby isolating the affairs within from the outside world. But a lamp was lit, illuminating a man clad in black, standing beside a table. His face was entirely shrouded in darkness, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes, not born of fatigue or lack of sleep, but rather a physical manifestation resulting from prolonged exposure to a harsh environment and the cultivation of unique skills. "I apologize for summoning you here. This matter must remain confidential. It is of no concern. I have grown accustomed to dwelling in darkness." The cloaked man's voice was hoarse, revealing signs of exhaustion. "Has the task been completed?" Though phrased as a question, Claude's tone implied certainty. It was quite troublesome, but it was ultimately successful. The countless hardships were brushed aside with a single phrase. "However, we received bad news on our return that I fear our efforts may have been in vain." A hint of agitation crept into the cloaked man's voice. "Did we suffer defeat?" Claude's tone remained flat, devoid of surprise. Although far removed from the front lines, he had anticipated the outcome. "With the strength of the golden armored knights, have we been able to await the reinforcements from Agulia and Linsta? We could have stood against the Imperial army. Yet His Majesty and the Duke remain as impetuous as ever, if only they had exercised a bit more patience." This was Prime Minister Claude's sole commentary on the Battle of Catalet Plain, after which he refrained from further discussion regarding the momentous conflict that determined the fates of the two nations. Next, Claude reached into his bosom and produced a sealed document. "Our agreement remains in effect. Here is the remaining remuneration, 700,000 gold coins. You may present this to the royal treasury for collection." The cloaked man did not take the document from Claude's hand. "Thank you for your generosity, Your Grace, even for such a challenging task. A reward of 1,000,000 gold coins seems excessive. Though I have a fondness for wealth, I do not wish to receive it without merit. There is no need for modesty. I hope this sum aids you in realizing your ambitions. I support your aspirations. Then I shall not refuse it." The cloaked man accepted the document, representing vast wealth. "By the way, I have another request." Claude's nonchalant tone left the cloaked man feeling uneasy. "No, I do not wish to confront the Azure Dragon Knights." The cloaked man immediately surmised Claude's intent, but was mistaken. Claude smiled, saying, "No need for alarm. I merely request that you escort a shipment to Linsta with a reward of 100,000 gold coins. What say you? Are you interested? A delivery job for 100,000 gold coins? It sounds quite enticing. Such a high reward. There must be no complications, I presume? A hint of doubt tinged the cloaked man's voice. Yet his hesitation did not last long. 100,000 gold coins was an irresistible temptation for anyone. Since it is a commission from your grace, I shall accept. Excellent. You shall not regret this, that I will detail the sender and recipient in the job document. Then I shall take my leave. Please wait. This 100,000 gold coins also includes another task. Oh! Archbishop Claude's commissions are indeed not easily obtained. This must involve combat against the Imperial regulars, I assume? In response to the cloaked man's speculation, Archbishop Claude merely smiled, abruptly shifting the topic. I hear you recently acquired a remarkably talented aide? Indeed. But how is that relevant to our current task? It is said his naval combat skills are exceptional? Quite so. Yet what does this have to do with our present situation? A note of vigilance crept into the cloaked man's tone. Claude no longer meandered in conversation and directly cut to the crux. I wish to request that you allocate a portion of your forces to guard against an Imperial naval contingent. Their numbers are not large, but they are all elite members of the Imperial Navy. If an ordinary person were to hear the name of the Ice Dragon Sea Knights, they might hesitate. I wonder how you feel. The Ice Dragon Sea Knights? Quite a formidable opponent. Indeed, if even you lack confidence. Do not provoke me. Even the Ice Dragon Cavalry is not to be feared. Since it is the esteemed Bishop's commission, I shall accept this task. The figure in black responded coldly, and though his expression was concealed in the shadows, his tone betrayed a sense of pride. Then I shall leave it to you. The cloaked figure slowly turned and opened the door, first draping himself in a black cloak before daring to step into the sunlight. Clearly, he was not fond of being illuminated. Before departing, he glanced back at Bishop Claude and remarked, "What a pity, my Lord Bishop, that we labor so diligently, only for it all to come to an end." Prime Minister Claude watched the dark figure vanish into the palace gardens, murmuring to himself, "Is it truly over? No, it has only just begun." A resolute and decisive light flickered in his eyes, one not befitting his years. Within the castle of Sophia, two youths roamed about, after completing their equestrian lessons. It was now free time for Azure and Reins. Due to the ongoing war, the atmosphere within the castle was tense, and no one had the leisure to engage them in idle conversation, which left the two boys feeling rather bored. Shall we visit the treasury to see how they count the gold coins? Gold is always captivating. Though Reins was a few months younger than Azure, he often initiated suggestions, which were usually not particularly clever. Very well, though I harbor little interest in gold. The future King of Sophia demonstrated a magnanimous spirit. But I wish to pay homage to my mother in the armory first. If you please? Though I have yet to pledge my loyalty to you, a king does not require the consent of his subjects. Let us proceed. Reins, while reminding Azure of the hierarchy between sovereign and subject, walked ahead without a hint of deference, completely disregarding the decorum that dictated a subject must not overstep the emperor. In fact, Reins often jested about Azure's status as the crown prince, to which Azure never took offense. "I am merely a prince for now." And Bishop Claude often says a good monarch should heed the counsel of his subjects. Azure replied earnestly, "It was but a jest. You truly lack a sense of humor. Do you not also claim that humor undermines the dignity of the royal family? Ha! If you remain so feeble, I may not pledge my loyalty to you in the future." Their playful banter was a daily source of amusement. Paying homage to the queen in the armory every time may raise suspicions among the guards. Why not take the holy lance of sanctity into battle this time? Even amidst the grim atmosphere of the armory, Reins could not restrain his tongue. Azure did not respond immediately, but instead respectfully knelt before a golden trident displayed in the armory's niche before addressing Reins' inquiry. "Father said the holy lance of sanctity is a relic left to me by my mother. Only I am entitled to wield it in the future. Such a valuable weapon left unused in the armory. Your Majesty is truly a fool. If it were me, I would utilize every available force, regardless of entitlement, and let General Jack Frit wield the holy lance. He could surely topple that so-called Azure Dragon Knight." Reins expressed his indignation towards his lord. Heedless of Asher's presence, Asher, unfazed by the rude accusation, had long grown accustomed to Lane's irresponsible remarks. "Let us go to the treasury," he suggested. However, the two youths were halted at the treasury's entrance. "Lord Aluba has issued orders. Recently, the treasury has experienced mysterious thefts. For safety's sake, no one may enter without his or Prime Minister Claude's directive," the guard stated. "Do you suspect us of thievery? That is an egregious offense." Lanes shouted angrily at the guard. "I apologize. His Highness the Prince and young Master Lanes are of course not the issue. It is simply that we cannot open the treasury without orders, and we were unaware of your intentions in the treasury," the swordsman guard replied. His tone respectful yet firm, demonstrating a keen intellect unlike the dull-witted soldiers of yore. Lanes was left speechless. "I love the sound of gold coins falling," he thought, a sentiment he could not voice to anyone besides Asher. Instead, he blustered. "You are but a guard. How dare you interfere with a princess' affairs? What is your name? I shall report you to Lord Aluba." "I am Elf Hamilton, swordsman of the 5th Squad under Baron Schiller of the Royal Guard's 9th Regiment." "Your Highness." The guard's response was serious and respectful, clearly well-mannered, that he continued, "Should you convey our steadfast loyalty to Lord Aluba, I would be most grateful." This statement piqued the interest of another towering guard, who seemed to believe he was vying for recognition, and quickly exclaimed, "I am Golst, a newly demoted squad leader. Please inform Lord Aluba that I did not allow any suspicious individuals to enter." Elf immediately silenced him. "Be quiet. You oaf!" The treasury in trance erupted into chaos in this critical moment. Asher stepped forward to defuse the tension, redirecting the topic. "Why are the spearmen and swordsmen assigned to guard the same location?" The Crown Prince's inquiry necessitated a response. An elf promptly stood at attention before replying. "Because Lord Aluba has rotated several guards, yet thefts continue to occur. Thus, he punished several officers and deployed soldiers from different commanders to prevent collusion. Yet, it proved futile. Yesterday, more coins were stolen, always small amounts, and curiously, only silver coins. Such stringent measures have yielded no results, which is quite perplexing." It must be ghosts that have taken them," the large guard Golst interjected clumsily. "Do not be foolish. The drunken ramblings of timid soldiers cannot serve as an excuse for negligence." Elf admonished him again. "I am not jesting. This is the only entrance. This great iron door cannot be breached even by the holy sword Landberk, who but a ghost could take coins from before our very eyes." Elf chose to ignore him. Bowing to Asher, "I apologize, Your Highness, but you and young Master Lanes cannot enter the treasury without orders from Lord Aluba or the bishop." The two youths could only retreat awkwardly. "Let us stroll outside," Lane suggested once more. However, as they reached the castle gates, they were met with shocking news. "General Jack Frit has returned. We have been defeated. Defeated. King Norland has passed away. Duke Liotto has fallen. The Swordmaster, the Seal Master, and the Banner Master are all dead. The Holy Sword Landberk has also fallen into the Empire's hands." A series of dreadful tidings swept through the city of St. Francis like a chilling wind. People gathered around the palace, discussing in hushed tones, "How could this be? I hear it was a complete rout. Rumor has it that the Empire hired mercenaries from hell, and our royal army was devoured. These are mere rumors. We must not be deceived. How could the Sophia army, wielders of the Holy Sword Landberk, be defeated?" In an instant, the capital of St. Francis was engulfed in a storm of suspicion and debate. Yet, the Sophia Palace, at the eye of the storm, appeared relatively calm. The remaining ministers gathered in the Grand Assembly Hall, led by Prime Minister Claude and Commander Aluba. It was here that King Norland and his ministers had decided to go to war with the Cow's Empire. Such is the situation. While fleeing the battlefield, we encountered repeated ambushes and assassinations by the Silver Wolf mercenary group, and our soldiers, covered in blood. Jack Frit persevered to recount the grim circumstances. He staggered and knelt before Prince Asher, declaring, "In accordance with His Majesty's last will, I, Jack Frit, pledge my loyalty to His Highness the Crown Prince." After uttering this, he could no longer support himself, and collapsed onto the carpet, blood seeping from his wounded left arm. The assembly erupted in hushed gasps. The man known as the warrior among warriors and unrivaled knight of the continent was grievously injured, reflecting the ferocity of the battle. As Jackfrit was carried away, the brief calm in the assembly hall was shattered, and the officials began to murmur amongst themselves, much like the common folk outside. However, as the ruling class, they not only discussed the situation, but also offered their insights and suggestions. Some advocated for relocating the capital. Others proposed summoning various lords to fight to the death, while some suggested a staunch defense of the capital. And of course, there were those who recommended negotiating peace with the Empire, that in an instant. The solemn assembly hall was more boisterous than the market outside the palace. "All nonsense," exclaimed Aluba, the highest-ranking military officer presiding over the meeting. As most of those remaining in the capital were bureaucrats. The suggestions put forth were inevitably vague and impractical, which did not suit Aluba's military sensibilities. As he continued to listen, his boredom intensified until his gaze fell upon the diligent scribe, Turum, seated at the table recording notes. Due to his commendable suggestions, King Norland VI had recently elevated Turum's position to the chief scribe before departing the capital. Aruba's anger erupted. "It's all because of you, you scoundrel. You deceived His Majesty into going to war." The strong-willed general lifted the diminutive scribe into the air with one hand, easily capable of snapping Turum's neck with a mere twist. Yet the small scribe remained unflustered. He neither struggled nor screamed, but calmly stated, "I merely voiced what His Majesty wished to express. The decision to wage war was His Majesty's own. How dare you quibble?" Aruba's furious expression bore a resemblance to that of the Red Lion Bashar. He raised Turum even higher, seemingly intent on hurling the scribe down the stone steps. At that moment, the Prime Minister, Claude, who had remained silent until now, finally intervened to halt Aruba's reckless behavior. "Stop. Do you wish to attribute the defeat to a mere scribe?" Claude's sharp mockery aimed at Aruba pierced through the tension. "Is the entirety of our noble and sagacious monarch's defeat merely the result of heeding the unfounded words of a small scribe? Will executing this supposed mastermind absolve us of the shadows cast by our loss? Will it preserve His Majesty's reputation? Will the subjects and common folk believe that we shall ultimately achieve victory?" A barrage of incisive sarcasm and criticism left Aruba unable to lift his head. In his youth, Claude was renowned for his fierce denunciations of the old ecclesiastical authority. Since becoming bishop and prime minister, he had restrained himself considerably, but now he could no longer contain his indignation. In terms of both status and age, Claude overshadowed Aruba, who had no choice but to sheepishly release his grip on his captive and mutter an apology to Prime Minister Claude. Having vented his frustrations, Claude regained some composure and addressed Aruba. "I am ashamed, Lord Aruba. Even I lost my composure upon hearing such news. His Majesty and the court are determined to engage in battle." Turum merely provided the rationale for the expedition. "Nothing more? What shall we do now? It is impossible to make sound decisions amidst chaos. Let us adjourn for now and reconvene tomorrow when tempers have cooled to discuss our strategy." "Very well, Prime Minister. Before that, General Aruba, you should immediately mobilize the remaining troops of the Royal Guard within the city and recall the other half of the forces tasked with logistics to reinforce the city defenses in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. I will attend to it at once. Furthermore, issue a call to arms to the various lords and nobles, instructing them to rally to the capital." "Yes, Prime Minister. It shall be ready within 2 to 3 days." However, Aruba failed to complete these preparations. That night, the two main forces of the Chaos Empire, the Azure Dragon Knights and the two-headed Dragon Imperial Knights, rushed violently upon St. Francis City. The Imperial troops followed closely in the wake of Jackfrit's charge, leaving Sophia no time to prepare, as per the so-called pressure strategy of Chancellor Phyllis. The highly mobile cavalry even reached St. Francis City before Sophia's retreating logistics convoy, cutting off half of the Royal Guard's return route. Thus, the royal capital of Sophia, St. Francis City, found itself exposed to the iron hooves of the Imperial army without any preparation. An emergency meeting was convened once more in the Grand Assembly Hall. This time, only Prime Minister Claude, General Aruba, and the slightly injured Jackfrit, who had risen to attend the meeting, were present, the highest-ranking officials of Sophia. Accompanying them was the recording scribe, Turum. News has just arrived that the 8th Squadron, defending the perimeter, failed to retreat in time and was ambushed by 6 squadrons of the Azure Dragon Knights, resulting in its annihilation. The squadron leader, Cole, was killed, and there were no survivors. Aruba's face turned ashen. He had always been skeptical of the supernatural. Yet this day was filled with ominous tidings, leading him to question whether he had fallen victim to ill fortune. Now, only 4 squadrons remained to defend the city, less than half a legion's worth of troops. The most pressing matter at hand is to hasten the ascension of His Highness the Crown Prince, so we can rightfully summon the lords. Jack Fritt's suggestion prompted a series of nods from Aruba. Indeed, the kingdom cannot be without a ruler for a day. Supporting a new king will surely restore morale. However, Claude shook his head gloomily. Do you truly believe that? My opinion is quite the opposite. Should Prince Azure ascend the throne now, it would automatically nullify the oaths of loyalty sworn to King Norland VI by the lords. If they are dissatisfied with the current situation, they could easily seize the opportunity to ally with the Empire. Jack Fritt and Aruba exchanged glances. When the Kingdom of Sophia was established from the ruins of the former Kingdom of Alensia, many local powers refused to submit to the new dynasty. The founding Emperor Randall compelled them to acknowledge Sophia's rightful rule through formidable military might and astute political maneuvering to secure their support for the kingdom's governance. The newly established realm was divided into direct territories and delegated territories. The delegated territories essentially comprised the lands of these local magnates, which were granted to them in the name of the King of Sophia, promising them noble status and hereditary rights to the lands and castles. These individuals became known as lords or nobles. Conversely, the regions conquered by the king's forces became direct territories, governed directly by officials appointed by the prime minister. This method prevented direct conflict between the nascent Sophia dynasty and the numerous local powers, playing a crucial role in consolidating royal authority. However, it also resulted in certain aftereffects, namely, the proliferation of lords across Sophia, which at its peak boasted around 300. Leading to a decentralized royal power. In times of upheaval, it became challenging to rapidly conscript large forces. The recent defeat at the Battle of Catalet Plain was largely due to the royal court's reliance on direct troops, resulting in severe manpower shortages. Moreover, to demonstrate the monarchy's fairness, Sophia's royal system mandated that upon the ascension of each new king, all local lords were required to come to the capital to swear allegiance to the new monarch. If there were objections to the selection of the new king, the lords could raise their concerns or even challenge the king, who or his appointed officials would then engage in combat. For many years, under the protection of the Holy Sword, Landberk, few dared to challenge the Kingdom of Sophia, and even the occasional reckless individuals quickly submitted beneath the blade of the Holy Sword. This generation's Prince Azure was the only candidate for the throne of Sophia, which should have posed no issues. Nevertheless, with the current dynasty's foundations shaken, particularly with the Holy Sword, Landberk, now in enemy hands. If anyone were to challenge Prince Azure's position, no one could guarantee the ability to suppress such dissent, which would inevitably lead to significant upheaval within the kingdom, should a chain reaction occur among the lords. The consequences would be dire. Jack Fritt and Aruba contemplated this. A chill ran down their spines. Let us postpone the matter of the prince's ascension for now. We should consider the current situation. Prime Minister, should we resolutely defend the capital or withdraw inland? Jack Fritt posed the question. Neither path is viable. Why? Jack Fritt pressed for clarification. To hold the line is futile. We lack sufficient forces. Even if Linstar sends reinforcements, they won't arrive for at least 2 months. Moreover, whether reinforcements will even come is uncertain. And what about retreat? Wherever we flee with Prince Azure, the Imperial army will relentlessly pursue us, ultimately resulting in the loss of all our territories. What a conundrum! Jack Fritt fell in a deep contemplation that he was not naturally a strategist, but since his overseas missions, he had matured considerably. Aruba, growing impatient, slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "If we cannot think of a solution, then let us not dwell on it. The Empire cannot breach the city merely with cavalry. Let us hold the fort for a while and allow them to flounder at the gates." Consequently, the meeting concluded without any productive outcomes. After the adjournment, Archbishop Claude retained Scribe Turum, engaging him in a face-to-face confrontation. "Turum, I must admit, you possess quite the audacity. I misjudged you previously, although it was intended as praise. Claude's tone held no hint of kindness. "I am but a humble servant of His Majesty, wholly devoted to his service." Turum, of course, was astute enough to discern the sarcasm in Claude's words, hastily defending himself. However, Claude swiftly exposed his true intentions. If you were truly loyal to His Majesty, you would not exchange the lives of His Majesty and countless soldiers for personal advancement. I genuinely did not know the Empire would dare to take such risks by abandoning the northern borders. Yet you dared to counsel His Majesty to take such risks. I sincerely hope for the unification of our Sophia across the continent. What you truly desire is status and influence, which is why you flatter His Majesty, telling him what he wishes to hear, even at the expense of others' blood and lives. My lord, please understand, I'm merely... Enough. I am not interested in your loyalty. Now, I have a task for you, and if you succeed, you may yet gain promotion. Ha ha ha, no wonder everyone says, the Prime Minister never allows anyone to engage in actions without benefits. I shall certainly do my utmost. Claude whispered a few words into Turum's ear. Turum was initially taken aback, but soon a knowing smile crossed his face. I never expected the Prime Minister to truly unexpected. Meanwhile, in the royal palace's chamber, Azure and Reins were engaged in a heartfelt conversation. Now we are both orphans. We must be strong. Azure could only offer such words of comfort to his weeping friend. Compared to Reins, his sorrow was somewhat lessened that on one hand, he always appeared a touch more mature than Reins. On the other hand, King Norland was only interested in military affairs, and Azure had only entered the palace at the age of 12, resulting in a rather tenuous father-son bond. General Jack Flynn has said, I should ascend to the throne tomorrow. Azure attempted to divert Reins' attention, and he succeeded. That wouldn't be wise. What if some lords refused to pledge their allegiance? The situation would spiral out of control. Reins displayed a rare moment of keen insight, echoing Bishop Claude's sentiments. The Prime Minister thinks the same, but regardless, Azure, on that day, I shall surely swear my loyalty to you. Thank you. Reins, no matter what the future holds, I will await that day eagerly, anticipating your oath. Reins, we shall always be good friends. On such a sorrowful night, these two friends exchanged lifelong promises, unaware of the profound impact this oath would later have on them. The tense night passed, and when the people of Sophia beheld the Imperial army arrayed outside the city the following morning, even Aruba dared not speak of a resolute defense. The disciplined formation of the Azure Dragon Knights severely undermined his confidence. Although they knew the Imperial forces would not assault the city until the infantry arrived, every person atop the walls felt an impending sense of defeat. Amidst the extreme tension, a comical incident unfolded. A group of young maidens ascended the walls of St. Francis City with fruits and wine, ostensibly to boost the soldiers' morale. However, as the defense officer delivered an impassioned speech, their eyes remained fixed on the camp of the Azure Dragon Knights outside the walls. When the Azure Dragon Knight Leon appeared at the front, they erupted into cheers. When the pale-faced defense officer ordered them down from the walls, whispers of the knight's beauty began to circulate among the women inside the city. A matter that struck a blow to the pride of the men within, leading some despairing officers to suggest to Aruba that they should confront the enemy outside the city. If you wish to die, then leap from the walls. I shall never open the gates. Aruba bellowed at his subordinates. Yet he grew increasingly anxious about the morale within the city, becoming more irritable himself than on the Imperial side. Leon of the Azure Dragon Knights was equally consumed by agitation. From the confessions of prisoners, it was evident that the city's defenses were critically undermanned, prompting Leon to propose a direct assault on St. Francis. Despite the cavalry being clad in heavy armor, unable to scale the walls, nor having siege equipment like battering rams, his plan was to repeatedly assault the city gates with overwhelming force, even suggesting he himself would use the holy sword Landberk to breach the gates. However, these suggestions were swiftly dismissed by Emperor Fran with a singular statement. Our victory is assured. Why squander our troops? Leon knew the Emperor's decision was sound. Yet the thought of watching the enemy tremble behind the walls while he awaited the arrival of friendly forces to initiate an attack was utterly contrary to the Azure Dragon Knight's ethos. In desperation, he sought an audience with Chancellor Phyllis, who was also discontented with the Emperor, He proposed to Emperor Fran the destruction of the water supply lines outside St. Francis, though there were wells within the city. They could not sustain the needs of the entire populace. Without water, the resolve of the Sophia people would swiftly collapse. Yet this suggestion too was rejected by the emperor on grounds of not wanting to harm the city's civilians. When did His Majesty become so merciful? Phyllis's words dripped with a hint of sarcasm. Conversations with the Azure Dragon Knights were bereft of excessive caution. Leon was certainly no bearer of rumors. Even someone as stoic as Chancellor Phyllis occasionally revealed glimpses of his true emotions. His Majesty seems to possess full confidence in effortlessly capturing St. Francis. Leon discerned something from the Emperor's demeanor. Yet both could only await further developments, with no other recourse. Days passed without any movement from either side. Yet beneath the surface calm, both harbored restless sentiments. Inside the city, Jack Flint and Aruba once again convened in the council chamber. Both summoned hastily by Prime Minister Claude. Has the Prime Minister devised a strategy? Aruba inquired upon meeting. Jack Flint shrugged, indicating ignorance. He had been called down from the walls by Turum and rushed to the palace. Claude then entered the hall. Is there no scribe present? Jack Flint asked. According to Sophia's protocol, all significant meetings were to be recorded and organized by a scribe. This meeting requires no record, Claude stated. I have a plan to address the current situation. What is it? The other two rose in unison. We shall surrender to the Empire and relinquish St. Francis. Claude's tone was as nonchalant as if tossing an apple to another. Yet his colleagues leaped up as if struck by lightning. Prime Minister Claude? Are you mad? Jack Flint momentarily lost his usual calm demeanor, uttering expletives that Aruba's reaction was even more vehement. He reached for a massive axe leaning against the wall. Traitor, go before the great God Mills and apologize to His Majesty. He advanced step by step towards the Prime Minister, only to be quickly restrained from behind by Jack Flint. Prime Minister Claude, are you serious in your words and actions? Jack Flint had regained his composure, trying to comprehend Claude's proposal. However, his inquiry required no answer. Chaos erupted outside the palace as sounds of unrest and fighting filled the air. Shortly thereafter, a breathless officer rushed into the council chamber, and Aruba recognized him as a guard of the palace, not a soldier from the city. My lord, the Imperial army has entered the city. The Azure Dragon Knights have reached the palace gates. It was Scribe Turum who opened the gates for them, claiming he acted on the Prime Minister's orders. The officer's report was a jumbled mess, revealing his utter confusion. Within the hall, Claude maintained his calm demeanor, while Jack Flint also settled into silence. Only Aruba flitted about like a headless fly, muttering to himself. What to do? What to do? How shall I face His Majesty? Suddenly, he looked up to see a maid leading Azure and leans into the hall. Now, both of you must obey my commands. Claude's tone brooked no dissent. Only in this way can we preserve the bloodline of the Sophia royal family. What? We are to heed the commands of a traitor like you? Never, Aruba shouted fiercely. Yet Claude paid him no mind, issuing orders with determination. General Jack Flint, you shall escort Prince Azure out through the side entrance, traversing the civilian district to exit through the rear gate. General Aruba, you will lead Viscount Leans out through the front gate. I trust your prowess shall ensure a successful escape. Aruba wished to roar in protest, but Jack Flint intervened. There is no time for your anger, Lord Aruba. Hasten to leave, and we shall meet outside the city. The two clasped hands in accordance with Sophia's pre-battle custom before departing through their respective exits. Just before exiting, Jack Flint cast a glance at the treacherous Prime Minister, unable to suppress his curiosity. Claude, what will you do? Do I need to explain? I shall enjoy my wealth and privileges. Now go. Leans, there is no time. Aruba urged. Claude, unfazed, handed Leans a cloak. Put this on, Leans, for Azure's sake. Leans glanced at him and silently donned the cloak, which, had Jack Flint still been present, he would have noticed was Azure's, a garment adorned with the white and blue cross emblem of the Sophia royal family. However, the oblivious Aruba failed to observe this detail, scooping Leans into his arms and bolting from the council chamber. Chapter 3. The flight of the White Knight. The palace was engulfed in chaos. Courtiers, maidens, and guards fleeing in disarray formed a tumultuous tide, scurrying about aimlessly, unsure of where to escape. Upon hearing that the Imperial army had entered through the front gate, this current of panic suddenly found direction, surging toward the side palace gate. In this tumult, Aruba tucked Reins under his arm and, along with several subordinates, moved against the flow toward the palace's main entrance. When he spotted Imperial soldiers ahead, he unleashed all his fury against the traitors and the regret of missing the battle at Catalet Plain upon these unfortunate souls. The Azure Dragon Knights, desperately striving for glory, could not have anticipated such a formidable foe awaiting them. Soon, Aruba's mighty axe was drenched in the blood of Imperial soldiers that end their panic. The Imperial forces began to retreat. Aruba let out a victorious roar as he strode forward, his actions igniting the fighting spirit of many Sophia soldiers, especially when they mistook the cloaked Reins for the crown prince. They clamored to follow Aruba, eager to drive the Imperial army out of the palace in a single bold push. Meanwhile, Jack Frit returned to the side entrance of the palace, blending with the crowd. Accompanied by the genuine crown prince of Sophia, who remained unencircled. Suddenly, Azure halted, exclaiming, "Wait, Jack, I've forgotten something. Nothing is more important than your safety, your highness, but we must leave at once." "No, the lance of the Holy Land cannot be lost. It is the only relic my late mother left me. We must go to the armory." Azure spoke with the dignity of royal blood, invoking the memory of the deceased queen, compelling Jack Frit to comply. The two pushed through the throng towards the armory. The shouting Sophia troops finally encountered their adversary. The Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, stood before them. Leon carried the sacred sword, Landberk, on his back, wielding his accustomed silver sword. Nevertheless, none could withstand him for more than 3 exchanges. It was only when Aruba personally confronted Leon that the tide began to turn. Aruba defended against Leon's rapid strikes with his massive axe for 15 fierce blows, his hands numbed from the impact. Yet he managed to withstand Leon's ferocious onslaught. However, when he saw Leon, seemingly disinterested in prolonging the fight, draw the sacred sword Landberk from his shoulder, Aruba felt the same realization of impending defeat that Jack Frit had once experienced. He immediately retreated, turning to flee. Leon had never relished the pursuit of a retreating foe, yet this time he felt compelled to chase closely, for he too, like the other Imperial soldiers, had spotted the striking white and blue cross emblem embroidered on the cloak of a youth within the Sophia ranks, the insignia of the Sophia royal family. Capturing the Crown Prince of Sophia would be the greatest feat for any Imperial soldier, prompting Leon to pursue relentlessly and issue a command that anyone who captured the Crown Prince would be granted nobility. Meanwhile, Aruba, who had previously been fleeing in panic, now found himself positioned behind Reins, tasked with intercepting the pursuers. Upon finally recognizing the emblem on Reins' cloak, he erupted in furious expletives. "Damn it, that cunning Claude has made us bait to divert the Imperial army." At this moment, Reins looked at him in astonishment. "You didn't know, Lord Aruba? I thought you had already figured it out." Observing the confused gazes of the surrounding soldiers, Aruba gradually ceased his advance. "Run, my lord, or it will be too late." Reins also halted. "Reins, you must flee alone. I no longer wish to run." Aruba's tone lacked its usual ferocity, now tinged with a sense of despair. "Since you are willing to serve as the prince's decoy, as the commander of the Sophia Royal Guard, I shall choose a glorious death, thus doing something for you and his highness." No, General Aruba, do not act foolishly. I do this for my friends, not for Azure's princely status. But Aruba disregarded Reins' pleas, raising his axe and leading the remaining soldiers back into the fray. "My lord, take care of yourself." This was the last utterance of the commander of the Sophia Royal Guard. "Fool! Idiot!" Reins stifled his tears as he sprinted ahead. After rounding a corner, he heard a long, anguished scream from behind. That familiar booming voice belonged to Aruba, that in his dazed state, a grinning Imperial soldier blocked his path. "So, you re the whelp of Norland? Surrender and lay down your weapon." The soldiers of the Azure Dragon Knights were all tall and imposing, and Reins barely reached the height of this soldier's sword. Despite the odds, he drew his side sword. "Little brat, want to play? Then come at me." The overconfident Imperial soldier raised his large sword. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. It was a battle defined by a stark disparity in strength. Fortunately, the Imperial soldier had no intention of taking Reins' life. He merely sought to capture him. Not bad, little brat. Perhaps in a few years, you might rank on the warriors' list, but alas, you will never have that chance. The Imperial soldier taunted as he advanced, gradually pushing Reins back. Ultimately, a misstep led Reins to stumble and fall. The Imperial soldier laughed as he closed in, intending to knock the sword from Reins' grasp. In that split second, Reins did something a true swordsman would never do. He hurled his sword at the enemy, striking true into the soldier's unguarded throat. The Imperial soldier collapsed, gurgling as he fell. All his training had taught him that a warrior must never relinquish his sword, save for death at that moment. He might have wished to reprimand Reins for not being a true warrior, yet he would never voice it again. Still shaken, Reins had no time to catch his breath before hearing the approaching footsteps. He had to abandon the idea of retrieving his sword and continued his flight. Overall, Reins' fortune was relatively favorable. The Sophia royal palace had existed as an imperial hunting ground since the Alensia dynasty, with its labyrinthine pathways providing ample opportunity for his escape. However, mere evasion could not resolve his predicament. At last, Reins discovered that apart from a narrow corridor, he had no other avenues available, and this passage led directly to a dead end: the treasury. Azure and Jack Frit enjoyed considerably better luck. While Leon played hide-and-seek within the palace with Reins, Jack Frit successfully led Azure out through the side entrance that on the streets. Soldiers from both the Azure Dragon Knights and the double-headed Dragon Emperor Knight swarmed. Yet with Leon absent and the esteemed Emperor Cows unlikely to intervene personally, the remaining soldiers attempting to obstruct them could only futilely attest to the legendary prowess of Blackjack with their blood. Nevertheless, the Imperial forces were overwhelming in number, especially once they confirmed that Azure was indeed the crown prince of Sophia. They surged forward with reckless abandon. Azure, who had always feared bloodshed, could only tightly clutch the lance of the Holy Land, a relic from his mother, as blood splattered across his face and body. Meanwhile, Jack Frit, standing before him, epitomized the valor he had displayed not long ago on the battlefield of Catalet Plains, finally carving a bloody path through the throng. Once a gap appeared, Jack Frit whistled, and his black steed emerged from an unknown source. Once mounted, the Imperial soldiers could no longer impede his progress, ultimately leaving behind a gruesome trail of corpses and carnage. Jack Frit successfully galloped into the civilian district at the rear of the royal capital. Similar to the Sophia royal palace, the history of St. Francis City could also be traced back to the Alensia dynasty. The city could be divided into two sections by the palace. The front half, characterized by commercial and upscale buildings, and the back half, designated for the common populace. The construction of the former showcased the kingdom's organization, with shops, grand cathedrals, warehouses, barracks, and noble residences meticulously planned. In stark contrast, the latter half, the civilian area, had developed organically over the years, lacking any established order or regulations. Dilapidated shanties from the old dynasty intermingled chaotically with the two- or three-story homes of the newly wealthy, with narrow alleys more maddening than a tangled mess, making even patrols avoid this vast region. However, Jack Frit, born of humble origins, had grown up in this very area. The dirty street corners were his childhood playground, and the narrow alleys served as his training grounds. Among all the high-ranking officials of Sophia, he was the only one who could traverse the area known as under the skirt of St. Francis freely, without an entourage. It is easy to imagine that upon entering this familiar civilian district, he felt more at ease than a fish in the sea or a monkey in the trees. Conversely, Jack Frit's fortune naturally translated into misfortune for the Cow's army. Numerous Imperial soldiers on horseback pursued the pair, but upon entering the narrow alleys, they quickly found themselves in dire straits. The alleyways were so constricted that even walking was a challenge. As the cavalry forced their way through, their armor scraped against the walls, creating sparks. Just as a slightly wider path emerged, they discovered a low wall blocking their way, and upon leaping over it, they fell headlong into a cesspool. What terrified the Cow soldiers most were the clotheslines draped haphazardly across the alleyway. These obstacles were perfectly positioned at head height for the cavalry, and many Imperial riders suffered injuries to their eyes or were unceremoniously dismounted. Even the most seasoned Cow's cavalrymen would agree that nothing they had encountered before could compare to this nightmarish obstacle course. The Azure Dragon Knights and the double-headed Dragon Emperor Knights, being the most elite cavalry units in the Empire, nonetheless had a few riders who, through exceptional horsemanship and a stroke of luck, managed to escape this bewildering maze. However, upon joyfully bursting out of the narrow alley, they were met with a shocking revelation. They had become living targets for Jack Frit. Having awaited their arrival, Jack Frit demonstrated that his archery skills were as formidable as his swordsmanship. Claiming the lives of these finest Imperial cavalrymen one by one, the Imperial riders emerged from the alley's mouth, and with no threat of being besieged, Jack Frit calmly dispatched them, as if practicing on moving targets in a training ground. When only 2 arrows remained in his quiver, no further enemies appeared in the alley. It seems that not many have passed the equestrian test. Let us depart, Your Highness. Jack Follett placed Azure upon the back of his cherished black steed, and the two rode towards the rear gate of St. Francis City, heading towards the vast expanse of the open fields. With no other recourse, Lanes could only dash forward through the corridor. If I can live a moment longer, I shall, Lanes murmured breathlessly to himself as he ran. Upon reaching the end of the passage, he beheld an unusual sight. The 2 guards, the swordsman Elf and the spearman Gorse, stood resolutely at the entrance of the treasury, their postures as rigid as javelins. Under ordinary circumstances, this would not have raised eyebrows, but given the present situation, Lanes had not encountered a single Sophia soldier throughout his frantic journey. "Hey, you two," Lanes approached, panting heavily. "Are you not aware that the Imperial army has infiltrated?" "We are aware, my lord," Elf replied, his tone still impeccably courteous. "However, we have received no orders to change shifts, my lord. So you intend to wait here to perish?" "Two complete fools," Lanes exclaimed angrily. Yet he quickly added, "Hey, Gorse, I recall you mentioning that this heavy iron door could withstand even the holy sword Landberk. Now is the time to put that to the test. The Azure Dragon Knight is pursuing us, wielding that very weapon. Quickly, open the iron door, let us take refuge within." It was Elf who responded. "I regret to inform you, my lord, without orders from General Aruba or the Prime Minister, we cannot. The Prime Minister has surrendered. Aruba is dead. Who will command you now?" Lanes interrupted Elf, his frustration palpable. "As soldiers, we are bound to obey orders," Elf replied, remaining calm and composed. "Damn it, you might as well be chipping away at stone, so obstinate." Lanes paced back and forth, suddenly struck by inspiration. "Since you only heed orders, allow me to give you one. My rank is that of a Viscount, the highest among the 3 of us. You surely do not wish to die, do you?" The last remark carried a note of pleading. After all, he was but a 14-year-old boy, left to plead for their cooperation. Elf and Gorse exchanged glances, both nodding in agreement. "Very well, we shall follow your command, my lord." As Elf spoke, he unfastened the key from his waist. With a rusty creak, the heavy iron door slowly swung open. Instantly, a golden light illuminated the faces of the 3. The 3 iron bolts were released one by one. Lanes finally breathed a sigh of relief. He settled atop a pile of coins, surveying his surroundings. Although Prime Minister Claude often lamented the frequent wars and the empty treasury, this place still housed a substantial accumulation of gold and silver coins. Many of the coin pouches had decayed with age, allowing the gleaming coins to spill forth. With every step the trio took, the coins beneath their feet clinked, a testament to the precious peace brought forth by the Cartier Accord. Yet Gorse held a different view. It is said that the treasury official, Lord Leola, hanged himself from this beam. That sound is his ghost counting coins, Gorse remarked, gazing vacantly at the ceiling, his voice trembling. That Liola's notorious stinginess was well known across the continent, even during his tenure. Extracting funds from the treasury, even with the king's direct authorization, proved to be an exceedingly arduous task. Leola regarded every copper coin as invaluable as his own flesh and blood. Once Bishop Claude ascended to the role of Prime Minister, his extravagant spending style became an eyesore to Leola. Before long, Leola deemed Claude his sworn enemy, yet his capabilities were far from sufficient to dethrone the Prime Minister. In protest, he committed a singular act. He hanged himself in the treasury. Some say he did so to counsel King Sophia with his death. Others believe he could not bear to see the gold flow from his grasp and preferred death. Yet another theory posits that he intended to undermine Bishop Claude. Suicide was strictly forbidden within the doctrine, and such an incident would bring reproach upon Claude as the bishop of the diocese that in any case. He became renowned as the most miserly man on the continent. There are whispers that his ghost remains unwilling to leave the treasury, eternally haunting the piles of gold. Since then, no one dared linger within the treasury, and the Kingdom of Sophia ceased to appoint a treasury official. Even if there were a ghost, it would merely be that of a miser. Nothing to fear, Lanes retorted irritably. You have grown into such a large frame. Yet your courage is so diminutive. You truly bring shame upon the people of Sophia. My lord, Gorse is quite brave on the battlefield. He fears no man, only ghosts, Elf interjected, defending his comrade. Yet Lanes paid him no heed. Ha, ghosts? I ceased to believe in such things after I turned 5. Lanes abruptly halted as he heard faint footsteps behind him, while the 2 guards remained in front of him. Did you hear that? Lanes inquired. The 3 stood up simultaneously. What sound? Elf, alert, drew his sword and began to scan the area. Meanwhile, Gorse, trembling and clutching his head, stammered, Ghost, the ghost of Lord Leola. At that moment, even Lanes felt a chill creeping up his spine. He leapt up and urged Gorse, Don't just stand there. Go check over there. But Gorse, paralyzed by fear, remained frozen, leaving Lanes to investigate the suspicious area himself. Another series of footsteps echoed, and this time all 3 heard it clearly. The sound was particularly jarring given the myriad of coins scattered across the floor. As they rounded a stack of wooden coin chests, Lanes caught sight of a shadow. Aha, over here! Lanes shouted. Come quickly, Gorse, it's not a ghost. The shadow, startled, turned to flee, only to stumble directly into Elf's embrace, who seized it firmly. A thief. Elf declared he had captured a boy younger than Lanes, wearing a small felt hat and tattered homespun clothing, his face dotted with freckles that a bag was slung across his back. And as he struggled, shiny silver coins spilled from the torn seams. Elf, evidently reluctant to resort to violence against the child, loosened his grip. However, Gorse, arriving promptly, tightened his hold once more. You little rascal, you brought us nothing but disgrace. Gorse raised his spear, poised to strike him down. That it cannot be said that Gorse was cruel. Laws in every nation dictated the death penalty for those who dared to rob the royal treasury without the need for a trial. Yet with Lanes present, he could not help but make a remark. How glorious, Gorse. You were just quaking in your boots, yet now you brandish your spear high at a mere child. Are you so eager to slay him for fear he might retaliate? With such words, Gorse reluctantly lowered his weapon. His theft has cost us both our positions as squad leaders, my lord. Gorse lamented. He hasn't taken much. Surely he shouldn't face execution. At this moment, Lane surprisingly found himself defending the little thief. According to the law, theft from the royal treasury, regardless of the amount, is punishable by death. Elf joined the debate. I am unaware of such a law, Lanes persisted. Just then, a series of knocks interrupted their discussion. That a clear, confident voice resonated from outside the door. Prince Azure of Sophia. You have nowhere left to run. Please come out and surrender. I am Leon, and I assure your safety in the name of the Azure Dragon Knights. The 4 inside exchanged bewildered glances. Both soldiers clearly confused. What a trustworthy assurance. Azure mused quietly to himself. Too bad I am not a prince. I cannot respond on his behalf. The voice lingered a moment before resuming. Prince Azure, if you refuse to come out, I shall be forced to enter. You are well aware of the power of the holy sword Landberk. This iron door shall not hinder me. After Leon's words, he graciously allowed a pause. There was no need for haste. No one inside could escape. The 4 within were left dumbfounded. This is it. We are finished, Gorse muttered under his breath, releasing the thief. Though pale, Elf raised his sword, prepared for a final stand. Lanes continued to speak bravely. There is nothing to fear. If they enter, we shall simply surrender. After all, Azure I even here. They may very well let us go. His voice trailed off, yet his legs trembled uncontrollably. That moment, the discarded thief suddenly chuckled, speaking up. If I help you escape, will you grant me clemency, your highness? Can you? Lanes asked, disregarding his grammatical error. I have dug a tunnel. Before he could finish, Lanes seized the boy's hand. Spare me the chatter. Where is the tunnel? The three followed the thief to a corner, where he pushed aside a pile of broken wooden crates, revealing a dark opening in the ground. No wonder our precautions were in vain. There is indeed a tunnel leading directly here, Elf exclaimed, his face alight with realization. Meanwhile, Gorse fretted. The tunnel entrance is too small. I may not fit. At that moment, Leon spoke again. Then I shall enter, Your Highness. As he spoke, the sound of hammering echoed from the outer iron door. Gorse raised his spear, declaring, I will stay behind, my lord. You must know I am no coward. Nonsense. Remove your armor. We shall force you through if need be. Reins was not idle with his hands while he spoke. He was busily stuffing gold coins into his pockets. Meanwhile, he shouted at everyone, Hey, you exchange the silver coins in the bags for gold coins and grab a few more bags. You too, don't just stand there, come help me. The life of a fugitive is quite expensive, you know. However, the two guards refused to engage in embezzlement, stating, You may take as much as you like, but we will not touch a single coin from the treasury, my lord. Even in such circumstances, Elf remained steadfast in his principles. Reins, infuriated, exclaimed, You are guarding gold for the cow's people. But Elf remained unmoved, asserting, It is futile to argue. As treasury guards, we must never engage in theft. Well said. We are honest men, Gorse added, fumbling to remove his armor. At that moment, the iron door let out a final groan as a large hole was smashed into it, through which the radiant blade of the holy sword Landberk gleamed, severing a section of the bolt. The cheers of the Imperial army could be distinctly heard from outside. Hurry, hurry! The four of them swiftly jumped into the hole. Reins appeared even more cumbersome than Gorse at that moment. His body was laden with coin pouches, his hands burdened with several bags, and every pocket in his clothing stuffed with gold coins. Just as he was about to leap into the hole, he tossed a few bags of gold inside, dragging them along with him. This act astonished even the thief. Truly greedy, even more so than I. All three bolts had been severed, and the Imperial army surged in. However, their cheers quickly morphed into roars of rage. What was meant to be their prey had vanished. After a frantic search, they discovered the tunnel, with the Azure Dragon Knight Leon standing by its entrance, his face ashen. Leon rarely exhibited anger, yet the soldiers standing beside him could sense the terror emanating from his slightly trembling frame and tightly clenched fists. The soldiers silently retreated, afraid to even glance at the scattered gold and silver coins on the ground. Leon detested such acts of pillaging. Should we chase them down the hole? Asked Lieutenant Liotto. The lieutenant's role was to facilitate communication between the superior and the subordinates, and as Leon's personal friend, he lamented the escape of such a significant reward right from under his nose. Forget it. Leon's voice still bore traces of fury. How could the esteemed Azure Dragon Knight order crawl through a hole like some common rat? We shan't squeeze ourselves into such a small burrow. He waved his hand dismissively. Everyone has worked hard. Since His Majesty's statistician has yet to arrive, do your best to take what you can. But be careful not to disrupt the order. The soldiers erupted into cheers. Though strict, Leon was not rigid, which was one reason the soldiers were willing to exert themselves for him. It was indeed a bit inhumane to have them toil to breach the enemy's treasury only to return empty-handed. The tunnel was narrow and damp, and the four of them crawled forward in a line that if they looked back in the darkness, they could only see each other's eyes glinting. The soil here was quite loose, which might be the primary reason it could be excavated into a tunnel. It's too narrow. Reins was the first to voice his complaint. You brought too much with you. Besides, I dug this hole according to my own size. I never anticipated someone like you would come laden with bags. The thief seemed much more at ease now that he realized Reins was not of royal blood. The atmosphere in Sophia had always been liberal, and most citizens did not hold the nobility in the same reverence as the royalty. Reins just happened to favor this egalitarian tone, despite being the son of the country's highest noble. He despised the notion of class distinction. What is your name? Reins inquired again. The villagers call me Jim, the thief replied. What is your surname? Surname? It is the family name passed down through generations. For instance, our family name is Liotto. Didn't your parents tell you? I never knew them. The villagers raised me. They never mentioned surnames. Only you nobles have them. My name is simply Jim. It seems we are alike. Both orphans, Reins sighed. I lost my mother long ago, and not long ago I just lost my father. My father often said that orphans can only rely on good friends. Let us be good friends from now on. That would be splendid. I've never had a noble friend before. You seem quite adept at moving money. Have you done this sort of work before? Jim immediately began to joke with his new friend. Every time I entered the treasury, I imagined the day I would steal from it. Reins unabashedly confessed his thoughts. He then asked, does the tunnel extend all the way outside the city, as the stories say? Of course not. I wouldn't waste my efforts like that. The tunnel's exit is right within the palace. Where? The other three asked simultaneously, fearing that if they finally managed to escape, they would still fall into the hands of the Imperial army. Jim smiled mysteriously. You'll find out when we get there. It's very discreet and one to be discovered. Elf then interjected, why do you only steal silver coins? Gold coins are worth much more. You nobles can spend money freely, but if we commoners produce gold coins for payment, we would be arrested and interrogated by the patrols. Occasionally taking out a few silver coins isn't a big deal, Jim said indignantly. At that moment, Gores, feeling neglected, shouted, help, I'm stuck. The three had no choice but to curse while pushing and pulling him, loosening the soil to assist him, as they could only move slowly through the tunnel due to Gores' predicament. Fortunately, the tunnel wasn't very long. After a difficult crawl, the four fugitives finally saw the light, symbolizing freedom. One by one, they emerged from the hole. Just as Reins poked his head out, a large hand seized his neck and hoisted him up. For a brief moment, Reins thought he had fallen into the hands of the Imperial army, but he soon burst into laughter. He saw a hefty cook, resembling a mountain of flesh, holding him in one hand and Jim in the other. Chattering away, Jim, you naughty boy, back to steal eggs again, and you've brought company. I'm sorry, Aunt Betty. These are my friends, and we just escaped from the palace. Jim replied earnestly. I know, poor children. Look how dirty you are, the cook said affectionately. Jim's tunnel exit was located in the chicken coop of the palace kitchen. As the four emerged, their heads and bodies were covered in straw, and Gores knocked over the entire chicken coop as he crawled out. Fortunately, Cook Betty was from Jim's village, and the four were treated to a hearty meal. The Imperial army scoured the palace, but no one paid any attention to the four filthy kitchen helpers. Yet, the thought of being under the same roof as the Azure Dragon Knight made it impossible for anyone to have a good appetite, and after filling their bellies, the four hastily slipped out of the palace, despite the Imperial army having blocked all entrances and exits. The kitchen's surrounding wall was the lowest of all the palace walls. Even so, the heavily burdened Reins struggled significantly to climb over. The streets were much calmer compared to when Azure and Jack Flint fled. But numerous Imperial patrols roamed about. The four stealthily avoided the patrol's gaze and took refuge in the nearest Grand Cathedral. However, Reins' appearance was exceedingly conspicuous at this moment. He was laden with coin pouches, and as he walked, gold coins would tumble from his pockets. Anyone who saw him would easily associate him with Jim's profession. Consequently, they caught the attention of an Imperial soldier who followed them into the cathedral. Yet, inside the cathedral, there was only a young monk, around 15 or 16, waiting for him. Where are the suspicious individuals? The Imperial soldier asked, gripping his sword, prepared for any potential resistance as an occupier. However, the young monk clearly had no intention of countering with force. They went that way. Esteemed officer, the monk said, pointing towards a side door, where indeed a few gold coins led into a side chamber. The greedy soldier turned his head just in time for the monk to suddenly raise the prayer book in his hand and smash it against the soldier's head. This thick book, specially chosen, had a cover wrapped in iron, and it knocked the unfortunate soldier unconscious in an instant. Come out. The monk turned towards the side door, wearing a bright smile that seemed incongruous with his vocation. Well done. Brother Hein. Reins was always the first to speak. That elf's gratitude was more succinct. Thank you, Brother Hein. It is nothing, Lord Reins, that it is indeed fortunate that you managed to escape the palace, though Reins appeared the most disheveled among the four. Brother Hein immediately recognized his title. You know my identity? Reins felt quite perplexed. They had only just met. Hein smiled but did not answer, saying, This is the Grand Cathedral of the Sophia Parish, the cows. Like us, worship the great god Mills. They would not dare offend the Grand Church of Kadain in the Holy City, so they will not come here to disturb you. You, my lord, and your companions are safe here. I will go out to ascertain the situation within the city and find an opportunity to escort you away from here. Make sure to inquire about Crown Prince Asher's whereabouts, Reins urged. I will inquire. But with General Jack Flynn accompanying him, there should be no issues. Poor General Aruba has likely perished, Hein casually remarked as he walked towards the door, leaving Reins puzzled in the room. How does he know so much? It's as if he escaped alongside me. Chapter 4. Humiliation and glory. After every significant achievement, the Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, invariably felt a sense of frustration, as he was perpetually convinced that he could have performed better. His aide and dear friend, Goliath, often pointed out that this was the bane of his perfectionist mindset. Once again, this proved true, as he witnessed the Crown Prince of Sophia narrowly escaping capture. Even Goliath believed their fortune had turned against them. Therefore, when Leon forcefully kicked open the grand doors of the council hall, the very heart of the Kingdom of Sophia, his mood was decidedly grim. Upon seeing Bishop Claude standing by the throne, his spirits plummeted further. Leon had always harbored an aversion to traitors, despite the fact that Claude's actions were ostensibly beneficial to the Empire. Your timely shift in allegiance is commendable. Indeed, for one who is hailed as the foremost sage of Sophia, that I trust your actions will earn you the Emperor's generous reward. But do you not fear the daggers of your former comrades while you stand here alone? Leon's words dripped with palpable sarcasm. My frail body is of little concern, and I leave my fate in the general's hands. However, I implore you to honor the agreement made with your emperor and restore order to the streets at once, ensuring the safety of the citizens within the capital, Claude retorted, disregarding Leon's hostility and making demands instead, which piqued Leon's interest. How can we trust that you won't seize the opportunity to flee once we leave? Goliath interjected, unable to restrain himself in defense of his superior. If I had intended to escape, you would not see me here now. Moreover, according to your own assertions, I must await the Emperor's reward, Claude replied, rendering both men momentarily speechless that a smile crept across Claude's face. While he certainly lacked the martial prowess of the two young men before him, in the realm of rhetoric, his experience far surpassed that of Leon and Goliath combined. But he pressed on. As far as I understand, our treasury has sustained considerable losses, and incidents of your soldiers pillaging the citizens' belongings have emerged in the streets. I have kept my promise by opening the city gates. Now it is your turn to uphold your end of the bargain. Instead of debating here, it would be prudent for you both to reorganize your troops post-haste. The two young generals exchanged glances. For by all rights, they were the victors. Yet now they found themselves chastised by a vanquished foe. Everyone understood that even if Bishop Claude had not opened the gates, the fall of St. Francis was merely a matter of time. Moreover, Claude, as the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Sophia, should have been condemned for his surrender. Yet through his words, the Empire and the Azure Dragon Knights found themselves branded as betrayers. Leon could not even retort, after all. It was he who had consented to the soldiers pillaging the treasury. Ultimately, Leon had no choice but to concede defeat in this verbal contest, yielding to Claude's persuasive reasoning alongside Goliath. Why should we heed this old man's commands? He is our enemy, and a defeated one at that, Goliath remarked as they exited the palace. Suddenly recalling the fact that they were the victors, Leon was equally bewildered. Had he known that Jack Frit and Aruba had still followed Claude's orders to escape the palace after confirming his betrayal, he would not have been so astonished by Claude's persuasive abilities. Yet he could only respond. Perhaps his suggestions hold some merit. Before long, Leon would validate Claude's advice. It led to widespread turmoil. The two Imperial battalions entering the capital, the Azure Dragon Knights and the two-headed Dragon Imperial Knights, were renowned for their strict discipline. A testament to the Azure Dragon Knights' rigorous military conduct and the noble status of the two-headed Dragon Knights. Consequently, although minor skirmishes had arisen due to the resistance of some citizens, the situation had not escalated into outright chaos. The real trouble, however, brewed outside the city, instigated by the Imperial forces. The newly arrived Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps commanded by the Red Knight Kaldak. The Red Dragon Corps arrived simultaneously with the Ironclad Knights, who had sustained some injuries during the Battle of Catalate Plains and required a day or two to recuperate. That is a highly mobile cavalry unit. Their arrival within days was hardly surprising. However, the swift arrival of the heavy infantry unit was indeed remarkable. Kaldak understood that without the support of infantry, even the most formidable cavalry would be rendered powerless beneath towering city walls. Thus he exerted all his effort to urge his soldiers forward. "Hurry up, faster. The sooner we arrive, the sooner His Majesty steps into the palace of Sophia." For Kaldak, who was not known for his oratory skills, such a speech was a challenge. Yet he soon realized that appealing to a higher cause did not expedite the soldier's pace, and he resorted to a phrase his aide, Keller, had taught him. "Think of the fine wines of St. Francis. Think of the gleaming gold coins of Sophia, and the renowned beauties of the continent. Once you arrive, they shall all be yours." With such enticing promises, the soldiers' legs grew light, and under their commander's influence, the mobility of the Red Dragon heavy infantry left even the speed-renowned Steinbach in awe. However, when they finally arrived, breathless at the foot of St. Francis, they were met with a shocking sight. The gates of St. Francis stood wide open, and Imperial soldiers were aiding the citizens of Sophia in maintaining order. "Where is His Majesty?" "Inside the city." "What of the Azure Dragon Knights?" "They have charged into the Sophia Palace." "What of the Sophia army?" "They have surrendered." Upon hearing such responses, Kaldak sank to the ground, not from exhaustion, but from sheer indignation. That it was a perfect embodiment of the saying, "After much anticipation, the stage has collapsed." Kaldak had painstakingly rallied his soldiers' morale, only to find no outlet for their fervor. This sensation was more infuriating than defeat itself. While the commander's feelings were tumultuous, the soldiers' sentiments were far worse. When they discovered order had been restored within the city and that the dreams of fine wine, beautiful maidens, and gold coins were no longer within their grasp, their frustrations could no longer be contained to mere sulking on the ground. The stationed two-headed dragon Imperial Knights and Azure Dragon Knights were not units the Red Dragon heavy infantry dared to offend, so they sought outlets for their anger outside the city. Uncontrolled soldiers pillaged 2 villages, set vast expanses of forest ablaze, and ultimately, they executed the earlier proposal of Chancellor Phyllis, destroying the water supply pipeline outside St. Francis. By the time Leon hurriedly arrived to regain control of the situation, word had already reached Emperor Fran, inciting his wrath. That evening, a celebratory banquet was convened in the council hall of the Sophia Palace. Yet the first order of business was to address the egregious misconduct of the Red Dragon Corps commander. "Your foolish actions have caused me to lose the trust of the Sophia people. Do you understand?" Emperor Kao's Fran glowered at Kaldak, who knelt like a tower of iron. The emperor's displeasure stemmed not solely from the betrayal of trust. According to Bishop Claude's report, repairing the damaged water supply pipeline would require at least a year. Some sections could only be repaired during the dry season. During this interval, the city would have to rely solely on a few wells for water, meaning that they could not garrison a substantial military presence. Furthermore, the scarcity of water would severely impact the upcoming spring planting, inevitably reducing this year's grain yield and thereby diminishing the empire's food supplies. After all, the primary motivation for their war was sustenance, but of course, brutes like Kaldak could hardly comprehend such complexities. When Emperor Fran announced his decision regarding Kaldak's punishment, the latter appeared quite indignant. It was merely a water channel of the Sophia people. He muttered resentfully as he took a seat, conveniently beside the equally disgruntled Milanese envoy, Demolise, though Kaldak was dissatisfied. He would never dare to express his grievances before the emperor. This fierce warrior, unafraid on the battlefield, dared not overstep even a fraction of decorum in the emperor's presence. In contrast, Demolise, hailing from the merchant nation of Milan, bore no such reservations, or rather, he had yet to experience the emperor's formidable authority, compounded by the influence of wine. At this moment, he stood to question the emperor. "Your Majesty, due to your orders for your soldiers to maintain order within the city, your troops gained nothing from this resounding victory. Our merchant convoy has wandered the city for an entire day, yet returned empty-handed. The preferential trading rights your Majesty promised us have become utterly meaningless." The Milanese merchants, whose interests had been compromised, disregarded even the most basic etiquette. The so-called preferential trading rights were a convention upheld throughout the continent. During wartime between 2 nations, merchant convoys often accompanied military units to sell various goods to the soldiers. known as military merchant convoys, which could sometimes provide an entire legion supplies. Thus, the presence of such merchant groups greatly facilitated the army. When the military captured the enemy's city, these convoys would seize the opportunity to purchase items looted by the soldiers at low prices, allowing the victors to swiftly convert their spoils into currency. Some merchant groups even incited chaotic soldiers to abduct civilians to sell them into slavery. In such cases, the merchants reaped substantial profits. This system is commonly referred to as the devilish rule of siphoning the lifeblood of the defeated. However, due to the conveniences and benefits it offers to both the military and merchant factions, various nations across the continent maintain one or two merchant groups closely allied with the military as accompanying trading companies. These groups are granted the privilege of purchasing the spoils of war from the legions first, thereby enjoying preferential trading rights. Of course, these accompanying merchant groups are also bound by regulations. They are permitted only to acquire the spoils of the victors and are forbidden from seizing them themselves. This is an obligation they must adhere to. In return for this obligation, they are afforded certain rights. When the legion they are affiliated with is vanquished by the enemy, the adversaries are also expected to honor the rules and refrain from plundering the merchant groups. This time, Duke Albert of Milan's agreement to sign a treaty with the Empire was largely motivated by the substantial benefits that the accompanying merchant groups of the Imperial army could attain. However, with the Sophia army's surrender without a fight, the Milanese's calculations fell entirely to ruin, which explains Demolise's apparent agitation. Chancellor Phyllis and Emperor Fran exchanged glances, both understanding Demolise's frustration, yet they showed no concern for the losses of the Milanese. After a moment of silence, the Emperor spoke. "Are you suggesting that I order the Imperial army to pillage the populace so that your merchant groups may reap benefits? If that is your intention, you may proceed as you wish, but do be wary of the Azure Dragon Knights, who have received my orders to execute any who disturb the peace of the city without hesitation." Demolise's face turned pale, stammering, This is impossible, that we are all honest and law-abiding merchants. We would never engage in such acts of robbery." Emperor Fran immediately interjected. "Should the Imperial army then resort to plunder, St. Francis is now the territory of the Empire." Demolise was left speechless, awkwardly taking his seat. The subsequent reports began to uplift Emperor Fran's spirits. News of victories arrived from several fronts, and additional lords from Sophia declared their surrender, particularly when he beheld the treasury list from Sophia presented by the vassal Claude. Even the discerning emperor found it challenging not to feel satisfied. Millions of gold coins, enough provisions to sustain the entire imperial army for 2 years, along with numerous other treasures. Sophia's wealth far exceeded anyone's prior expectations within the empire. At the banquet, Emperor Fran jovially distributed the wealth among his subordinates and promoted several generals. The leader of the Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps, Coldens, was formally bestowed the title of Imperial Knight, becoming a direct force of the Empire, and the Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps was henceforth renamed the Silver Wolf Legion. Furthermore, the valiant Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, was elevated from Count to Marquis, officially assuming command of the Holy Sword Landberk, while other generals received their respective rewards. Even Claude retained his position as bishop and was appointed to assist in the governance of St. Francis City, with Tullum serving as his deputy. Save for Caldac, his punishment was the annulment of his recent military accolades. Amidst the clinking of goblets, Chancellor Phyllis approached former Prime Minister Claude of Sophia, slightly inebriated. "Bishop Claude, it has been 40 years since we graduated from the monastery of Cardan. Has it not? You were the most outstanding among us, the first prodigy since the founding of the monastery. Despite my utmost efforts, I could only ever secure second place, forever falling short of your brilliance. Over the years, you have indeed earned the title of Sophia's foremost sage." Though his words were flattering, they were laced with an unmistakable tone of triumph. Claude immediately discerned the underlying message in Phyllis's remarks. At this moment, he could only accept Phyllis's haughty demeanor. As a vanquished party, such indignities must be endured. Yet Phyllis, perhaps truly intoxicated, was unwilling to relent. "Do you recall the strategic exercise during our graduation? I was utterly defeated by your relentless assault. However, in actual battle, on the Catalet plain, the circumstances were markedly different. Claude, real combat diverges significantly from war games. This time, I prepared thoroughly, intending to engage my old rival in earnest, yet your performance has left me disappointed. Old classmate. Phyllis, breaking from his usual reticence, rambled excitedly, clearly overwhelmed with exhilaration. Claude slowly set down his cup. He was ready to counter. When it came to rhetoric, he was confident that no one in the entire continent could rival him, especially since Phyllis had debated with him multiple times in the past, each ending in failure for Phyllis. Yet this time, before he could launch his retort, he was interrupted by the loud voice of the attendant, the vice commander of the Ice Dragon Sea Knights. Viscount Galamio Fatino requests an audience. A young officer entered as the announcement was made, capturing the attention of all present. This officer's appearance was so exquisitely charming that one might mistake him for a woman. His golden hair shimmered with every step, and his skin, exposed beneath his radiant golden armor, glistened like freshly fallen snow. Those encountering him for the first time would certainly perceive him as female. Viscount Galamio Fatino was known throughout the Empire as the Phantom General, due to his excessively alluring appearance, which seemed insufficient to instill fear in the enemy. He always donned a mask of a ghost when going into battle, not a member of the Empire's high nobility. He was immensely wealthy and possessed a charismatic demeanor that garnered attention wherever he went, his reputation eclipsing that of his superior, Commander Imelda of the Ice Dragon Sea Knights. Upon approaching the Emperor's throne, he knelt on one knee, extending his congratulations on the victory in war. His words exuded the grace and poise of noble lineage, prompting the maidservants present to shift their gazes from Azure Dragon Knight Leon to Galamio's visage, igniting a subtle stir within the hall. Emperor Fran, in high spirits, remarked, "My dear Galamio, I trust the Ice Dragon Sea Knights have already arrived at the gates of New Kovna, and you are here to deliver news of triumph." A look of shame crossed Galamio's face as he lowered his head and replied, "Your servant is indeed here to express contrition on behalf of the commander for the failure to follow your commands to advance on New Kovna." Why? Disregarding military orders is a grave offense. Surely Commander Imelda is aware of this. The Emperor's expression was not overly severe. "Your Majesty, after departing from Allen Port, upon reaching the waters near Milan, we received urgent reports from Lord Alphonse, who remained in the capital, indicating a significant gathering of orc forces across the Darlan Strait, accompanied by the construction of numerous rafts, evidently plotting some nefarious scheme. Concurrently, several outposts along our northern border have recently been subjected to attacks by unknown forces. Considering the orcs' recent patterns of behavior, Commander Imelda surmised this could likely be a prelude to a major offensive. Thus, she resolved to recall the entire legion to defend the Darlan Strait against the impending invasion. That I have also advised against this. Yet the commander remained obstinate. Therefore, I have come to plead for your Majesty's forgiveness toward her for her unilateral actions." As he spoke, he produced Lord Alphonse's report and presented it with both hands. That a hush fell over the hall as all eyes turned to Emperor Fran, who was engrossed in reading the report. Within the Imperial military code, failing to adhere to orders is deemed the gravest of offenses. There have been instances in the past where commanders face severe penalties for acting on their own accord, despite achieving merit. The charge against Kaldak this time was also for disobeying orders and unilaterally damaging facilities. Although Imelda's actions were in the Empire's interest, would the Emperor hold her accountable for her overreach? The assembled generals awaited with bated breath. The Emperor's expression fluctuated, and after rereading the report several times, he chuckled softly. I never expected those beasts would also grasp the concept of seizing opportunities. He raised his gaze to Galamio, inquiring, "Did Commander Imelda send you to apologize on her behalf?" "No, it was not," Galamio replied, bowing his head. "It was my own concern that your Majesty might misinterpret the commander's actions, which prompted me to come explain without prior notice to her. Should your Majesty wish to punish the commander, I implore you to also penalize me for my presumption." Emperor Fran let out a cold laugh. It seems that acting independently is a tradition among the Ice Dragon Sea Knights. From the commander to the deputy, the Emperor's tone was unfriendly, and the court fell silent. That a tense atmosphere enveloped the grand hall. Suddenly, Fran slammed his hand on the table, causing everyone to jump, yet Emperor Cows erupted into laughter. "Excellent. Though Commander Imelda is of the fairer sex, she possesses more fortitude than many men. Had she awaited my decision, it would have cost us the opportunity. Convey my decree to reward Commander Imelda with 10,000 gold coins in recognition of her decisiveness." A collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly as Galamio expressed his gratitude and withdrew. While the court rejoiced at the emperor's magnanimity, only Chancellor Phyllis sensed a lingering note of displeasure in the emperor's tone. Commander Imelda's actions were undoubtedly justified. She was renowned for her resolute decision-making within the Imperial military. However, whether such a character could continue to be appreciated by the emperor remained uncertain. Throughout history, those who shone too brightly often incurred the resentment of those in power, even if one possessed greater abilities than their superiors. It was wise to conceal them. Although the emperor acknowledged her independent decision this time, who could guarantee that she would not face repercussions in the future? Of course, a warrior like Imelda was unlikely to possess the meticulousness of Phyllis. If she were to tread carefully, it would not align with her nature. However, should this continue, it may very well become a source of unrest. As Phyllis was lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a knowing smile gracing the face of Bishop Claude. This old fox might have already discerned the hidden dangers within the empire, Phyllis mused to himself. At that moment, Turum approached, and Phyllis's thoughts shifted to this diminutive man. It was somewhat amusing that he felt a measure of trepidation towards Turum, a mere minor figure, for it was this man who had represented Claude in a series of negotiations with Emperor Fran regarding the surrender of the Kingdom of Sophia. The specific terms and details had been discussed with Phyllis during the siege. The resilience and avarice displayed by Turum were truly astonishing to Phyllis. Compared to him, Demirais seemed a mere novice. And even Emperor Fran was taken aback by Turum's audacity. Although both Fran and Phyllis were aware that they could easily seize the city of San Francisco without accepting Claude's surrender, they found themselves unable to utter the words, "We refuse to accept your surrender," in the face of Turum's obsequious demeanor. Yet, when it came to the status of Sophia and its subjects post-surrender, Turum shamelessly proposed demands, inching towards victory until a surrender document was ultimately signed. In hindsight, while this surrender document, akin to a treaty, was penned with great humility and acknowledged the entirety of Sophia as imperial territory, it made no concessions regarding the specific interests of the Sophian people. The Sophian people lost only their pride and dignity, as well as their temporary national power, while the empire gained vanity at the expense of an opportunity to bolster its strength. This was the assessment of historians years later regarding the Treaty of Surrender signed between Sophia and Chaos. Nevertheless, Turum, who primarily drafted this treaty, never received accolades commensurate with his contributions, despite showcasing remarkable diplomatic skills during the negotiations. However, Bishop Claude was aware of this, as he praised his subordinate who had brought about the downfall of Sophia. "Well done. Turum. Seems your diplomatic prowess and persuasiveness are indeed quite formidable. There will be ample opportunities to rely on you in the future." Although it was Turum's suggestion that led to the impetuous assault by Duke Norland, resulting in the annihilation of his forces, Claude belonged to the forward-looking ilk. As long as Turum remained useful, Claude would not belittle his abilities for past missteps. "Oh, not at all. Your Excellency, you flatter me. After all, I am a Sophian." Turum feigned a spirit of patriotism, only to immediately reveal his true intentions. "You promised to elevate me. Fear not, from today onward, you shall serve as my deputy. Additionally, I have already informed the nobility to include your name in the lineage records." Claude had anticipated Turum's request. "Thank you, Your Excellency. I shall certainly do my utmost henceforth." Turum smiled, revealing his prominent front teeth, prompting the surrounding maidens to cover their mouths in laughter and scurry away. The climax of the banquet occurred when Emperor Fran declared San Francisco as a delegated territory, appointing the Green Dragon Knight, Leon, as its lord. The hall was filled with astonishment. Everyone understood that the lordship of San Francisco implied dominion over the vast lands of the former Kingdom of Sophia. Initially, people speculated that the emperor would personally oversee this territory or at least delegate it to an experienced minister like Chancellor Phyllis. However, it was entrusted to Leon, a mere 17-year-old youth. Still very much a boy, moreover, the emperor's decision indicated his intention to return to the empire. Chancellor Phyllis was undoubtedly the most shaken by this revelation. The emperor had not consulted him regarding such a significant matter, and he was as uninformed as everyone else when the announcement was made. The Green Dragon Knight, Leon, was equally oblivious. Once the banquet concluded, Chancellor Phyllis disregarded decorum and intercepted the Emperor's procession. Your Majesty, General Leon is indeed skilled in martial prowess and possesses outstanding intellect. Yet he is still under 20 and bears the weighty responsibility of governing such an important city as San Francisco. Not to mention overseeing the entirety of Sophia. Even the Green Dragon Knight may find it beyond his capabilities. Phyllis stated directly. Emperor Fran seemed slightly intoxicated as he staggered in response. Did you not advocate for my elevation of Lord Leon to the position of Legion Commander at the tender age of 15? When he was already addressed as your lordship, there were indeed dissenting voices at that time. Yet you defended him. Over these years, Lord Leon has achieved remarkable military successes and gained considerable renown, largely due to your sponsorship. So, why now oppose my continued trust in him? General Leon's capabilities were indeed sufficient for the role of Legion Commander, but now he may not be ready to independently bear the responsibilities of a city lord. Furthermore, the entirety of Sophia remains unsettled, and the remnants of Norland's forces are still on the run. It is likely that we will face numerous battles ahead, that if your Majesty intends to withdraw the troops now, it may lead to disastrous consequences. Phyllis grasped Emperor Fran's sleeve, his agitation evident. Phyllis, Fran's voice lowered, momentarily breaking free from the clutches of intoxication, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity that he handed Phyllis a piece of parchment. This is a confidential report I received from Lord Alphonse 3 days ago. The Orc tribe's current assault is no trifling matter. Their movements have become increasingly systematic over the years, and it is said that their high priest, Tatara, possesses cunning and sorcery rivaling that of the legendary Sambat. According to Lord Alphonse's report, their methods of attacking our outposts are exceedingly sophisticated, indicative of seasoned soldiers. They have taken advantage of our northern vulnerabilities to launch a surprise attack, demonstrating that their intelligence and strength are indeed formidable. If I cannot compel them to remain docile across the strait, how can I dedicate myself to conquering the southern realms? So, your Majesty has been aware of this matter for some time. Indeed, but I feared it would undermine troop morale, hence I remained silent. Lord Alphonse's White Dragon Holy Knights are specifically tasked with countering sorcerers and magic users, and have always been the nemesis of the Orc tribe. Furthermore, General Hasnam's Royal Guard and General Antia's swordsmen are stationed in the Imperial capital, so your Majesty need not worry excessively. Emperor Chaos chuckled helplessly. You know that Lord Alphonse is rather rigid. The peculiar oath he swore has bound the White Dragon Holy Knight's hands and feet. If those beasts cross the Kalen's mountains, Lord Alphonse may find himself powerless to intervene. As for the other 2 legions, Hasnam must remain to guard the capital and cannot easily engage in battle. While Antia's, being of advanced age and commanding predominantly infantry, will likely struggle against the onslaught of those beasts that I have already intended to lead the troops back. The actions of Lady Imelda align perfectly with my desires. In that case, I could also defend this location on your Majesty's behalf. General Leon, while capable as a commander, lacks the experience necessary to lead an army. Pacifying Sophia requires not only martial prowess but also political and diplomatic acumen. The affairs of the Empire's homeland require your talents. And you cannot remain here. Bishop Claude is also well-versed in strategy and can assist Lord Leon. All administrative matters can be entrusted to him. Claude has recently surrendered and is exceedingly cunning, I fear. Phyllis's brow furrowed, his distrust of Claude unabated. In the eyes of the Sophian people, he is now a traitor. Even should he harbor ulterior motives, none would follow him. That I shall also assign Kardak and Steinbach to assist Lord Leon, ensuring that Claude, a mere civilian, will not be able to cause significant disruption. The Emperor's mind was made up, and Phyllis's council could not alter it. He could only propose a new suggestion. There remain numerous regions in the southern part of Sophia that have yet to be subdued, and some lords near San Francisco are still in a state of indecision, that if we do not capture Norland's son, Azure, I fear Sophia will never truly capitulate, that I in my humble opinion. Blackjack is likely to escort the Prince of Sophia to the Kingdom of Linestar for refuge or military aid. As the King of Linestar, Cleric is the Prince's uncle, and the 2 nations have always maintained close ties. Your Majesty should expedite a military campaign against Linestar. Your words are indeed insightful, given the close relationship between Linestar and Sophia. A military expedition is essential. It seems that Steinbach, who could not participate in the siege of San Francisco, is somewhat dissatisfied. Let him lead the troops there. Linestar's military strength is weak. The Ironclad Knights should prevail easily. As for Kardak, having suffered a severe penalty, I shall provide him with an opportunity for merit, allowing him to lead his legion to pacify the southern counties of Sophia. Lord Leon's Green Dragon Knights will be stationed in San Francisco, with his integrity and strict military discipline. He will undoubtedly foster good relations with the city's inhabitants. Ultimately, I shall rely on Lord Leon's reputation to win the hearts of the Sophian people. With that, Emperor Fran's gaze drifted towards Leon, who was surely coming to decline his new role, but Fran impatiently waved him away. Eager to retire and rest, the exquisite wines of Sophia had finally conquered him. Thus, Emperor Chao's Fran and Chancellor Phyllis determined the next military deployment in the corridor leading to the royal chambers, both having consumed copious amounts of wine. Consequently, in the years that followed, some would criticize such decisions as overly haphazard, even suggesting that two drunken men sat on the carpet of the corridor deciding the continent's fate. Yet at that moment, such a decision appeared entirely unobjectionable. On the other hand, the troubled Milanese envoy Demolise found his path obstructed by Bishop Claude on his way back to his quarters. Upon sighting Claude, Demolise erupted in anger. "What do you want? I have nothing to discuss with you." At that moment, there was no one he despised more than Bishop Claude. His capitulation strategy had thwarted the Milanese hopes of profiting at St. Francis. However, Claude was unfazed by Demolise's demeanor. There remains a cache of jewels and silk in the warehouses of Sophia that is yet to attract the attention of His Imperial Majesty's auditors. If you so wish, my lord, they could discreetly vanish from the storeroom, and no one would ever be the wiser. Claude was forthright. He understood that with someone like Demolise, there was no need for pleasantries. Only the proposition of profit mattered. Instantly, a smile spread across Demolise's face. "You are exceedingly gracious. Whatever you command, I shall obey without question." He was not foolish enough to believe that Claude would offer him benefits without expectation. That Claude's expression mirrored Demolise's smile. "It is a pleasure to converse with an astute individual such as yourself. All you need to do is..." Claude whispered something into Demolise's ear, concluding with, "This is merely a token of my regard for my former lord, and in no way a disloyalty to cows that I trust you will understand." Demolise chuckled. "I fully comprehend. Rest assured, there is no issue." "Then I thank you." With that, Claude departed. Watching Claude's retreating figure, Demolise spat contemptuously onto the crimson woolen carpet. "Bah! Whether you are loyal to cows matters not to us, as long as there is gold involved." With that, he swaggered back to his chamber. Chapter 5. Waiting for the right moment, while the minions of Kardak rampaged outside the city of St. Francis, two pairs of eyes observed their actions from the nearby woods. None other than the fugitives Jack Frit and Azure. Witnessing the devastation wrought upon their homeland and people, Jack Frit seethed. "Those scoundrels, if I ever cross paths with them again, they shall rue the day. Why not intervene now, General Jack Frit? Such an act would expose His Highness's whereabouts. But our people are being slaughtered. You could protect them. I'm afraid, Your Highness, your safety is paramount. We must depart post-haste." Though Jack Frit spoke thus, he struggled to suppress the urge to rush out, fearing that if he continued to watch, he would be unable to restrain himself. That he hastily scooped up Azure and left the thicket. He knew these paths as well as he knew his own bedroom. "Where are we going?" Azure inquired. "To the Kingdom of Linstar. To seek refuge with King Cleric, your uncle, and to borrow troops to reclaim our nation." Jack Frit responded, a glimmer of hope lighting his eyes at the thought of King Linstar. 15 years prior. King Norland of the Duff family had recently lost his spouse and had no heirs. After much counsel from his ministers, he agreed to marry Princess Catherine, sister of King Cleric of Linstar. A close ally, Linstar shared its southwestern border with Sophia, characterized by plains and historically weak military might, yet it was the most agriculturally prosperous nation on the continent. Half of the grain supplied to the Cow's Empire each year was produced in Linstar. Young Jack Frit had once accompanied the wedding procession to Linstar, that in his memory. King Cleric was a refined and charming gentleman, perhaps too delicate from a warrior's perspective, but perfectly suited as the brother of Princess Catherine. The relationship between Linstar and Sophia during that time could be described as a honeymoon. Linstar possessed a pair of sacred weapons known as the Holy Spears, one of which was given as a dowry to Sophia. Significantly bolstering Sophia's military strength in return, King Norland promised that Sophia's army would be at Linstar's service whenever King Cleric made a request. King Norland was not a man given to infatuation. But after Princess Catherine's arrival, he abandoned his former pursuits of hunting and jousting, choosing instead to linger in the palace. However, this bliss was short-lived. Despite her high status, Catherine ultimately could not escape the misfortune that befell all women. Death in childbirth claimed her life. Although King Norland eventually emerged from the sorrow of his wife's passing, he always held Azure responsible for her demise. Creating a rift between father and son, he locked the Holy Spears away in the armory, minimizing opportunities to see his son, hoping to alleviate the pain of his memories. From that point on, he lived a solitary life. The small and weak nation of Linstar had always relied on Sophia for protection. But now, for Prince Azure's sake, it faced the continent's mightiest military empire. Would King Cleric accept this sudden turn of fate? Jackfrit had no confidence in that possibility. There truly are no alternatives. Even Jackfrit felt resigned to such a decision. He tightened the reins and sped down a narrow forest path to the other end of the city. A small group was hurrying along. 5 individuals: Lanes, Jim, Elf, Gores, and the monk Hain, who willingly joined the ranks of the fugitives. After hiding in a grand cathedral all day, Hain brought news of Azure and Jackfrit's escape. "We must depart swiftly. If we delay, the Imperial troops will commence a city-wide search," Hain urged. Lanes, of noble Sophia lineage and currently viewed as the prince's substitute, recognized the urgency of fleeing. Elf and Gores were equally determined to follow, while Jim, persuaded by Lanes's entreaties, finally agreed to accompany his new friends on this perilous adventure. Hain expressed his eagerness to join their ranks, which Lanes readily welcomed. He had just discovered that Hain seemed to possess all knowledge. Following Hain's suggestion, they disguised themselves as commoners and boldly exited through the main gate. The Dragon Knights maintained strict discipline and did not harass civilians. "Where to now?" Lanes asked, echoing Azure's earlier question. "The prince and General Jackfrit are surely heading to Linstar. Let us pursue them there," Elf proposed. However, Hain was unconvinced. Everyone knows the prince and others will flee to Linstar, while many may follow that route. The number of pursuers will likely increase tenfold. Before even encountering the prince, we would first have to contend with several squadrons of Imperial troops. The group fell silent, recognizing the validity of Hain's reasoning. "What then? Let us first head to the Archangel Fortress. It is currently the only location nearby with a garrison of regular Sophia troops," Hain suggested, to which everyone agreed, and thus their course was set. Before departing, Lanes gazed at the starlit night sky. In the distance, at the edge of the heavens, the Southern Cross, the guardian star of the Kingdom of Sophia, still shone brightly towards the capital. Lanes placed his sword over his chest and vowed aloud to the sky, "Though I may not yet be a knight, I swear by the Southern Cross. I, Lanes Liot, shall return. Wait for me, St. Francis." Behind him, Elf and Gores looked at their young lord with an inexplicable sense of emotion. Unbeknownst to Lanes, just across the capital on another hillside, his friend Azure was also gazing at the smoldering village. Making a similar VOW to in the year 596 of the continent, during the Great Battle of Cavalet Plain, the hastily assembled Sophia army faced annihilation. Subsequently, the Imperial forces launched a swift assault on the capital. St. Francis, which, having lost a significant portion of its military strength, fell almost immediately. The city defense commander Aruba perished, and Prime Minister Claude surrendered. However, 2 youths escaped from the capital: Lanes, the son of Duke Liotto, and Prince Azure of Sophia, who became the hope for Sophia's restoration. "How do you feel, Your Highness?" Jackfrit did his utmost to fulfill the duties typically assigned to a maid. This was Azure's first experience sleeping outdoors. And although the warriors surrounding him could ensure his safety, they were utterly inexperienced in caring for a child. Consequently, despite his fatigue, Azure found sleep elusive. The bed of leaves Jackfrit had prepared was hardly comfortable. After tossing and turning for most of the night, Azure decided to converse with Jack Frit to pass the time. "I am well, General Jack Frit," Azure replied, furrowing his brow as he removed a branch that had been digging into him. Yet he could not conceal his tone of dissatisfaction, which Jack Frit immediately detected. "I beg your pardon for my inadequate care, Your Highness." "Forget it. Please refrain from using honorifics in the future. It feels quite unnatural." "General." "Very well. Your Highness may call me Jack from now on." "All right, Jack, that feels much more comfortable that I used to refer to you as such with Lanes that I wonder how he is faring now." "Your Highness is fortunate to have such a good friend. Lord Lanes is clever and resourceful. He should be able to evade the Imperial troops' pursuit." "Jack, do you have any close friends, just like I have with Reins?" "I once had one, but I have lost him." Jack Frit's voice was low and imbued with a profound sense of sorrow. "Is it General Mayu? The one from the central capital?" "Indeed, he was my aide-de-camp and my dearest friend. Alas, he perished on the Cadillac plain." "Jack, I have heard whispers among the palace maidens that you have a very intimate friend in the central capital. A remarkably beautiful friend. Is that true?" "A friend? Well, one might call her that. The term beautiful does not quite encapsulate her essence. Perhaps elegant would be more fitting." At the mere mention of her, Jack Frit's demeanor brightened, his gaze softening. "The court is abuzz with the notion that you were smitten for the first time by a woman. Everyone claims you have been listless since your return from the central capital, as if your heart remains there. First time? I experienced so many firsts in the central capital that my first defeat in combat, my first true friendship, my first drunkenness, and my first glimpse into her gentle eyes." A glimmer of tears welled in Jack Frit's eyes as he retrieved a woman's hair ornament from his breast pocket, delicately toying with it. That it was a phoenix crafted from gold, its beak holding a string of pearls strung together with fine gold thread. "What is this? Did she gift it to you?" "This is called Byong, an adornment for women in the central capital, worn amidst the hair at the temples, swaying gently with each step, adding to one's allure, that I won it as a prize from a contest with a retainer." "General Mayu." Jack Frit proudly patted the sword at his waist. "This is her true gift to me. The blacksmiths of this world can only forge swords from bronze or iron, at best utilizing high-quality steel. However, the artisans of the central capital can craft exceptionally sharp swords from pure silver. A silver sword is not only sharp and lightweight, but also possesses remarkable elasticity, a coveted treasure for all warriors. The silver swords of the central capital are renowned throughout the continent." Lord Jack Frit turns crimson at the mention of a lie. What sense is there in using a sword as a token while employing a personal ornament as a reward? Surely, you must be intentionally reversing the truth. Although still quite young, Azure had witnessed too many such matters during his time in the court. Jack Frit, caught red-handed in his deception, felt his face flush. Rendered speechless, if Jack truly adores her, and she reciprocates, why not bring her back? Azure inquired further. Jack Frit sighed deeply and replied, "That is impossible. Her family is a prestigious noble lineage in the central capital, and they would never consent to her marrying across the seas, that we have known from the outset that this matter would lead nowhere. What if you kept it from her family, just as the palace maidens gossip incessantly?" Azure, disregarding his own status, urged his subordinate to engage in disreputable acts. Jack Frit could not help but chuckle softly, responding, "Your Highness, I was sent as an envoy to the central capital to foster goodwill. My every action reflects upon Sophia and indeed the entirety of the Alensia continent. How could I possibly resort to such underhanded schemes?" Yet Jack Frit soon propped his chin on his hand, lost in contemplation. "Your Highness's suggestion had never crossed my mind before, had I not been an envoy at that time. Well, once Your Highness's restoration efforts are complete, I shall request leave for a voyage." "That would be splendid. I wish to accompany you then." Azure clapped his hands in excitement. "Your Highness, I was merely jesting. Jack, look, the dawn is breaking." Azure stretched lazily. "Let us set forth." "As you command, Your Highness." Jack Frit lifted the prince onto the horse's back. Embarking once more on their journey, that on the surface, their arrangement of riding together appeared unchanged from the previous day. Yet after a night of deep conversation, the bond and understanding between sovereign and subject had deepened. Approximately 200 miles southeast of the royal capital of Sophia, St. Francis City, lies a small gap nestled between the two main mountain ranges of the Grand Angel Mountains, which traverse the entire expanse of Sophia. This narrow passage serves as the sole route to the southern nations of the Alensia continent. Given the treacherous terrain, it was inevitable that humans would exploit it. During the era of the Old Alensia dynasty, it served as the southern gateway to St. Francis City and a crucial military stronghold, by the year 253 of the Continental Calendar, when the newly emerging Kingdom of Sophia was at war with the ancient Kaphno dynasty. This location became a military stronghold delineating the territories of the two nations to fortify their borders. Prince Attila of the ancient Kaphno dynasty personally oversaw the construction, mobilizing hundreds of thousands of laborers over a decade to expand and strengthen the original castle and walls, transforming it into a formidable stronghold known as the Grand Angel Fortress. For 60 years following its completion, the Sophia army made repeated assaults, suffering heavy casualties each time, yet they were unable to breach the fortress's defenses. Ironically, this very resilience fostered a sense of complacency within the Kaphno dynasty. Ultimately, in the year 329 of the Continental Calendar, the renowned Sophia general, later dubbed the greatest strategist of the continent, General Phyllis, employed cunning tactics that enabled him to seize control of the Grand Angel Fortress within a single day. This event marked the conclusion of the power struggle between the Kaphno and Sophia dynasties. Merely 2 years after the fortress's fall, Kaphno City was captured in 331, leading to the demise of the ancient Kaphno dynasty. Though the military significance of the Grand Angel Fortress was diminished as it fell into the hands of a singular power, it continued to guard the vital route to the southern territories of the kingdom for over 2 centuries. Because of this, even in times of peace, a considerable regular army was stationed there, and at some point, the Grand Angel Fortress became a hub for mercenaries from the southern continent. Individuals willing to sell their blood and lives for coin flocked from various corners of the southern continent. Both seasoned veterans and novices alike, all hoping to make a fortune. Taverns were always filled with boisterous mercenary leaders who squandered their riches and exhibited utter disregard for the lives of others and themselves. These individuals haggled like market vendors, trading victories and defeats in wars, including the lives of countless people. Some adhered to principles and beliefs, refusing to accept jobs that contradicted their tenets. Others would sell even their mothers for money, whatever their employers desired, as long as the price was right. The wealth of these mercenaries came swiftly and departed just as quickly. During the peak of the city of mercenaries, a single mug of ale could fetch an entire silver coin, while daily necessities like bread and water were sold at prices exorbitantly higher than elsewhere. In summary, this is a sanctuary for rogues and outlaws, best avoided by honest individuals like us. After hearing the overview of the situation from Hein, Reins gazed at the gray-black walls of the fortress emerging on the horizon, drawing such a conclusion. However, those behind him, observing Reins' tattered garments and the hefty coin pouch on his back, particularly his furtive demeanor, could hardly associate him with an honest man. Reins and his companions had traveled for over 10 days after departing the royal capital. When they finally beheld the fortress walls, they had made good time. With the downfall of the Sophia regular army, the order upheld and represented by the military had crumbled. In areas where the Imperial forces had yet to reach, bands of thieves began to emerge. Some were farmers taking advantage of the chaos, while many were former Sophia soldiers turned to looting. Reins and his companions encountered numerous bandits along the way. Fortunately, with 2 valiant Sophia warriors present, nothing in this world could intimidate them. This was Golus's exact phrase. Golus proved himself a courageous warrior during the journey, fearing nothing, except for ghosts. Reins and Jim were also capable of self-defense. Only Hein, whenever he witnessed bloodshed, would recite incantations in a tone of pained compassion, claiming to possess healing powers. Yet he was met with ridicule from Jim, and his efforts yielded no noticeable results. The group strolled leisurely through the gates of the fortress, which stood in stark contrast to the other towns they had passed. At the entrance, straight-back sentinels immediately halted them upon seeing their peculiar appearance. But Reins' pompous shouting proved ineffective, almost provoking the soldiers to apprehend them as spies. At that moment, Hein suddenly produced a general's insignia from the kingdom, granting them safe passage. The general's insignia of Sophia was divided into 2 pieces, held respectively by the king and the kingdom's marshal. and could only be used to mobilize troops during campaigns. Point 1 Peace, entrusted to Reins' father, Duke Liotto, the kingdom's marshal, had been lost during the battle on the Catalet Plain. The insignia Hein presented was the one remaining in the royal capital, originally safeguarded by Prime Minister Claude. Reins was puzzled as to how Hein came by this item, to which Hein replied, "I made a trip to the palace while gathering information for you, and in the midst of the chaos, I managed to procure this." Reins remained skeptical of such an explanation, but he could not verify it at that moment. "In any case, you only need to know that this item is quite beneficial for us," Hein concluded, leaving Reins to accept this assertion. He increasingly found Hein to be impressively resourceful. Following Hein's suggestion, their first order of business upon entering the fortress was to pay a visit to the fortress commander, the old Count Beta. Rumors of defeat and the fall of the royal capital have spread throughout the fortress, yet the old Count remains utterly unconvinced that he listens to Lean's explanations with a derisive attitude. When Hein attempts to persuade him to abandon the fortress and lead his men to safety, the old Count erupts in fury. "I have defended this place for 40 years and have never known the meaning of retreat in the face of danger. At nearly 60 years of age, do you think I fear death? You youngsters may not comprehend the heart of a warrior, but I shall never abandon this fortress, unless they carry me out." The old general's resolve is unwavering, and given his higher rank and decades of experience compared to Lean's, it is evident that he cannot be compelled by military orders. Hein reluctantly relinquishes the idea of enlisting this contingent of soldiers. However, out of respect for his long-standing partnership with Duke Liotto, the old Count agrees to allow Leans to form a guard unit from his subordinates and permits them to select suitable equipment from the armory, providing Hein with a modicum of solace. "We must make the most of the old Count's generosity," Hein remarks as he embarks on his plans. First, Hein suggests that Leans reinstate Elf and Gauls to their military ranks. Thus they would regain legitimate status to recruit followers. Then he instructs Leans to procure funds to host a martial arts competition aimed at selecting robust soldiers. This request pains Leans greatly. "More expenses? Do you think this money fell from the sky?" he grumbles, reluctantly reaching for his coin pouch. "That I, in truth." Leans is not miserly. He has borne all their expenses thus far, yet each request for funds leaves him with lingering heartache. For the bored soldiers, sparring and brawling are part of their daily lives, and the prospect of a reward only heightens their enthusiasm. After an afternoon of selection, Elf and Gauls manage to recruit 3 strong soldiers and a skilled axeman. "Who wins first place in the competition?" "Quite impressive," Leans acknowledges as he hands the victor a pouch of gold coins, simultaneously offering the bait Hein had taught him. "Would you care to become my subordinate? I see potential in you to become a squad leader. By the way, what is your name?" "Axeman Felix, at your service, my lord." The towering figure eagerly accepts the gold, thereby pledging his loyalty to the 14-year-old. He is promptly appointed as squad leader, commanding a unit of axemen. "Excellent. Now we have 3 squads at our disposal. Let us leave this place at once," Leans exclaims with delight. "Wait, we still have one more destination," Hein interjects, grasping Leans' sleeve. "Since we are in the mercenary city, we must take the opportunity to witness the mercenary scene and hire 1 or 2 bands of mercenaries." "Hey Hein, we already have sufficient forces to escape. There is no need to squander money hiring soldiers," Leans counters. "Sufficient soldiers? To flee? It seems we need to have a serious discussion, Lord Leans." Hein, uncharacteristically, dons a serious demeanor. "Have you considered your future plans?" "Future plans? No, I haven't," Leans stammers, suddenly realizing that this serious Hein bears a resemblance to his former mentor, Bishop Claude. Instinctively, he straightens his posture. "You must have extracted around 60 to 70,000 gold coins from the royal treasury. With that, you could retreat to a place beyond the reach of the Imperial army. Purchase some land, hire a few laborers, and live comfortably as a local magnate. None of us would disturb your peaceful existence, would we?" No, that is not what I desire," Leans protests anxiously. "Then what is your vision? Speak it aloud, so we may hear." Hein presses, leaving Leans at a loss. I have yet to think it through, but I must return to the royal capital." Leans hesitates, having never contemplated such matters, a normal state of affairs for a 14-year-old. "Very well. Allow me to guide you on what to do." Hein's eyes gleam with the light of the sun, radiating pride and confidence. Inherit your father's position and honor. Establish your own legion. Seize the territory that belongs to you. Rally the armies of the realm to restore the royal capital of St. Francis. Prove your strength as the mightiest in the continent. That is the ambition you harbor within, though you may not yet realize it. Leans. Jim, Elf, Gauls, and the newly joined Felix stare in astonishment, and after a lengthy silence, Leans finally stammers. Do I truly think that? The others remain entranced by Hein's fervent oration, gazing blankly at Leans. Suddenly, Elf kneels, sword held to his chest, and solemnly declares, Lord Leans, I vow eternal loyalty to you and shall fight for your aspirations. Gauls and Felix, flustered, quickly kneel to pledge their oaths as well. Jim, embracing Leans, exclaims, Whatever you choose to pursue, I shall support you, my dear friend. Thus, the 14-year-old boy receives the loyalty of his first subordinates, yet he remains utterly clueless about how to proceed. Within half a month, he has faced the loss of his father, the fall of his nation, and the scattering of his people. And now he unexpectedly finds himself as the object of allegiance for a fledgling military group, however small it may be. All he feels is confusion. Lean surveys his surroundings and ultimately identifies a reliable figure. Hein, what should I do? First, appoint me as your military advisor. I will strategize the rest for you. Of course, Hein, you have long been my advisor. We shall heed your counsel. Leans promptly issues his first decree of appointment. Hein immediately utilizes his newfound authority. Very well, then listen to my orders. Elf, Gauls, Felix, you three shall organize your troops. We shall depart shortly. Leans, Jim, we are heading to the tavern. Mercenaries gather there to seek work. No, I dislike taverns. I would prefer to wander the streets. It feels more comfortable. Jim, of course, has ulterior motives. How could he pass up the opportunity to pilfer in such a lively locale without tarnishing his reputation as a thief? In fact, just days prior, he had discreetly handed Leans a stolen trinket. Hey, Leans, this seems of no use to me. Consider it a gift. With Jim's furtive words, Leans now possesses a small wooden box. Upon opening it, he finds it empty, save for a solitary white feather resting atop the luxurious velvet lining. A feather. What is this? I have no idea. Where did it come from? I found it that day, while hiding in Hein's cathedral. It was carefully stored in the sacred cabinet. Good heavens, I know now. This is a relic from the cathedral. This feather is said to have drifted down from the wings of the archangel during its manifestation, a divine artifact left behind by the god Mills. An invaluable holy relic. If Hein were to discover this, he would surely berate you. Fortunately, when Hein eventually finds out, despite his initial anger, he refrains from scolding Jim. Remaining in the royal capital may lead to it falling into the hands of the Imperial army. Besides, as a mere monk, I am not permitted to touch sacred artifacts. Leans, you should keep it for now. Thus, Jim's act of thievery is dealt with. But from that moment on, whenever they find lodging in a church, Hein pays special attention to Jim's behavior. However, this time is slightly different. Given their location in the bustling marketplace, after some consideration, Hein decides to accompany Leans to experience the sights of the mercenary hub. The streets appear significantly more desolate. News of Sophia's defeat has triggered a chain reaction, prompting many to pack their belongings and flee, with patrols frequently passing by. This oddly restores the atmosphere of a military stronghold reminiscent of its former days. They make their way to the tavern. Hein instructs Leans. Upon entering the tavern, first invite everyone to a drink. This is customary to announce your intent to hire mercenaries. Typically, after treating them, they will cheer for you, and a crowd will soon gather to inquire about your situation. At that point, I will handle the responses, so do not forget. All right, I'll remember. Leans replies impatiently as he pushes aside the tavern's curtain and strides inside. The tavern is nothing like what they had envisioned. It is eerily quiet, with only a handful of patrons scattered among the empty tables and chairs, completely devoid of the lively atmosphere Hein had described as a den of iniquity. This lack of patrons is understandable. The Imperial army could arrive at any moment, and the Archangel Fortress is on the brink of becoming a battlefield. Who would linger here now? The soldiers who usually frequented the taverns have also been rounded up, naturally leading to the tavern's desolation. Lean scans the room, approaches a table, and summoning all his strength shouts, "I invite everyone to a drink." Silence ensues, with no one acknowledging him, nor the cheers and camaraderie Hein had promised. After a moment, the tavern keeper slowly approaches Leans. But he brings no drink. "You little beggar, get out," is the only response Leans receives. "What? You dare to insult me, but I am." His mouth was swiftly covered by Hein, who had long warned him not to recklessly reveal his identity. Yet, Lanes never seemed to remember that moment. A tall man at the table spoke up. All right, it's not a bad thing for a young man to want to experience the old days. Though the drinks here are rather pricey, I would be more than willing to treat these two youngsters to a round." The man, in his 30s, boasted a mane of fiery red hair, clad in leather armor, with a broad-bladed sword casually hanging at his side, and he wore no hat, presenting a rather carefree demeanor that a discerning observer would immediately recognize him as a professional mercenary, a seasoned killer that he toyed with an empty glass, showing no inclination to call for more wine. "Are you a mercenary?" Lanes asked, his eyes filled with curiosity that in his mind. Mercenaries were supposed to be menacing figures with cold expressions. Yet, this man before him bore no resemblance to a predator who thrived on the blood of others. "Doesn't seem so, does it? I am the captain of a mercenary band." The red-haired man's words were serious, yet his tone remained flippant. "That's excellent, for I am in need of hiring someone," Lanes replied earnestly, but the man dismissed him entirely. "Come now, young man, after a drink here, you shall be counted an adult. Take your monk friend and leave. I have no time for games. Earning money during wartime is no easy feat, but I genuinely wish to hire mercenaries. And I possess the funds that it should be I who treats you to a drink. Furthermore, what is your name?" Lanes argued. "Funds?" The red-haired man turned to regard him with skepticism. "Perhaps you once did, but your attire is quite tattered. However, your shoes are of fine quality, just well worn. Your face bears an air not typical of commoners, yet it appears to have gone unwashed for some time. You escaped from the royal capital of St. Francis City. Didn't you? I have encountered many fallen nobles like you. With each dynastic transition, some are bound to be eliminated. I wager you possess no more than 5 coppers. Those of your ilk, once they acquire wealth, tend to adorn themselves, unless they've completely fallen from grace, much like you appear to be now. Perhaps you indeed wish to hire mercenaries, to safeguard your return to your estate or to unearth treasures left by your ancestors. However, you cannot provide a deposit at present, young lad. You can only entice with future hopes, the substantial rewards awaiting your return to your lands, the vast legacies buried beneath, and so forth. I have heard such tales too often that I am a practical man. Until I see cash, nothing is negotiable. You should seek those willing to invest in your hopes that as for my name, should I divulge it. You might boast of having me as your supporter outside, and I refuse to be a mere tool for your deception." The red-haired man rambled on, and Lanes could only grasp that he was unwilling to accept the job. Glancing around, he noted the indifference of the tavern's other patrons, leaving him flabbergasted. Thankfully, Hein intervened just in time to extricate him from the situation. "You claim to be a mercenary captain. What is the rank of your mercenary band on the mercenary leaderboard? What accomplishments have you achieved?" Hein launched a series of probing questions, turning the tide against the man, who visibly flushed, his face matching the hue of his hair when the leaderboard was mentioned. "The leaderboard? As of now, we have none, but we shall soon," the red-haired man replied, his bravado faltering. "So you're saying your mercenary band is yet to gain notoriety? You seem quite confident in your judgment. Yet I find your discernment quite poor. What you just stated is a far cry from reality." Hein calmly provoked the man's pride. "What? How dare you say my judgment is flawed? I've always been quite accurate in assessing character." The red-haired man, indeed, took the bait and leapt to his feet. "Then shall we make a wager? Since you assert my friend has no money, estimate how much he possesses that name a figure, no matter what you declare. He will undoubtedly produce tenfold that amount to prove your judgment is indeed lacking doubt, of course. The number you provide must be your own estimation and not mere bluster." Hein smoothly set the trap. Waiting for the prey to fall in, the man, incensed, shouted, "You dare insult me? Were you not a monk, I would challenge you to a duel. Very well, let us wager that I say this little fellow carries no more than 5 coppers. No, I assert he possesses no more than 50 gold coins. After declaring this not insignificant sum, the man looked triumphantly at Hein, proud of his cautiousness, only then realizing he had forgotten to establish the stakes of the wager. Hein smiled at him, signaling to Lanes that it was now Lane's turn to bask in triumph. He unfurled the large pouch from his back, and gold coins cascaded out, shimmering brilliantly in the dim tavern, bathing the surroundings in the radiant glow of gold, drawing the greedy eyes of those nearby. We intend to hire an excellent mercenary band for a reward of 50,000 gold coins. Moreover, we can pay in full up front, Hein declared proudly, surveying the crowd. Quickly, what is the job? The onlookers clamored eagerly, for ordinary tasks could be settled for 4,000 to 5,000 gold coins, and even complex ones rarely exceeded 10,000. Only mercenary bands listed on the leaderboard could command such astronomical fees. 50,000 gold coins was indeed a staggering sum. The task is quite simple, requiring no long journeys. You need not even leave this fortress. If fortune smiles upon you, you might even complete the task while seated here, enjoying your drinks every day. Hein, observing the incredulous gazes around him, slowly elaborated on the task. From this day forth, remain in this city for 90 days, ensuring that the Grand Angel Fortress does not fall into the hands of the Imperial army. As soon as he finished speaking, a cacophony of curses, laughter, and protests erupted around him. Nonsense, lad. To hire mercenaries to confront regular troops? And the opponent is very likely the Azure Dragon Knights. You must be seeking death to take up such a challenge. No amount of money can buy you a life to enjoy. What a farce. You're just toying with us. Boy, no matter how high your offer, no one will take it. It's utterly unreasonable. Indeed, even Lanes doubted his own ears. Such a thing was impossible. Mercenaries, no matter how formidable, could never surpass regular troops. This had been a long-standing rule on the continent. Mercenaries had previously intervened in wars between nations, but they had only undertaken supportive roles, such as protecting supplies or aiding the wounded. And there had never been a precedent for direct confrontation with regular armies, especially against the mighty Cow's Empire, the preeminent military force of the continent. Yet Lanes found himself utterly stripped of his voice. Hein blatantly ignored him. Despite his repeated tugs on Hein's sleeve, the crowd dispersed as swiftly as they had gathered. The red-haired man attempted to slip away, but was seized by Hein. Planning to back out? Don't forget you lost the bet. You must accept this job. You never specified the stakes of this wager. You never asked. And besides, we are offering you a substantial reward, not expecting you to work for free. You're asking for my life. Do not be so alarmed. The Grand Angel Fortress has regular troops. You are not alone, and it's only for 90 days. After 90 days, you can simply walk away without a care that if the Imperial army does not attack within that time, you will have earned this money with no effort. Hein gradually swayed him. Think about it. 50,000 gold coins. Given your current standing, your mercenary band could likely only offer a fraction of that sum. Most importantly, if you can withstand the Imperial army for a time, your mercenary band will surely appear on the leaderboard, and the attackers may not even be the Azure Dragon Knights. This final statement stirred something within the man. Facing a formidable foe was the lifelong aspiration of any warrior. After a moment of hesitation, he finally nodded. Very well, I shall give it a try. But if the regular army withdraws within 90 days, I shall not remain to await my demise. Of course, we do not wish to send you to your death. You need only strive to delay for a time. Furthermore, after 90 days, should you manage to hold out longer, we will grant you an additional 1,000 gold coins for each extra day you endure. Hein continued to bolster his confidence, regardless of his future ability to fulfill the promise. Now that you have accepted our task, tell us the name of your mercenary band and whether you primarily field cavalry or infantry. Our banner bears the emblem of a white unicorn, and we are known as the Unicorn Mercenary Band. As for our composition, we are currently primarily infantry, though we do have 2 small squads of heavy infantry. The red-haired man spoke softly, feeling somewhat ashamed of such meager resources. It seems your mercenary band is newly established. with insufficient weaponry and equipment. Hein remarked with a smile. Then do not waste time. Use this gold to arm your troops. Should you unfortunately fall to the Imperial army, you will be left with nothing. The red-haired man seized the pouch filled with coins and exited the tavern. Just before departing, he turned to look at Hein. You are quite an interesting fellow, young monk. May I inquire your name? I am the monk Hein, and this is my friend, Lord Reins, son of Duke Liotto. We are the hope for the restoration of Sophia. Hein unabashedly boasted on Lane's behalf. Do not speak so, exclaimed Lyons, his face flushed. I hope to see you again, ambitious young individuals that I, Sorrows, the leader of the Unicorn Mercenary Corps, am at your service. After the red-haired man Sorrows announced his name, he vanished beyond the door. Let us depart as well. Time is of the essence, and we must hurry, said Hein, taking Lyons by the hand as they exited the tavern, rushing to reunite with Elf and the others. Throughout the journey, Lyons pouted, visibly displeased. His purse was nearly empty. Why spend money hiring mercenaries to defend the city? It is utterly pointless. They might as well escort us along the road, Lyons reproached Hein. There is indeed merit in this. We require time to organize a resistance against the Empire. The Archangel Fortress is the only location where we might delay the Imperial forces. The Empire's cavalry, although formidable, is at a disadvantage in siege warfare. The fortress will inevitably fall, but I hope that before it does, we can muster a force capable of self-defense. The 3 squads led by Elf will serve as the foundation for your future power. They must be utilized wisely, and no matter how strong the mercenary corps may be, they cannot be relied upon as trusted allies. Assigning them to defend the city is the most prudent course of action, Hein patiently elucidated to Lyons. Though Lyons did not fully comprehend, he trusted Hein's judgment and ceased his inquiries. However, his natural inclination to converse could not be suppressed. After a few paces, he posed another question. What do you mean by the mercenary corps ranking that you keep mentioning? You are unaware. Bishop Claude should have informed you, Hein replied, astonished as he looked at Lyons, then chuckled knowingly. I forgot that you were mostly napping during class. Ignoring Lyons' incredulous gaze, he began to explain. It originated with the Milanese. They believe that everything in the world can be measured in gold, even reputation. So they ranked various organizations, individuals, and even nations according to their influence and established a leaderboard. For instance, they selected the 30 strongest mercenary corps from across the continent to create the mercenary corps ranking. They also identified the 30 most powerful warriors among all knights to form the knights ranking, as well as rankings for strategists, merchant guilds, and so forth, even ranking the strength of national armies to determine trade values. Given the widespread presence of the Milanese, their information is the most reliable on the continent. Eventually, this ranking itself became a symbol of status, and being listed on it became the aspiration of many, along with numerous tangible benefits. For example, mercenary corps listed on the leaderboard can command exorbitant fees. In recent years, the so-called strongest mercenary corps, the Golden Rose Mercenary Corps, charges more than double that of the second-ranked Death Mercenary Corps. Moreover, the knight ranked first on the leaderboard receives the honor of being the continent's greatest warrior. Currently, the knight at the top of the leaderboard is the Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, correct? Indeed, this position has alternated between General Jack Fillet and the Azure Dragon Knight Leon for 4 years, but since the Battle of Catalet Plain, the Azure Dragon Knight has indisputably claimed the title of the continent's foremost knight. Hein suddenly clapped Lyons on the shoulder, who was engrossed in listening. Hey, Lyons, one day you too shall contend for the title of the continent's best. Me? Impossible. Lyons could not imagine himself in battle against the Azure Dragon Knight Leon. You will. Trust me, you will, Hein replied with a confident smile, exuding an air of assurance. By the way, how do you know I was sleeping during class? Lyons asked, perplexed. The great god Mills knows all, Hein responded, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Chapter 6. The child army. The light hoofbeats ceased after they turned a corner through a grove, as Jack Fillet dismounted, gently placing the young prince on the grass while drawing his silver sword forged in the kingdom of Zhongjing. Taking cover behind a large tree. Are there enemies, Jack? Azure inquired, peering out. I've heard the sound of hooves following us for a whole day. Jack Fillet reassured Azure, careful not to frighten him. There is nothing to worry about. Your Highness, it's only one person. Indeed, Azure had little reason for concern. In a one-on-one situation, aside from the Azure Dragon Knight Leon, no one on the continent could withstand Jack Philet's sword. A fact beyond dispute. Thus, he carelessly crawled out from the brush, sitting on a stone to watch the spectacle unfold. Jack Philet had not even prepared his bow and arrows. He was confident in his ability to win in a direct confrontation. His judgment proved correct. Soon, the sound of approaching hooves emerged from the thicket. Jack Philet crouched, resembling a tiger poised to pounce. The pursuer finally emerged from the woods, clad in a light green cloak and dark green chainmail, topped with a matching helmet. Jack Philet sprang forth, but did not charge directly at the target. Instead, he maintained the demeanor of a true knight, interposing himself in the path and calling out, "Pardon me. Good sir, you have followed us for some time. What is your intent? If you harbor ill intentions, why not dismount and engage openly?" The final word battle remained unspoken, for upon seeing the rider, he noticed her slender figure, clearly clad in armor designed for a woman, and the chestnut mare she rode. Was she a woman? Jack Philet could scarcely fathom that he would one day challenge a woman, so he sheepishly lowered his sword and stepped aside, inwardly hoping for a kind passerby who would quickly take their leave and spare him further embarrassment. To his disappointment, the lady did not ride away. Instead, she proudly reined her horse to a stop before Jack Philet, bursting into laughter, her voice as melodious as silver bells stirred by the spring breeze. Clearly a young girl, Jack Philet found himself unable to retreat or impede her. He stood awkwardly at the roadside, feeling utterly out of place. After a moment of laughter, the girl dismounted and approached Azure. Jack Philet immediately stepped in front of Azure, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. However, the lady soon halted, speaking softly and gently. "Excuse me, are you His Highness Azure, the Prince of the Kingdom of Sophia?" Her demeanor was exceedingly courteous, indicating she was a woman of great refinement. Azure looked to Jack Philet, who gave a slight nod. There was no need to conceal his identity before a lady. Thus, Azure rose to respond to her inquiry. "Yes, I am Azure Liotto, the Prince of the Kingdom of Sophia, the yet-to-be-crowned King of the Kingdom of Sophia," Jack Philet interjected. The lady let out a joyful cheer, removing her helmet and kneeling before Azure, introducing herself. "My name is Melaniris, a priestess serving the Mother of the Earth, Maya, in the southern elven forest 5 years ago. When His Highness fell ill, King Norland sent emissaries to our temple in your name to request blessings, along with numerous tributes. Thus, upon hearing news of the Kingdom of Sophia's defeat, the matron entrusted me with the task of protecting your highness. Please allow me to accompany you, so I may provide assistance along the way." Upon finishing her words, the beautiful priestess awaited Azure's response, her spring-green eyes shimmering with anticipation. Azure regarded Melaniris with great interest. Her hair, eyes, and attire were all shades of green, reminiscent of the current season. She radiated an aura of early spring. However, as usual, he found himself lacking a decisive opinion on the matter, glancing at Jack Philet for guidance. Jack Philet was also scrutinizing Melaniris, his gaze particularly drawn to the sword at her side and the bow and arrows hung from her horse, while he did not overlook the beauty of her visage. Jack Philet had traveled to countless places and encountered innumerable beauties. Yet at this moment, he had to concede that Melaniris was indeed a stunning maiden. However, such beauty could also prove to be a source of unease, historically. Having overly beautiful women near a monarch had not bode well. Yet, when Jack Philet turned to see Azure's youthful, innocent face, he began to question whether he was overthinking the situation. Nevertheless, Melaniris' use of the word protection struck a blow to Jack Philet's pride. Was the illustrious Black Jack truly in need of a woman's safeguarding? Moreover, he was still uncertain of the lady's background, and with these thoughts in mind, Jack Philet resolved to decline her offer. However, Melaniris quickly discerned Jack Philet's hesitation. She smiled and said, "You must be the renowned Black Jack General. It may be somewhat presumptuous to boast of my skills in your presence, but I must assert that my swordsmanship and archery are the finest among my people, and I am also quite adept in firearms and hand-to-hand combat. If you doubt my capabilities, we can spar to compare." The lady named Melaniris clearly had not ventured far beyond her home and was unaware of Jack Philet's true prowess. although her claims might have seemed boastful. Her demeanor and tone conveyed sincerity, devoid of any pretense, persuading anyone to believe her words. Jack Phyllis was quite taken aback. This charming girl had immediately recognized that he was the one influencing Azure's decisions. Yet she did not exude an air of cunning or worldliness. She is a clever and perceptive girl, full of vivacity and cheerfulness, Jack Freet thought to himself as he cast a glance back at Azure. The prince's eyes revealed a beseeching expression, evidently having accepted the initiative of this divine priestess to join them. Suddenly, Jack Freet pondered how he always fumbled in managing the prince's daily affairs. If a meticulous woman were to handle these matters, it would undoubtedly be far more efficient than his own efforts. Resolutely, he nodded towards Azure. Filled with excitement, Azure leapt up and embraced Jack Freet in gratitude. He then turned to Melaniris, saying, "Welcome to our group, Miss Priestess." "Thank you, Your Highness. You may simply call me by my name from now on," Melaniris replied, her face blooming with a radiant smile akin to a blossoming flower. "Just moments ago, I thought that if you did not agree to my joining, I would have to stealthily follow behind to find opportunities to assist you. Let me share a little secret. The true reason for my dispatch is that my martial skills and knowledge have incited jealousy among all the nuns in the temple. They sought an excuse to expel me. I put forth considerable effort to devise this." Melaniris chuckled without a hint of modesty. "Henceforth, please call me Azure, Miss Melaniris." With that, Azure mounted Jack Freet's black steed. He was now able to ride independently. Thus, this expanded little party continued their journey towards Linstead. A few days later, they passed through a quaint town named Ramu. Thanks to Melaniris' attentive care, Azure had recovered from the fatigue endured at the journey's outset and appeared remarkably spirited. Their provisions had been well attended to. Even the notoriously fastidious Jack Freet found no faults, and both Azure and Jack Freet had donned tidy and clean attire, which further solidified Jack Freet's belief that his earlier decision had been the right one. "Let us rest here for a moment before we set off. The Imperial army could pursue us at any time." Although Jack Freet's status paled in comparison to Azure's, he had been the one making decisions throughout their journey. However, upon entering the town, they discovered the streets were deserted, but as they approached the town center with a mix of curiosity and concern. The scene became clear that in the small square at the town's heart, a large crowd had gathered, enraptured by the exquisite and elegant strains of music emanating from within. Each individual was fully engrossed, utterly captivated. The music was extraordinarily beautiful. The once boisterous and joyous throng fell silent, as if the earth had slipped into a dreamlike state. Only the trees whispered softly, as if recounting long-forgotten tales of ancient times and subtle sorrows. At that moment, a slight shiver coursed through my heart. The melodious tune, accompanied by a clear and resonant voice, though merely an ancient ballad, possessed an irresistible enchantment. Azure and the others found themselves unable to resist stopping to listen. The musically adept Melaniris quickly became wholly immersed in the ethereal melody, while Azure and Jack Freet, despite their lack of musical knowledge, soon found themselves closing their eyes, relishing this rare moment of leisure and joy. This music seemed to hold a magical power that allowed one to forget all worldly troubles, anxieties, and negative emotions, guiding one into a realm of tranquility and serenity. It was unclear how much time had passed when the heavenly melody finally ceased, and the crowd gradually emerged from the spell cast by the music. The women offered enthusiastic applause to the musician, and even the men could not help but join in with a few claps as the crowd dispersed. Azure and the others finally caught sight of the musician seated by a marble fountain. He leaned against a grand willow tree, cradling a golden harp in his arms. Strands of golden hair cascaded down his chest, blending seamlessly with the golden instrument. His eyes were partially closed, long golden lashes resting like petals upon his flawless, marble-like visage. He wore an embroidered silk tunic and a matching embroidered pointed hat adorned with a peacock feather, while a red rose was held delicately between his lips, each detail harmoniously contributing to his ethereal beauty. Had one not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely believe such perfection existed. Had the renowned Viscount Galamio, famed for his beauty, been present, he would surely have been astonished to find a man even more handsome than himself. For reasons unknown, Azure suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had known this young musician for many years. The young man seemed to notice Azur's unusual gaze. He lifted his head. Amidst the throng of young women calling out to him in hopes of engaging in conversation, yet his gaze fixated directly upon Azure, appraising him and Jack Freet from head to toe. Finally, his attention rested on the holy lance cradled in Azure's arms, a small smile gracing his lips. He was smiling, and though this smile was directed at Azure, all the nearby women, including Melaniris, could not help but blush, as if they had suddenly heard sweet words of admiration from a lover. The young man rose, exuding an aura of dazzling brilliance from his golden locks that he approached Azure, and the crowd seemed unable to withstand the splendor emanating from him, parting to make way. Only Jack Freet was undaunted by this presence. He stepped forward, placing Azure within his reach. "General Jack Freet?" When they were close enough to converse without raising their voices, the young man spoke, his words simple yet melodious. "Indeed, that is I," Jack Freet replied succinctly. The young man then turned to Azure, bowing deeply. "You must be His Highness, Prince Azure Freilich leader, currently en route to Linsta." Azure was taken aback. His full name was quite lengthy, known to few in the populace, and even the palace attendants occasionally struggled to recite it entirely. Yet, this stranger, upon their first meeting, articulated it flawlessly and without hesitation. "I am Azure. May I ask who you are?" Azure momentarily faltered, unsure of how to inquire, but the young man already understood his intent. "My name is Chris Alruda, a wandering bard, surviving on the bread and water earned through my golden harp and my singing voice. I play the lute and harp, and I also blow flutes, panpipes, compose poetry, sing, dance, and tell stories that to me, the name of every royal on this continent is a legend, recited multiple times each day." His attire was unmistakably that of a typical bard, and coupled with his earlier enchanting melody, Jack Freet had discerned his identity from the outset, sparing himself any doubt. However, at that moment, a voice from the crowd challenged his explanation. "Do not believe his words." "Noble sir," spoke a young village girl, her face flushed with a mix of shyness and anger. "Just a few days ago, this man stayed at our farm, claiming to be a prince of the Linsta kingdom, wandering from moral cultivation, that he uttered many lewd and reckless remarks that befuddled my entire family. Yet by the next morning, he vanished like smoke, leaving us searching for him." The village girl pointed an accusatory finger at Chris, loudly denouncing him. "He is a frivolous liar." The onlookers immediately erupted into murmurs, many condemning Chris's unfaithfulness. Anyone faced with such a public exposure of deceit would feel embarrassment. Yet, Chris bore no trace of discomfort. He merely shook his head nonchalantly. It was clear to all that this gesture was not meant to refute the village girl's claims, but rather to showcase his resplendent golden hair. Finally, he spoke, yet not in self-defense. As the last rays of the setting sun bathed the land, the distant mountains were enveloped in a gossamer veil of mist. Everything in the world seemed to float as if in a dream. And thus, the moon goddess, Matinu, descended upon the earth. Chris surveyed his audience, all gazing at him in bewilderment, none understanding the sudden turn to poetry. With a smile, he continued, "She brings beautiful dreams and aspirations to all people. Without exception to this moment, a wandering young man imagines himself a noble. Nay, he even imagines himself bolder still, envisioning himself as a member of the highest royal lineage, sharing his splendid hopes with those around him. Could this not be considered a gesture of goodwill?" Disregarding the astonished expressions of the crowd, he continued, "And as the morning dew disperses with the sun, so too does the enchanting dream of the night fade away. Such a time, to clutch the remnants of a dream, while neglecting to cherish the beautiful memories within one's heart, and even hoping that it might become reality. Would that not be a folly most foolish and lamentable? What one might find utterly irksome, perhaps, was how Chris, with his melodious voice, transformed an act of deceit that should have been contemptible into a poetic reverie. As he observed the incredulous gazes of those around him, Chris smiled and explained, "Moreover, I merely borrowed the glory of Prince Linstar, that I have made no promises on his behalf, nor have I engaged in any actions that would warrant responsibility. Who, then, can accuse me of dishonesty?" The village girl was rendered speechless by his rebuttal. She could only continue to point at Chris, exclaiming, "Just look at his demeanor. Who could doubt that he is a prince?" Chris bowed slightly towards the young woman, saying, "I am grateful for your flattering remarks regarding my modest demeanor." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and the girl, her face flushed, retreated into the throng that as the crowd dispersed, Azure found himself able to converse freely with Chris. "You seem rather young, yet undoubtedly far more mature than I." Azure felt entirely at ease in Chris's presence, so much so that when Chris extended his hand to examine the sacred spear, he unhesitatingly relinquished the treasured artifact he rarely parted with, causing Jack Follett to feel an acute sense of anxiety. Chris caressed the sacred spear, a look of profound affection crossing his features that he smiled as he replied, "In fact, I am merely 13 years old. 1 year younger than your highness." "What? That cannot be," exclaimed Melanris, hurriedly apologizing to Azure for her indiscretion. "There is nothing strange about it. Legend has it that the heroic king, Cain Holos, rose to arms at the tender age of 13. Already displaying an impressive stature, the Empire's Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, embarked on campaigns alone at 13 and has never tasted defeat. 13 is indeed the age when heroes arise." Jack Follett interjected, also seeking to console Melanris. Just then, chaos erupted outside the town. People began to flee in panic, and before Jack Follett could inquire about the commotion, someone began to sound the alarm, shouting, "The Imperial army has arrived! Everyone hide! The self-defense squad. Assemble!" In this tumultuous era, the king's authority had yet to penetrate every corner. Coupled with the frequent conflicts, every inhabited area, from nations and cities to villages and towns, had established its own armed forces for protection and order. And Rama Town was no exception. The youth of the town had spontaneously formed a small squad to defend against bandits, and now their purpose was revealed. Upon hearing the news, Jack Follett did not panic and flee with Azure. Instead, he seized a young man to inquire about the situation. After learning the details, he turned back with excitement, saying, "Only a small squad is approaching. About a dozen cavalry. I can easily handle them alone and may even capture 1 or 2 alive for information." He then addressed Melanris, saying, "Now is the time for you to showcase your swordsmanship. Miss Melanris, protect His Highness well." "Fear not," Melanris replied eagerly, already eager for the chance to prove herself. Jack Follett nodded and vanished around the corner of the street. Before long, the sounds of terrified shouts from the Imperial soldiers echoed at the outskirts of the town. "It's that black devil! Blackjack has come!" Cheers erupted from the townsfolk. Clearly, Jack Follett held a distinct advantage. Azure had grown accustomed to such scenarios, remaining unfazed. However, Melanris felt a mix of joy and envy, murmuring under her breath, "Why is no one coming here? Even one would suffice." Perhaps due to her status as a priestess. Her plea was swiftly answered. Several soldiers clad in Imperial armor appeared around the corner. They were drawn by Chris's opulence, failing to notice Azure nearby, but Melanris approached them proactively. "We've spotted the whelp of Norland," one of the Imperial soldiers called out with delight, mistaking Azure for someone else. Beguiled by Chris's royal aura. However, the error placed Azure in danger. The soldier was about to shout again when a flash of sword light suddenly shot forth. Melanris had sprung into action. The 4 soldiers, cursing, drew their swords to engage. Melanris quickly realized how drastically different actual combat was from her practice sessions, and these Imperial soldiers were subordinates of the Azure Dragon Knights. No common foes, and she faced them 4-1. As she defended herself while retreating, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Gradually, the struggle drew closer to where Azure and Chris stood. Chris had remained silent throughout, but now he spoke. "Is it not rather shameful for 4 burly men to brandish swords against such a beautiful and charming lady?" One Imperial cavalryman shouted angrily, "You little brat! Come and face us if you dare." Chris smiled, turning to Azure and bowing. "Your Highness, may I borrow the sacred spear for a moment?" Azure, momentarily stunned, handed over the sacred spear, and Chris strode confidently towards the 4 Imperial cavalrymen. He lightly brushed the dust off Melanris' shoulders, saying, "Take a breather, fair lady. If your sweat washes away your makeup, it would be quite unseemly." His calm and composed demeanor left the 4 Imperial soldiers no room for complacency, and with a whistle, they positioned themselves at the 4 corners surrounding Chris. Yet Chris merely stood languidly in the center, one hand gripping the sacred spear while the other still held his golden harp, even plucking a few strings to produce a series of melodious notes, evidently unperturbed by the forced swordsman before him. The soldiers, enraged, hurled insults before charging in unison, their glinting blades exuding a deadly aura. Prompting Melanris to stifle a scream, in that instant, a massive golden halo suddenly materialized before everyone's eyes, completely enveloping the 5 combatants. The onlookers could see nothing, only hearing a few pained groans emanating from within the halo. When their vision finally cleared, the scene was one of horror. All 4 Imperial soldiers lay neatly on the ground, limbs akimbo, each facing a different direction. Their chests bore gaping wounds, their armor sliced open like parchment, and their innards spilled forth, while Chris remained standing in place, eyes half closed, as if he had done nothing at all, though his breathing was somewhat labored. Upon witnessing the gruesome sight, Azure instinctively shut his eyes, while Melanris retreated to a corner to vomit. "I apologize for startling you," Chris said, forcing a smile as he returned the sacred spear to Azure. "I, like you, abhor bloodshed, but once engaged, it is difficult to leave any alive." This seems reminiscent of the gun's St. Mephistopheles' phantom spear technique. Jack Follett had returned unnoticed, astonished as he examined the wounds on the corpses that the gun's St. Mephistopheles had been renowned across the continent decades ago, the most celebrated spear master of the Cow's Empire. It was said that the current commander of the Ironclad Knights, Steinberg, was a direct disciple of the gun's saint. After falling out with the new emperor, Fran, Mephistopheles had vanished from sight. "I never expected to witness his phantom spear technique here." Jack Follett's suspicions regarding Chris began to mount. "Who exactly are you? Why are you capable of employing the legendary techniques of the famed Cow's General, Mephistopheles?" "Please do not misunderstand, General. The wounds were inflicted by the sacred spear's sharpness and have nothing to do with any phantom spear technique," Chris calmly countered. Jack Follett grew increasingly skeptical. He had never witnessed the power of the phantom spear technique firsthand, having only heard tales from General Ernest, the Southern Sword Saint, who was on par with Mephistopheles. Both had dominated the continent with their respective sword and spear skills. And they were friends, often engaging in discussions and friendly competitions when the relationship between Sophia and Cows had yet to sour. Thus, Ernest was well acquainted with Mephistopheles' phantom spear technique. Perhaps I was mistaken. If Chris harbored ill intentions, he would not have intervened to save his highness. Jack Follett mused and he nodded towards Chris, saying, "Thank you. No need for thanks. It was merely self-preservation." "Have you taken down the other Imperial soldiers?" Chris inquired. "No." "Two managed to escape," Jack Follett admitted, a hint of disappointment in his voice, though he quickly brightened, saying, "Fortunately, I captured one alive. This way, we can ascertain the situation in the royal capital." "That is not good," Chris bluntly critiqued. "With someone having escaped, your position is now compromised, and I believe more Imperial soldiers will soon be in pursuit that we cannot afford to waste any more time. Let us interrogate the captive." The interrogation yielded disappointing results. As the prisoner refused to divulge any information worthy of his affiliation with the Azure Dragon Knights, Jack Follett was reluctant to resort to torture on such a person. However, Chris skillfully extracted some intelligence from the captive. Emperor Fran has already returned with his army to the Empire to combat the orcs. The royal capital, St. Francis, is now under the command of Leon, assisted by the former Prime Minister of the Sophia Kingdom, Claude, who has surrendered. Leon has ordered the mobilization of the current Imperial forces and the recall of the main Imperial troops, such as the Azure Dragon Knights and the Ironclad Knights, which have been dispersed in pursuit of Azure. According to the Emperor's orders upon his departure, the task of pursuit is now assigned to the newly joined Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps, which has not yet had the chance to change its name before being dispatched to replace Leon's direct troops. After listening to the captive's account, Jack Fright made the following judgment. The Empire has dispatched a large number of troops to pursue us. What we are encountering now is merely a remote branch of a vast pursuit system. However, those who escape will undoubtedly relay our information to the Central Command, so we must leave this place immediately. The leader of the Silver Wolf Mercenary Corps, Coldens, originally hails from a hunting background and is proficient in the arts of tracking and extermination. Having him command the pursuit force is truly a case of utilizing talent wisely. It appears that Emperor Fran possesses a keen eye for talent. Chris provided them with a bit of information. That detestable fellow. It was he who lay in ambush on my way back to the royal capital, causing the complete annihilation of our forces during the Battle of Catalet Plains. If I encounter him this time, I shall surely slay him underfoot, Jack Fright said through gritted teeth. Yet he did not lose his composure. Now, Your Highness, let us hasten our departure. With that, he led forth a warhorse left behind by the Chaos Cavalry for Azure. Please wait. Chris suddenly grasped the horse's bridle. I, too, am heading to Linstar. May I accompany Your Highness? This, Jack Fright hesitated for a moment. Chris appeared to possess considerable martial prowess, and the prince might indeed require a companion of a similar age. However, his origins remained unclear, and they had already accepted Milani as a companion. Thus, Jack Fright intended to decline him. I'm afraid we cannot. No, I would be delighted for Chris to join us. Azure interjected before Jack Fright could announce his decision. He reached out and grasped Chris's arm. There will likely be dangers along the way, but I believe you one team mind. Of course, Chris replied, returning the grip with a smile. I swear by the great God Mills that Your Highness shall not regret today's decision. Since the prince had rarely exhibited such decisiveness, Jack Fright had no choice but to acquiesce. When did I become a full-time babysitter? Jack Fright mused with a wry smile, observing the three young individuals before him. The eldest, Milani, was only 15 and, while appearing quite mature at first glance, revealed her unquenched childishness upon prolonged interaction. Jack Fright himself was not much older, having just turned 24, yet he had risen through the ranks of the army, commanding various soldiers throughout his life. However, leading such a youthful band of warriors was a first for him, especially while evading the Empire's pursuit. Finally, his gaze fell upon Chris, if not for knowing his actual age. Jack Fright would never believe he was merely 13. It seems Chris might indeed be of assistance. I hope his identity and loyalty are beyond reproach. Jack Fright silently prayed. This newly expanded group swiftly set forth on their journey. All four now mounted. Thanks to the numerous horses left behind by the Empire, their pace quickened considerably. However, the Empire had also acquired concrete intelligence and, with a clear target in sight, intensified their pursuit. Chapter 7. Destruction and Construction. The breath of spring finally swept across every inch of the Alensia continent. Yet for the residents of the royal capital, St. Francis, it was an unusual spring, one in which they were compelled to accept the Empire's dominion as the conquered. Fortunately, the majority of the occupying forces gradually departed shortly thereafter, significantly alleviating the burden on the people of Sophia. The first to leave was Demolize's Milan Legion. The Milanese were reluctant to engage in endeavors that bore no profit, knowing they could not pillage freely while remaining in the royal capital. They would certainly not waste their time there. Yet Demolize did not leave empty-handed. He departed with a valuable cargo agreed upon with Claude, feeling quite satisfied that in return, he and his legion left behind some remnants. Also a part of the agreement with Bishop Claude, namely rumors. Starting the day after the departure of Demolize's Silver Oak Legion, news of a massive orc invasion began to circulate throughout St. Francis. The previously tightly sealed information suddenly spread widely, with even rumors claiming that the Imperial capital had already fallen. The soldiers, long suppressed by their victorious sentiments, found their homesick feelings surging forth like an unrelenting flood. If this sentiment was not guided and released, it would inevitably breach the dam of reason, leading to great unrest, an eventuality that left Emperor Fran feeling quite helpless. Of course, these were the achievements of the Milanese merchants. Spreading various tidbits of gossip was one of the trades of merchants, akin to disseminating goods. Soon after the Silver Oak Legion's departure, Emperor Fran was compelled to lead the main Imperial forces away from St. Francis to counter the orcs' aggression, marking a temporary halt to the Chaos Empire's massive onslaught against the Sophia Kingdom. Nevertheless, Emperor Fran and Chancellor Phyllis did not neglect the defense of the royal capital. They left Kaldak and Steinbach to assist Leon. With the Azure Dragon Knights, the Crimson Dragon Heavy Infantry, and the Ironclad Knights present, even if Nolan resurrects, the Sophia army remains intact and formidable, not to mention the current circumstances, the Imperial Emperor proclaimed with pride. Moreover, they had not forgotten to care for Azure's party during their flight, the Emperor ordered Coldens to personally lead the Silver Wolf Corps to assist the Azure Dragon Knights, who were originally tasked with the pursuit. Finally, the Emperor took a vast amount of military supplies and spoils with him upon departure, nearly emptying the warehouses of St. Francis. Nonetheless, on the whole, the residents of St. Francis were relatively fortunate. Having weathered the trials of war, order in the royal capital remained largely intact. Although nominally under imperial rule, for the inhabitants of St. Francis, little had changed. Previously, the decrees were mostly issued by Prime Minister Claude. And now, though they bore Leon's name, they were, in essence, the same ideas as Claude's. Leon was an excellent warrior, possessing considerable experience in leading troops, yet the mundane and tedious affairs of daily governance were not his forte. Although Leon was intelligent and earnestly studied, he lacked the requisite experience. Fortunately, Leon was not a suspicious individual. Recognizing his limitations, he chose to wholly adopt Claude's counsel. Furthermore, Claude's advice was invariably sound, and he was acutely aware of his position. Always consulting Leon and providing justifications for his recommendations, Leon's aide, Coriat, maintained a wariness towards Claude, yet he was unfamiliar with administrative matters himself, and with his experience, he could not pinpoint any shortcomings in Claude's conduct. The Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, quickly came to regard St. Francis as his own territory, thereby naturally dispelling the mindset of a conqueror. The soldiers of the Empire could not pillage as they might in other conquered cities. They were obliged to adhere to the laws and regulations as if they were in their own homeland. Meanwhile, the other two Imperial legions, the Crimson Dragon Heavy Infantry and the Ironclad Knights, were forced to encamp outside the city, as Kaldak's subordinates had indiscriminately destroyed the water supply lines during the city's breach, rendering it impossible to station additional troops within. Thus, these two notoriously rough units seldom had opportunities to cause disturbances within the city, and even when soldiers did venture in, they were kept in check by the patrolling Azure Dragon Knights. Deterred from rash actions. Shortly after Emperor Fran led his forces away, several minor uprisings occurred within the city, instigated by a faction of original Sophia nobles who harbored animosity towards the Empire. Thanks to Claude's surrender, they had preserved their lives and property, yet lost their status and honor. These individuals, while comfortably enjoying the gardens, mansions, and treasures safeguarded by Bishop Claude, openly denounced him as a traitor and a coward seeking glory. In their eyes, their current plight was far inferior to their former standing, and they blamed Claude for their misfortunes, even though they had initially been the ones advocating for war against the Empire. When this sentiment reached its zenith, the uprisings erupted. Curiously, when the rioters surged into the streets, they shouted not for the downfall of Leon, the Empire's representative in Sophia, but rather for the head of Bishop Claude, their number one traitor in their eyes. The Marquis Reginald, leading the charge, audaciously declared to the Imperial soldiers who had come to suppress them, "We seek Claude, not to oppose the Empire. Please do not interfere in our internal matters." Naturally, the soldiers of the Azure Dragon Knights ignored him, seizing him by the neck and taking him captive. Marquis Reginald was a noble of long-standing heritage in Sophia, yet his obstinacy and naivety were notorious throughout the kingdom. Their family had held the esteemed yet powerless position of seal-bearer for generations, a fact closely tied to their reputation for being out of touch with the times. This time, encouraged by a few individuals, he naively assumed the role of the leader of the uprising, that he gathered all the servants, attendants, and slaves from his household, armed them, and took to the streets. Naturally, this hastily assembled and utterly untrained ragtag group was swiftly suppressed by the Imperial forces. When the Marquis Reginald was brought before Leon, Leon inquired of Claude, "What do you intend to do with him?" Claude chuckled. "Do you wish to execute a 60-year-old child?" Leon laughed as well. Thus, due to the Marquis Reginald's innocent instigation of the riot, he was stripped of all his possessions. Yet because of his naive demeanor, he was regarded as a harmless creature and spared his life. However, the matter did not conclude there. Merely days later, a series of incidents opposing Bishop Claude erupted in the capital, though they were quickly quelled, preventing them from being termed a rebellion. Nevertheless, such occurrences persisted and could at least be described as unsettled disturbances. Steinbach remarked to his subordinates about the situation in St. Francis City during this period. Though this noblewoman has been knocked to the ground, she still insists on struggling before she concedes. The metaphor, while somewhat crude, proved quite apparent for a long time. The Sophia people's inner sense of autonomy and their disdain for the Chaos Empire gradually emerged in the initial days following the fall of the capital, although it failed to ignite a widespread conflagration. It nonetheless left Leon in a state of bewilderment, forced to look in all directions. In light of this, Leon had no choice but to order the assembly of the Azure Dragon Knights, who had been scattered in pursuit of Azure and his entourage, thereby placing the responsibility for the pursuit of the Crown Prince of Sophia solely on the Silver Wolf Legion. However, tranquility did not prevail in the capital. Greater troubles loomed ahead. Firstly, there was the issue of food. Initially, St. Francis City possessed a considerable stockpile of provisions, but Emperor Fran took the majority of the supplies with him when he departed, with the capital now under Imperial control. The other territories of the Kingdom of Sophia naturally ceased their obligation to supply food to St. Francis City. The Empire, of course, had no intention of providing sustenance to the Sophia people. Moreover, Milanese merchants seized the opportunity to spread rumors, facilitating their manipulation of prices. Consequently, panic spread throughout the city, and rumors proliferated, leaving even Leon temporarily at a loss for solutions. Ultimately, he heeded the advice of both Claude and Goliath. On one hand, he distributed some military provisions to alleviate the situation, which led to a serious dispute with Steinbach and Kaldak. On the other hand, he ordered Goliath to enhance security within the city, imposing strict punishments on troublemakers, thus managing to quell the unrest. The next issue proved to be an even greater headache for Leon: to repair the water pipelines damaged by Kaldak and his subordinates. A considerable amount of strong labor was required. Recruiting from the civilian population would entail staggering costs and would be difficult to ensure discipline. Upon reviewing the budget proposal for recruitment and training submitted by Bishop Claude, Leon was momentarily stunned. "This is impossible. The treasury simply does not contain that much money," he lamented. Ever since he assumed the office of the governor, he had been engaged in a daily battle with a mountain of figures, a conflict destined for perpetual defeat. Claude nodded sympathetically, and somewhat ironically, the Azure Dragon Knight Leon had become the Lord of St. Francis City, and he was now compelled to confront a multitude of troublesome issues presented by the Sophia populace. "I completely understand, but if we do not expedite the repair of the water channels, there will be no harvest near the capital this year, and no food will arrive from other regions. But I cannot procure such a sum of money. You are well aware of this." "My Lord Bishop," Leon anxiously twisted his fingers. "Perhaps we could seek alternative labor. Soldiers would be the most suitable," Claude tentatively proposed as a solution. Leon's eyes brightened, yet he quickly fell into contemplation. "If that is the case, the Azure Dragon Knights cannot spare the manpower, as we must maintain order within the city. Steinbach and Kaldak are also not to be relied upon. They have long been dissatisfied with our methods. So how could we expect them to assist the Sophia people in repairing the water channels? It is a pity that the Sophia army has been annihilated." Claude smiled, but remained silent. Suddenly, Leon recalled and exclaimed, "Isn't the defense corps of St. Francis City, originally commanded by Aruba, still present? They seem to be confined in the prisoner camp outside the city. They could be of use." Claude shook his head regretfully, stating, "That may be quite difficult, my lord. This unit was captured when the city fell. Although most have surrendered, according to His Majesty Fran's decree, they were to be disbanded, and given the recent events, if we were to employ this army of the enemy, other generals would undoubtedly oppose it." "No matter. I am confident I can persuade them," Leon replied with certainty. "This way, we can save on expenses. They are all robust laborers and will surely meet our needs." In the subsequent meeting, as Claude anticipated, Leon's proposal was met with unanimous opposition from Steinbach, Kaldak, and others, including Leon's aide Goliath. Yet Leon silenced them all with a single statement: "If you all oppose, then which general is willing to volunteer to lead this endeavor?" The dissenters had no choice but to relent. None were willing to exert themselves for the benefit of the Sophia people. However, discontent lingered, prompting someone to ponder more profound matters. "General Leon, I beg your pardon for my disrespect. I asked the idea of retaining the Sophia Corps, perhaps a notion stemming from Bishop Claude. If that is indeed the case, then this individual's loyalty to the Empire is quite concerning." The speaker was Kaldak's aide, Baron Keller, the deputy commander of the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry. Typically, the commanding officers are brash, and their subordinates often possessed simple minds. Yet Keller was different. He originally belonged to the Black Dragon Holy Order, serving under Chancellor Phyllis, and like Phyllis, hailed from the monastery of the holy city of Kadain, that he was meticulous and cautious, possessing remarkable marksmanship, earning Phyllis's trust. Nevertheless, he had a penchant for drinking, which was viewed as a grave transgression in the strictly governed Black Dragon Holy Order, thus hindering his prospects for promotion. Phyllis, who valued him, appointed him to serve under Kaldak in the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry, hoping that Keller's intellect would compensate for Kaldak's lack of strategic acumen. Keller indeed did not disappoint Phyllis's expectations. His calm, precise, and unique analyses allowed him to swiftly rise above the muscle-bound ranks of the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry, ultimately earning the position of Deputy Commander. At this moment, Keller's inquiry directly targeted the absent Bishop Claude, providing a rationale for the opposition while deflecting the discord between Leon and the other generals onto the shoulders of Sophia's vassals, thereby avoiding direct conflict with the Azure Dragon Knights. This demonstrated his meticulous consideration. However, Leon was not appreciative. "This is entirely my own decision. Bishop Claude has made no statements regarding this matter." As Leon defended Claude, he secretly admired the bishop's foresight. He had anticipated that someone would undoubtedly seek to undermine him, thus preemptively avoiding the issue. Duke also raised an objection. Retaining this unit may introduce elements of unrest. After all, they are soldiers of Sophia. He too did not wish for conflict to arise between Leon and the generals. So he adopted a straightforward approach that a hint of a smile curled at the corners of Leon's lips. "When the Sophia Corps was fully armed, we did not fear them. Do you truly believe the Imperial soldiers would be intimidated by a group of unarmed, surrendered remnants?" He slowly scanned the gathered generals, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Most of the officers left to him by His Majesty the Emperor were brash warriors, and the Empire sorely lacked political talents like Claude, even those adept at handling administrative affairs, such as Tullum, were few and far between, while the Black Dragon Holy Order, rich in such talents, was not present. Though he aspired to achieve great things, he felt increasingly isolated. Leon could not help but let out a long sigh, feeling a sense of despair akin to a young man lamenting the scarcity of kindred spirits. Yet, being an Azure Dragon Knight, filled with youthful vigor, he quickly rallied. Suddenly, he stood up, placed his hand on the table, gazed intently at everyone, and spoke with utmost conviction, word by word. "There is no need for further disputes on this matter. I have made my decision to retain the original Defense Corps of Sophia in St. Francis City as a dedicated construction unit for future projects. We will undoubtedly have numerous construction plans ahead, necessitating a specialized workforce to execute them." Leon issued the order in his capacity as governor, and all present had no choice but to comply. Not only were Aruba's former subordinates included, but many other prisoners from the Sophia Corps were also reorganized into a labor corps, tasked with various repairs, constructions, organization, and cultivation both inside and outside St. Francis City. Since most of these tasks fell under Claude's purview, these individuals naturally came under his jurisdiction. They were, of course, unarmed. Even the tools for their labor were to be confiscated daily. Nevertheless, Duke dispatched a large number of soldiers to supervise, to prevent any unforeseen events. However, Leon's decision left his two subordinates, Steinbach and Kaldak, rather displeased that it was already a formidable challenge for these two obstinate veterans to heed the commands of their younger colleagues. They were compelled to bow temporarily only out of fear for the Emperor's authority and the formidable martial prowess of the Azure Dragon Knights. However, the notion that their words held less weight than those of a subordinate from Sophia was utterly intolerable to the commanders of the Empire's two legions. Considering that Leon resided comfortably within the Imperial Palace in St. Francis while they were relegated to the military camp outside the city, the dissatisfaction of Steinbach and Kaldak swiftly escalated into fury. Among the two, Steinbach's discontent was more pronounced. He maintained that it was his ironclad cavalry that, at great cost, had stifled the advance of Sophia's main forces during the Battle of Catalet Plain, while Leon, a mere youth, had merely joined later to reap the rewards. That he had never accepted the assertion that Leon was the foremost hero of the Azure Dragon Knights in that battle. Unlike Kaldak, who had committed the blunder of damaging the capital's infrastructure, he found himself placed on equal footing with Kaldak, obliged to accept command from the far younger Leon of the Azure Dragon Knights. This accumulation of grievances led Steinbach to spend his days in his tent, drinking heavily, and inebriated, he would curse the blonde-haired brat to his subordinates, instilling a sense of disrespect towards their commander among the soldiers. Steinbach's aide, Perotti, was even more irascible than his superior, seemingly amplifying Steinbach's discontent. What began as a minor issue snowballed under his influence, making the discord between the Ironclad cavalry and the Azure Dragon Knights public. While Kaldak's Red Dragon heavy infantry adopted an ambiguous stance towards Leon, fostering an atmosphere of unrest among the three principal legions stationed in the former capital of Sophia, St. Francis. This palpable tension reached the ears of Emperor Fran and Chancellor Phyllis during their journey home. Leon lacks experience. It appears he is yet to learn how to manage relationships with his subordinates, remarked Emperor Fran after reviewing the report delivered by Kaler. Shall I go in his stead and assume General Leon's responsibilities? Inquired Chancellor Phyllis. No. Young men must undergo such processes that I initially hoped to have him gain experience. Leon is an astute individual. I trust he will navigate these matters adeptly, the Emperor replied. However, according to Kaler's report, General Leon seems to be overly indulgent towards that subordinate, Claude. Phyllis expressed his unease regarding Bishop Claude, fully aware of his character and capabilities. He had never trusted Claude since his initial declaration of surrender. Emperor Cowes shook his head. This is my oversight. I assigned Leon only martial commanders, leaving him reliant on the Sophians. Yet this may prove beneficial, for Claude is a sage of renown, akin to your esteemed self. Leon should be able to learn something from him. But will General Leon not be deceived by him? Claude is notoriously cunning, the Emperor chuckled lightly. You worry too much. The Azure Dragon Knight Leon is exceptionally clever, though his immense strength often renders cunning unnecessary. Anyone attempting to show off their wits before him will undoubtedly regret it, and Claude is no exception. Phyllis nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Azure Dragon Knight was not devoid of strategy, as he had learned during his collaboration with Leon. Nevertheless, the situation in St. Francis must be addressed. It is the duty of a sovereign to rectify the oversights of his subordinates. Pray, how should we resolve the discord among the three of them? Indeed, Your Majesty, in my humble opinion, we should. Thus. A few days later, Emperor Fran's decree arrived at St. Francis, extricating the beleaguered Azure Dragon Knight from his predicament. That it was an extensive edict, commanding Steinbach to lead the Ironclad cavalry to assault Linstar and capture the Sophia royal prince. Azure, along with his entourage. Kaldak was to march southward, conquering the remnants of Sophia's territories. The Emperor subtly hinted that the territories captured by the two could become their own, greatly igniting the martial fervor of Steinbach. Kaldak and their subordinates. Simultaneously, the decree addressed Leon's autocratic tendencies and cautioned him to remain vigilant against Claude. In summary, Emperor Fran, with his rare patience, restored order to the chaos in St. Francis. And surprisingly, the normally stern Emperor Cowes refrained from punishing any of the three involved, much to the astonishment of those familiar with his character. Perhaps the Emperor acted to assist Leon in overcoming his difficulties, or perhaps he merely sought to fulfill the intentions he had contemplated in the corridor outside the Sophia royal palace. However, his refusal of Chancellor Phyllis's proposal to replace Leon as the Lord of St. Francis would later draw considerable criticism from historians of the empire, though this would be after Emperor Fran's demise. Those commentators irresponsibly speculated on what might have transpired had the Emperor appointed Phyllis as the Lord of St. Francis, or what the outcome might have been had the military strength not been dispersed. Yet, as the great philosopher Conrad wisely stated, history does not entertain hypotheticals. Chapter 8. The base of restoration in the month of April in the year 596 of the Continental Calendar, 1 month after the fall of the Sophia capital. St. Francis to the Cowes Empire. The empire commenced its second campaign on the continent, starting from the very city of St. Francis. This time, however, the Imperial forces divided into two factions, one led by General Steinbach, renowned as the foremost master of arms in the empire, commanding the illustrious Ironclad cavalry, advanced towards the Linstar kingdom, which had close ties with Sophia, following the rout of the Silver Wolf Legion, while simultaneously suppressing various territories of Sophia along the way. The other faction was commanded by the bald General Kaldak, known as the Red Warrior, whose Red Dragon heavy infantry had achieved great merit in the Battle of Catalet Plain, advancing southward to attack the remaining southern cities of the Sophia Kingdom. Their first challenge was the last remaining military stronghold of the Sophia Kingdom, the Archangel Fortress. Hey, Reins, you must make a choice now. New Kovna or Gosberg? After departing from the Archangel Fortress and traveling for several days, Reins and his companions faced a fork in the road. Here, Hein demanded that Reins make a definitive decision. To the right, along the coastal road, you will reach the kingdom's most significant trading city, New Kovna. To the left, crossing the Black Forest and the Great Marsh, you will arrive at the burgeoning mining city of Gosberg. Reins, which do you choose? Hein urged the younger leader, while Reins found himself utterly perplexed. To be honest, Hein, I have no idea why we must go there, nor what distinguishes these two cities. Oh dear, you are truly troublesome. I've told you repeatedly along the way. Did you not listen at all? I apologize. I thought it had nothing to do with me, How outrageous. No wonder you are always so inattentive in class. Hein vented his frustration, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. Fine. Let me explain once more. Firstly, to prepare for future resistance against the Empire's invasion, we must occupy one of these places to establish our own army among all the territories of the kingdom. Only these two cities have not yet attained high administrative status. With the general's military token in my hand and your status as a viscount, we should be able to seize control of one of these areas and gradually develop it further. This is the first step in my plan to help you rebuild the kingdom. Do you understand, absent-minded viscount? Hein adopted a teacher's demeanor, to which Reins replied dutifully, Yes, my strategist. Jim, standing nearby, could not help but burst into laughter. As for the merits of the two cities, both are excellent locations. New Kovna lies at the mouth of the Greel River. During the time of the Old Dynasty, it was a renowned natural harbor and served as the capital of the ancient Kovna dynasty. It produces sea salt in abundance and is the most prosperous trading center in the southern continent. Agricultural products from Linstar, handicrafts from Trico, weapons and armor from Agulia, jewelry and diamonds imported from Tyreland, and horses from the prairie kingdom of Talius all converge there. Even silk and silken fabrics from the central kingdom can be purchased there, generating annual trade taxes amounting to hundreds of thousands. However, the city is governed autonomously by merchants, who, apart from paying hefty taxes to the kingdom, are generally reluctant to comply with the kingdom's administrative orders. After a brief pause, Hein continued, As for Gosberg, it is quite the opposite. It is situated inland, surrounded by mountains, with a strategically advantageous terrain, originally serving merely as a military fortress. However, approximately 40 years ago, rich veins of gold and silver were discovered in the mountains outside the castle, prompting a surge of activity. Gold miners, thieves, and all those hoping to strike it rich flocked to the area, and within the subsequent decade, Gosberg's population increased 30-fold, expanding the city significantly. Yet, it has the worst public safety record of all cities on the continent by night. No one dares to venture outdoors. Criminals openly rob in the streets, and even the patrols shy away from confrontation, with no one brave enough to collect taxes there. This situation persisted until General Ernest, the Swordmaster of the South, stepped forward to assume the governorship of Gosberg. With his formidable strength and indomitable spirit, General Ernest subdued even the most audacious of bandit leaders, compelling them to adhere to the laws of the kingdom under the threat of death. Those who violated the laws were conscripted as enforcers, and he imposed a head tax on the gold miners, often enforcing this tax while fully armed by the time General Ernest retired 15 years ago. Gosberg had become a territory completely under the direct jurisdiction of the royal government, with its revenues serving as one of the principal pillars of the kingdom's finances. A.S. Hein concluded his lengthy introduction. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted around him. Well said, Hein. You might as well write a history of the continent. Came a commendation that left Hein, parched and exhausted from his oration, incensed. I do not wish to jest with you. Reins, it is imperative that you assume your responsibilities. Look behind you. 3 entire squads of soldiers await your decision, but if you cannot make such a determination now, how can you hope to command an army in the future or vie for dominion? At this moment, Hein's voice was stern, displaying an unusual authority that even startled those around him. Reins fell silent, rendered speechless. My lord, may I say a few words? The ever-impulsive Gors interjected, fortuitously breaking the tense atmosphere. I am from Gosberg and am quite familiar with it. Every building in that fortress is constructed of stone, remarkably sturdy. The city walls are a full 20 feet thick. Behind the fortress lies the Grell Mountains, effectively encircled by these mountains, with only one treacherous route leading outward. If we reach there, even 10 legions of the Empire would find it impossible to conquer. Gore speaks wisely, my lord, Elf added at that moment. To my knowledge, Gosberg possesses a well-organized military force, and Commander Celis was my classmate at the Officer Academy. His martial prowess and tactical acumen are of the highest caliber, capable of assisting us significantly. Additionally, Gosberg is rich in gold and silver resources, which could provide us with ample military funding. That in contrast, although Novkov City is economically prosperous, it lies on flat terrain and lacks sufficient defenses, making it unlikely to withstand an Imperial assault. Therefore, I too advocate for our journey to Gosberg. The surrounding soldiers began to murmur among themselves, deliberating their destination. The majority accepted Gore's and Elf's assertions, and Reins nodded in agreement. That he then turned to Jim and Felix. Hey, you two, don't just stand there like fools. Do you have any suggestions? I don't know. I only know following you, my lord, is the right choice. Felix replied foolishly. Reins sighed. Gore's mind was already not particularly sharp, and Felix was even more obtuse. Well, Jim, what do you think? Reins shouted. Naturally, a place abundant in gold is a good place. I have no objections, Jim responded. Thus, Reins turned to Hein. You see, Hein, a decision has been reached. We can set off. Indeed, everyone has expressed their opinions. Yet it seems the Viscount has forgotten to voice his own, Hein said coldly. I wish to hear the Viscount's thoughts. When Hein was angered, he would refer to Reins by his title, leaving him in a rather awkward position. My opinion? Reins scratched his head and began to ponder. I suppose if we could occupy both locations, that might be. Too greedy, perhaps? Exactly, Hein suddenly exclaimed, startling everyone. Your thoughts align with mine. Gosberg's terrain is formidable and defensible, while all believe Novkov City is vulnerable. Therefore, we shall proceed to Novkiev as long as we secure it. The Empire will naturally refrain from risking an assault on Gosberg, allowing us to simultaneously defend both territories of Sophia. Moreover, the merchants of Novkov possess substantial funds. Establishing a new legion will require significant financial resources that only those merchants can provide. However, Gosberg produces gold, and it surely lacks for funding, Reins countered. That is different. Gosberg's resources belong to the royal house of Sophia. While we may act without consequence now, future complications may arise. That in contrast. The funds from the merchants of Novkov are distinct. Their investment in us bears no relation to the royal house of Sophia. Hein's eyes sparkled as he firmly clasped Reins' shoulder. You are consistently reluctant to engage your intellect. In truth, your mind is quite capable. Why not utilize it more? But everyone is advocating for Gosberg, Reins murmured. Not everyone can be a sage, Hein countered, employing a Sophia proverb. Yet you have also remarked that the merchants of Novkov are disinclined to heed the commands of the royal government, and they would not simply hand over vast sums of money to us. Reins persisted. Just trust me, Hein replied with a smile. In Reins' recollection, Hein always exuded such unwavering confidence. Days later, they beheld the vast, majestic sea, prompting Gore's Jim and many of the soldiers, who had always lived inland, to erupt in cheers. How beautiful! Reins couldn't help but murmur. You'll soon grow weary of it. Hein, ever the pragmatist, remarked, though Reins was unconvinced. Yet, after just 3 or 4 days, Reins voiced his complaint. Seeing the same thing over and over is too monotonous. Indeed, they traveled along a coastal road, with the sea on one side and towering cliffs on the other, rarely catching sight of even a small thicket of trees. At night, they could only camp on the beach, wary of the encroaching tides, and after several days, everyone was quite fatigued. This stretch of road is the narrowest, and the terrain is complex with many forks, known as the backbone of the great fish. Once we pass through, we shall find expansive woodlands and sandy beaches. It will be much more comfortable there, Hein encouraged the group. Have you been there before? Jim asked curiously. No. But I consulted the geographical records. It is all detailed therein. As he spoke, Heinz suddenly turned to their leader. You should read more, Reins. An uneducated person cannot become a competent commander. All right, stop directing your lectures at me. If I could resolve everything myself, what need would I have for you as a military advisor? Reins expressed his impatience. Recently, Hein had seized every opportunity to instill concepts such as expanding territory and seizing dominion into Reins's mind. Ideas that were challenging for a 14-year-old boy to comprehend, let alone embrace. Alas, what can be done? You are the son of the Marshal of the Kingdom, born into this age of national ruin, Hein remarked. Despite his words, he did ease up on the pressure he placed on Reins. Changing the subject, he began discussing amusing anecdotes, quickly capturing everyone's attention. And before they realized it, they had traversed the narrow path. Before finally departing from the stretch known as the backbone of the Great Fish, they carved their names into 2 large stones at the trail's entrance. A tradition among the people of Sophia, this spot, referred to as the mouth of the Great Fish. The rocks were etched with the names of countless passers-by. Do you know why names are inscribed on these stones? Hein posed another question, but everyone merely stared blankly at him, unable to answer. Because during the Sophia army's attack on Kovna, they became lost along this segment of the mountain path. Hence, the Sophia general ordered that every intersection be marked with names to prevent retracing their steps. After much effort, they finally found this place. To indicate that this was the exit, the commanding officer ordered all soldiers to carve their names into the stones, thus establishing the tradition. Is this section particularly prone to disorientation? I didn't find it especially convoluted while traversing, Reins remarked, puzzled. There had only been one path, flanked by mountains on one side and the sea on the other, leaving no possibility of getting lost. To Reins's inquiry, Hein chuckled softly. Lucky latecomers, you are basking in the afterglow of your predecessors. This area was originally riddled with forks, all leading to dead ends, and it once served as a formidable defense for Kovna. After Kovna became part of the Sophia kingdom, to facilitate internal communication and to preach the mercy of the god Mills to the non-believing Kovna people, priests from the holy city of Kada spent considerable time and resources blocking all the forks, allowing you to leisurely stroll here today. However, countless priests perished amidst the rubble and along the beach to accomplish this task. After sharing this, Hein stood before the rocks in silence for a long while, seemingly paying homage to those who came before. The journey that followed was notably tranquil, with no significant events to speak of. This region was not devoid of banditry, but none would be foolish enough to provoke a group of 3 squads of regular soldiers, particularly one not transporting valuable cargo. Consequently, Gors quietly prayed along the way, hoping to encounter something interesting, while Elf often mocked him, claiming that his disbelief in the divine made his prayers futile. But finally, one day, Gors's prayers were answered. When the scouts reported to Gors, who was serving as the vanguard, about the appearance of a band of thieves, his immediate reaction was to kneel down in gratitude to the deity he implored. Great God Mills, I thank you for your mercy and generosity. I shall not forget to pray to you during my dinner from now on. However, he was quickly met with a sharp kick to the backside from Elf, who had arrived shortly thereafter. You foul-mouthed fool! You've brought us trouble. Although Elf berated Gors, he secretly craved some excitement, a sentiment evidenced by his command for Gors and Phyllis to form an offensive triangular formation. The ensuing events took everyone by surprise when a small group of cavalry clad in thieves' garb appeared before Lanes and the others, their faces concealed by cloths. The leader, a tall man, called out loudly, "Hey! Listen, passers-by, we seek no trouble, nor do you wish to provoke any. Do you? We will not attack you. It would be wise for you to leave as quickly as possible." Lanes and his companions deliberated, while Gors urged Lanes to take up arms. They are cavalry, and my infantry is specifically trained to counter cavalry. Yet soon they noticed that behind the enemy cavalry, a substantial number of infantry emerged, outnumbering them 2-1, thus quelling Lane's bellicose intentions. They resolved to compromise, intending to pass through the path the thieves had relinquished, but Elf cautiously arranged their 3 small squads into a semicircle, encircling Lanes, Hein, and Jim to guard against potential conflict. Upon rounding a corner, Lanes was astonished to see a large contingent of thieves stationed on the beach, at least 2 companies in size. Such a vast band of thieves had never been heard of in Sophia. And Lanes could not help but feel relieved that he had made the right decision. Engaging this band with his 3 small squads would likely result in them being overwhelmed before they could withstand even a single assault. Suddenly, Jim exclaimed, "Look over there!" The group turned in the direction he pointed, and at the edge of the beach, atop a large rock, they saw over a dozen swordsmen clad in thieves' attire surrounding a single individual. The figure, slender and delicately built with flowing light blonde hair, was a young woman. Though she faced a host of enemies alone, she exhibited no signs of panic. With her back against the massive rock, she prevented the assailants from flanking her, wielding 2 long spears that twirled gracefully in her hands. Despite the thieves shouting loudly, they could not advance an inch. One swordsman, eager for glory, recklessly charged into the whirling spears, only to be impaled, his neck pierced. Yet as he fell, 2 nearby axemen rushed in, indicating that while the woman possessed remarkable skill, the relentless drain on her stamina could not be sustained against an ever-refreshing foe. How despicable! So many are ganging up on a woman! Jim shouted in anger. "Lanes, we must help her." Lanes glanced at the group. Only the combative Gorse and the dim-witted Felix quickly expressed their support. Except for Jim, everyone understood that instigating conflict with such limited forces would spell disaster. Jim, let me explain." Hein attempted to dissuade him, but Jim promptly rejected the notion. "Hein, you are a clever man. Yet there are matters one must act upon despite knowing they are folly. I was often bullied by a group of older boys from the neighboring village, so I know all too well the feeling of being surrounded by enemies." With that, Jim dashed towards the beach, shouting, "Hey, you despicable scoundrels, stop this at once!" The combatants paused, and the woman turned to glance in his direction. Though her eyes held no hint of gratitude, her eyes, resembling the purest sapphires, lacked any trace of emotion. Their coldness stark against her alabaster skin, rendering her as lifeless as a statue carved from ice. Jim halted in his tracks, feeling an unfamiliar sense of shame wash over him. The tall man from earlier charged forward, exclaiming, "Kid, get out of the way!" As he spoke, he raised his riding crop to strike Jim's head, but seemingly reluctant to kill, he pulled back to avoid making contact. Jim, quick on his feet, stepped back just in time. The tall man hesitated, noticing Elv directing the 3 squads toward them. Meanwhile, the thieves began to converge on the beach, swiftly forming a half-circle to encircle Lanes and his companions. The standoff centered around Jim and the tall cavalryman. With the latter observing that the opposing force was not insignificant, that he retreated a few steps back into the ranks of the thieves. There, he conferred with a figure who appeared to be a leader among them. After a brief exchange, he turned back to address the group. "You children, unaware of the situation's context, would do well not to play the hero. Otherwise," he raised an arm threateningly, prompting the soldiers behind him to raise their swords and shout in unison. Creating an imposing spectacle, Elv immediately stepped forward, declaring, "Your words are ludicrous. We are the regular army of the Kingdom of Sophia, tasked with eradicating thieves. Initially, we deemed you relatively docile, thus sparing you. However, now that you dare engage in such despicable acts, should you fail to repent, we shall annihilate you." Despite their numerical inferiority, Elv endeavored to emphasize their status as a regular army, hoping to intimidate the adversary. Typically, thieves would avoid confronting regular forces, as even a temporary victory could lead to a large-scale crackdown from the regular troops. Upon hearing Elv's voice, the leader among the thieves visibly trembled, raising his gaze to scrutinize them closely. After a moment, he beckoned the tall cavalryman back, whispering numerous instructions into his ear, to which the cavalryman nodded repeatedly. Eventually, he turned back, laughing heartily. "Since you fools dare to challenge the inevitable, I shall send you on your way." With that, he waved his hand, and the cavalrymen drew their swords, preparing for an assault. Elv, undeterred, raised his hand in response. Gorse, having worked alongside Elv for some time, immediately grasped his intent and directed his men to raise their spears, forming a dense thicket of weaponry before them. The 30-foot-long pikes created a barrier of death. Should the cavalry charge heedlessly, they would first meet the spear tips, the quintessential method by which infantry counter cavalry. Observing Elv's calm demeanor, the tall man nodded slightly, signaling the cavalry to spread out, revealing the infantry behind them. Once the infantry approached the heavily armed spearmen, the latter would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage, prompting Elf to hastily order the infantry to disperse, allowing Felix's axemen to move forward to engage that moment. Although the tall man's face was obscured by cloth, a triumphant gleam appeared in his eyes. While the thief leader nearby shook his head repeatedly, seemingly lamenting Elf's sluggish response, suddenly Hein shouted, "Infantry, advance at full speed." The group was momentarily stunned. Before they could comprehend, Hein called out again, "Quickly, Gorse, block the cavalry's path." The thief leader's demeanor shifted dramatically. He personally stepped forward, waving his hand, and with his command, the thieves retreated several hundred paces before stabilizing. Meanwhile, Gorse remained frozen, uncertain whether to heed Elf or Hein. Subsequently, the leader summoned the tall man once more, conferring with him extensively before the cavalryman urged his horse forward. Scrutinizing Hein for a lengthy moment before speaking, "Young monk, it seems you possess a fair grasp of military strategy." Hein replied coolly, "Your superior demonstrates a timely retreat. His response is commendable." The two exchanged knowing smiles, leaving the onlookers perplexed. The thief leader's intent to disperse the cavalry was not to engage the infantry, but to lure Elf into spreading his spearmen thin, allowing the cavalry to strike from both sides and decisively defeat this small force. However, Hein saw through this maneuver. He ordered the infantry to initiate an offensive, placing the cavalry in a precarious position. While infantry generally held the advantage over cavalry, they struggled to mount an offensive due to the cavalry's superior mobility. When the infantry attacked, the cavalry could simply retreat to evade. Yet this time, the thieves' overwhelming numbers positioned the cavalry right behind their infantry, with the two forces close enough that the cavalry found their retreat blocked by their own men, leaving them no choice but to engage Gorse's spearmen directly. Although the thieves, even without their cavalry, possessed enough strength to eliminate these three squads, once the melee commenced, the cavalry would find themselves at a distinct disadvantage. Hein had anticipated that the adversary would be unwilling to sacrifice their cavalry to eradicate them, and his proactive stance indeed compelled the enemy to retreat entirely. Fully familiar with the strengths and weaknesses of infantry, cavalry, and pikemen, and able to maximize their effectiveness in battle, the thief leader silently appraised Hein with high regard. This moment, Hein spoke up first. "Why does your esteemed official refuse to personally engage with us? Is it due to disdain for our presence, or does he feel that his identity as a thief is too shameful to reveal?" The tall cavalryman exhibited a look of embarrassment on his face, hesitating for a moment before diverting the conversation. "Who exactly are you? Are you the regular army of Sophia?" Hein felt a sense of intrigue. The formidable size of the opposing force, their adept formations, and their sophisticated battle tactics were far beyond what a mere band of thieves could possess. Moreover, their leader appeared to be clandestine, seemingly striving to conceal his identity. Thus, he pointed at Reins and declared loudly, "This gentleman is His Excellency, Lord Reins, the son of Duke Liotto of the Kingdom of Sophia, the future Grand Marshal of the Royal Army, and here lies the insignia of the Grand General. If you comprehend the distinctions of rank, you ought to dismount at once." As he spoke, Hein revealed the insignia from within his garments. His fervent praise of Reins was somewhat exploratory. If the opposing force comprised dissident regular troops, there might exist the possibility of their enlistment. Hein was ever mindful of augmenting his military strength. However, this time, Hein miscalculated. The tall man remained unfazed, sneering, "A viscount. What I wish to know is your esteemed name." Hein suppressed his disappointment and replied, "A name unworthy of mention, the monk Hein." Yet, within his mind, he was calculating how to navigate the precarious situation. Given that the adversary was unbound by class distinctions and insignia, his party found themselves in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. They were vastly outnumbered, having frightened off their opponents once. They might not be so fortunate a second time. "Monk Hein?" The tall man hesitated momentarily before returning to consult with his leader, and upon his return, he smiled and said, "Since it is the military of Sophia that intervenes, we shall concede this time, only hoping that you do not regret today's actions in the future." With that, he whistled, and the two squadrons of the band of thieves swiftly retreated, including the two squads of swordsmen stationed by the rocks to watch over the woman. Their movements were remarkably synchronized, and as they retreated, their formation remained impeccably intact, vanishing like the tide receding from the shore in an instant. Indeed, they are no ordinary thieves, Hayne thought to himself, exhaling a long breath. Wiping the nervous sweat from his brow, his back drenched, had a confrontation truly ensued, they would have stood no chance. He glanced around. Only Elf understood his current sentiment, also wiping sweat from his hands. While the others, oblivious to their recent brush with death, appeared rather relaxed. Jim hurriedly ran toward the rocks, where the woman leaned against the stone, seemingly injured. "Miss, are you all right?" Jim shouted from a distance, eagerly producing a bandage from his belongings. But the woman showed no appreciation, merely casting a cold glance at Jim, leaving him speechless. Her gaze was as frigid as ice and brimmed with mockery and disdain, though she uttered no words. Jim could fully comprehend her expression of contempt. What a mere child, attempting to ingratiate himself. At that moment, Reins and the others also gathered around. The woman suddenly stood up, dashed behind the rocks, retrieved a small boat, and skillfully pushed it into the sea, deftly manipulating the sails and oars, swiftly rowing away from the shore. Startled, Jim desperately pursued, shouting, "Wait, miss, please hold on." But the woman did not even glance back, soon disappearing into the expanse of sea and sky. Jim continued to chase after her. When the waves nearly engulfed his slender frame, he, unable to swim, attempted to propel himself toward the direction where the boat had vanished, only to be seized by Gores, who dragged him back to shore. Watching the boat fade away, Reins murmured, "What a proud young lady." As a noble, Reins' education forbade him from using terms like rude or indifferent to describe a woman, hence he chose a more moderate expression. However, his commoner subordinates were far less refined. "That woman is exceedingly impolite. We nearly risked our lives for her, and yet she departed without a word," Gores complained indignantly while attempting to console Jim. Yet Jim countered, "You are mistaken. That lady possesses an aura of great nobility, reminiscent of my mother in my dreams." As he spoke the last sentence, his voice trembled with emotion, lowering significantly. Chapter 9. Entrapped by the tiger's mouth, the radiant full moon cast its silvery light upon the earth, reflecting a mirror-like image in a small pond, a thin veil of mist enveloping the forest and pathways, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Suddenly, the sound of hooves shattered the reflection upon the water. A troop of chaos cavalry was in pursuit of a group led by a knight riding a black horse. "Hurry! Hurry, make for that grove!" urged Chris, a recent addition to the prince's retinue. Since joining the group, Chris had gradually supplanted Jack Frit as the strategist for this small band, demonstrating remarkable agility and reflexes while evading the Empire's pursuit. However, after an incident in Lamu village, he had refrained from engaging in combat again, standing quietly aside, regardless of the urgency of the situation. "I abhor bloodshed and have no desire to kill. The last time was my first and last," Chris explained his stance, further adding, "Therefore, please do not count me among the ranks of warriors." Nevertheless, Chris's cunning proved far more effective than that of 10 warriors, since the Silver Wolf Legion had become the main force in pursuit. Azure and his companions had been thoroughly bewildered. Colden's, a hunter by birth, could discern the tracks of fugitives from the minutest details. He could even deduce the presence of 4 individuals from a small pile of ashes. Several incomplete hoof prints and some broken branches. His instincts were remarkably sharp, as he consistently exposed the traps meticulously set by Chris, earning him the moniker Hound. However, many of the traps laid by Colden's were easily evaded by Chris, far more astute than Jack Frit. It did not take long for Jack to acknowledge Chris's authority in proposing strategies, frequently adopting his recommendations. Thus, the two groups engaged in a relentless game of hide and seek along the way, with Colden's nearly cornering Azure and the others several times. Yet each time, Chris managed to facilitate their timely escape, occasionally causing Colden's to suffer losses among his subordinates. However, Colden's tenacity was indeed a source of irritation for Chris. He had attempted several times to set up illusions to shake off the relentless Hound, yet Colden's had remained undeterred. With unwavering determination, he gradually tightened the encirclement, bringing Azure and his companions closer into his grasp. Now, it appeared Colden's was on the verge of success again, with the Silver Wolf Legion primarily composed of infantry. Only two small squadrons of cavalry were relentlessly pursuing Azure and his companions. Jack Frit had attempted several times to turn back and deal with them, but Chris blocked him each time, saying, "No, General Jack, Colden's hopes for us to stop, so he can command the main force to encircle us." Recalling how Colden's had previously exploited Jack's aggressive nature to encircle and annihilate them on the way back to the royal capital, the fearless warrior had no choice but to heed Chris's counsel. However, it was impossible for Jack Frit to remain idle in flight. He drew his bow, turned back, and aimed at the squadron leader in the front. Releasing an arrow, the squadron leader, loudly commanding his subordinates to pursue, suddenly found his voice cut off. A well-aimed arrow had struck his open mouth, emerging from the back of his head, causing him to tumble from his mount. The pursuing cavalrymen erupted in furious shouts, hastily drawing their bows to retaliate. Yet for archers, aiming at a target while riding a wildly galloping horse was no easy feat, and those cavalrymen lacked the formidable strength and precision of Jack Frit. Compounded by the nighttime conditions, thus, despite their advantageous position, none of their arrows came within 3 feet of Jack Frit. After a moment, Jack Frit loosed a second arrow, which was deflected by the vigilant cavalryman's shield. But the cavalrymen had no choice but to slow their pace, allowing Azure and his companions to successfully slip into a narrow forest path. "Your Highness, please loosen the reins and allow the horses a moment's respite," Jack Frit urged. Grasping Azure's horse's bridle while slowing his own mount's speed, that he glanced back and saw Melanis had dismounted, standing among the thickets, hands clasped together, softly murmuring something. "Melanis, what are you doing?" Azure inquired curiously. "I am beseeching the spirit of the wind, hoping she will reveal to us where danger lies," Melanis replied in a hushed tone. "The spirit of the wind? Where is she?" Azure looked around. Typically, they shy away from human contact, particularly detesting the scent of blood. However, we, the priests serving the Earth Mother Goddess Maya, are exceptions, Melanis responded with a sense of pride. "So what tidings have these spirits imparted to you?" Chris inquired with a tone of incredulity. "They say there are many archers in these woods, all driven by a fierce desire for bloodshed." "That is impossible. The men of Colden's could not have reached us ahead of time. If my judgment were flawed, we would have already been riddled with arrows." As Chris spoke, he dismounted swiftly, pressing his ear to the ground to listen intently, that he then rose abruptly, positioning a horse between Azure and the potential threat, urging the others, "Quick, take cover behind the horses." His tone was urgent, yet devoid of panic. Jack Frit and the others, sensing the tension, unsheathed their swords. Amidst the chaos, a raspy chuckle echoed from the forest. Who would have thought that the renowned Black Jack could experience fear? Truly, seeing is believing, though the words were impolite. There appeared to be no malice in the tone. Before Jack Frit could respond, the raspy voice resumed. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince of Sophia, there is no need for concern. While we are not of the Sophia army, we bear you no enmity. You may depart in peace." Jack Frit stepped into the center of the path, raising his voice. "Thank you for your kind intentions. May I inquire your esteemed name?" "Yet." The forest fell silent, as if the speaker had already departed. Jack Frit turned to Azure, saying, "Your Highness, we should take our leave post-haste." Azure nodded, mounted a steed, and the group hastily departed. Moments later, the cavalry of the Silver Wolf Legion surged into the scene. "They cannot have gone far." "Pursue them!" shouted another squad leader. That instant, the familiar voice resonated through the woods once more. "Imperial soldiers, why not take a moment's rest before continuing the chase?" The squad leader bellowed in fury. "Who goes there? Reveal yourself if you wish to live." The laughter from the woods grew louder. "Since you refuse to rest, allow us to assist you in doing so." No sooner had the words left their lips than a hail of arrows rained down from the trees, eliciting cries of terror from the cavalry. They raised their shields in vain, utterly unable to withstand the barrage from all directions. Before long, the once clamorous woodland path fell into silence. Not a single member of the 2 cavalry squads dispatched by the Silver Wolf Legion had survived. All lay strewn across the forest floor, their bodies and horses peppered with arrows. From the thicket emerged several figures clad in black, their heads veiled in cloth to shield against the sun, an adaptation from their desert existence, now rendered unnecessary beneath the moonlight. The leader, shrouded more than the rest, revealed only a pair of crimson eyes, but he meticulously examined the fallen bodies, confirming that none had survived, then nodded to his companions, signaling them to bring forth numerous supply carts from the forest, which they subsequently maneuvered down another path. Shortly thereafter, Coldens himself, leading the main force of the Silver Wolf Legion, arrived. He had been closely tailing the cavalry. Had Jack Freet turned to confront them, Coldens would have been poised to encircle Azure and his companions. Unfortunately for Coldens, Chris had seen through his cunning plan. Upon discovering his vanguard sprawled upon the ground, he was nearly driven to madness. Yet Coldens was no mere hothead. After assessing the wounds of the deceased with the keen eye of a seasoned hunter, he commanded a search of the woods. 4 entire squads scoured the forest for half a day, uncovering only a few abandoned broken arrows and shattered cart wheels. Coldens, with his extraordinary acuity, detected the tracks of cart wheels and noted the disarray of hoof prints on the ground. The hoof prints bear the insignia of the Azure Dragon Cavalry. They belonged to those 4 fugitives. Coldens reached this conclusion because both Azure and Chris had acquired their mounts from the Azure Dragon Cavalry, whose soldiers etched a unique symbol on the underside of their horseshoes. Thus, the hoof prints bore the mark of the Azure Dragon Cavalry, a detail that Azure and his companions had overlooked. And even the astute Chris had not anticipated this clue would serve as a basis for Coldens' pursuit. The wheel tracks overlap with the hoof prints. Those carts departed after the fugitives. Coldens made this deduction. And in terms of tracking prowess, he truly exhibited mastery. He swiftly concluded that these cavalrymen had perished at the hands of ambushing archers in the woods, who appeared to be burdened with heavy carts. Pursue with all your might. These individuals cannot move swiftly with carts in tow. Coldens urged his subordinates that it seemed that the Crown Prince of Sophia had gathered many guards around him, but this posed no concern for Coldens, who had resolved to catch up with them. Moreover, the traces left in the woods indicated that the enemy's numbers were still inferior to those of the Silver Wolf Legion. However, shortly thereafter, Coldens encountered a dilemma. The wheel tracks and hoof prints diverged. The 4 horses belonging to the Crown Prince of Sophia veered off toward a solitary path to the east, while the wheel tracks continued along the main road. This perplexed Coldens. Was the enemy laying a false trail, splitting their forces? Or had he misjudged, concluding that the 2 groups were unrelated? Perhaps the adversaries had employed a stratagem to evade pursuit, with the hoof prints leading east while the Crown Prince fled in a cart. Such tactics had been utilized by foes in the past, and caution was warranted. Coldens' extensive tracking experience now rendered him uncertain. Should we divide our forces to pursue? Suggested his aide, Roland, presenting a potential solution. As Coldens' deputy, Roland was also adept in tracking. Do not speak foolishly. With this paltry force, I am more concerned about encircling that Black Jack, Coldens retorted. Despite Emperor Monkeo's bestowing upon him the grand sword giant slayer, Coldens did not overestimate his own capabilities. Following the previous battle at Cadillac Plain, where he had relentlessly pursued Jack Freet to the royal capital, Coldens had repeatedly blocked every escape route for Jack Freet, yet each time he had been thwarted by inadequate force, allowing Jack Freet to break free. Hence, Coldens had specifically requested Emperor Fran to dispatch several sword masters to assist him, intending to implement a strategy of many ants suffocating an elephant. Ultimately, Coldens resolved the dilemma with his years of experience. He dispatched a small contingent of cavalry to follow the cart train, secretly observing whether the Crown Prince of Sophia had blended into their ranks, yet forbidding any engagement. Meanwhile, he led the main force of the Silver Wolf Legion to pursue the hoofprint trail. As the pursued, if one fails to shake off their trackers early on, it becomes exceedingly difficult to evade them later. The pursuers will grow increasingly familiar with one's habits and weaknesses. Once an escape technique is uncovered, it is unlikely to work again, as the enemy will be on guard. Although Chris was not a professional tracker like Coldens, he was well aware of this pursuer's principle, and he now found himself ensnared in such a predicament. Previously, they had been fortunate to receive assistance from the mysterious denizens of the woods. Yet since then, their guardian angel seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Coldens' pursuit grew ever more relentless on several occasions. They had to rely on Jack Freet's silver sword to carve a bloody path. Chris was now able to accurately predict Coldens' patterns of movement, yet this proved of little utility, as Chris could not thwart Coldens' actions. He lacked the forces at his disposal. With only 4 companions, one a lady, another who required careful protection. And furthermore, Chris himself still refused to engage in combat. When there exists a disparity in intellect, one may compensate with strength. Colden's mind was evidently not on par with Chris's, yet he had the backing of a formidable legion, willing to sacrifice his subordinates to impede Azure and his companions. Thus, several days later, Azure and his party were once again overtaken. And this time it was different from the last. Colden's personally led the main force of the Silver Wolf Legion, closely tailing the desperate flight of the four. "Your Highness, allow me to stay behind as a rear guard," Jack Freet proclaimed, recognizing the futility of escape. "Absolutely not," Azure vehemently refused. "I cannot be without Jack." Ahead, a fork in the road appeared. "Split up," Chris commanded to AT this juncture. Dispersing the enemy's forces was indeed a clever tactic. Yet it was too late. A squad of Silver Wolf cavalry charged forth from the side, scattering their small group. "Meet at the Falsang Castle ahead," Chris managed to utter before several cavalrymen severed his escape. Jack Freet fought fiercely against several adversaries, breaking through the encirclement, only to discover beside him a beautiful maiden, Melanie, while Azure and Chris had vanished. Jack Freet's shock was profound. He turned his horse around, calling out, "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The response came from several Imperial cavalrymen, who laughed coldly. "The pup of Norland is finished. Next, it shall be your turn." However, the soldiers' mocking laughter did not last long, as Jack Freet's swift sword soon found its mark, slicing through their throats. Although he had dispatched these loathsome foes, Jack Freet's mood grew heavier. He was more concerned for Azure's safety than his own. He battled through the throng, searching repeatedly, fearing he might suddenly discover Azure's mangled corpse. Fortunately, such a fate did not befall him. Melanie remained steadfastly behind Jack Freet, shielding him from the cold arrows that rained down from behind. The cavalrymen, at last, grew fearful, their ranks disbanding in disarray. However, before long, a thunderous sound of galloping hooves echoed from behind, as the main force of the Silver Wolf Legion pursued relentlessly. "Lord Jack, the Imperial army is closing in," Melanaris urgently alerted the anxious general. "Wait a moment. I shall search once more," Jack Freet responded, still hoping for a last-minute miracle as he scanned the surroundings. But disappointment washed over him again. The clamor behind grew increasingly near, and the glinting tips of spears sparkled under the sunlight. With a resigned glance back, Jack Freet waved to Melanaris and sped off towards the direction of Falsang Castle. Meanwhile, Azure and Chris had distanced themselves from the battlefield since the onset of the conflict. Azure frequently glanced back, but Chris firmly urged his horse forward. "We cannot afford to hesitate. We must not engage the enemy," Chris stated, scattering a pouch of gold and silver coins onto the ground, causing the pursuing soldiers to falter in their order. Though they were now referred to as a legion, these Imperial troops were originally mercenaries, and mercenaries are highly sensitive to matters of coin. After evading their pursuers, Chris looked around and found only himself and Azure. "This is dire. Without Jack Freet by our side, our ability to defend ourselves is virtually non-existent." Chris's initial plan had been to divert the pursuers while Jack Freet escorted Azure to safety. But now he found himself personally responsible for the Elder Lord. Fortunately, Chris had long since adapted to life in the wild, possessing full confidence in caring for both himself and Azure, that he guided Azure eastward, cautiously avoiding the search parties of the Silver Wolf Legion along the way. That Chris's survival skills in the wilderness surpassed those of Jack Freet by far, and he consistently found the best food and shelter for Azure. However, their need to evade the Imperial cavalry significantly slowed their pace. Throughout their journey, Chris discerned that Azure lacked decisiveness, often inclined to heed the opinions of others. While being open to counsel is not inherently negative for a future ruler, excessive weakness is hardly a fitting quality for one destined to reign. Your Highness will undoubtedly become a benevolent monarch, but in such circumstances, your gentle nature may hinder our quest for restoration. Chris took every opportunity to remind Azure of this. And though Azure accepted the advice with humility, little changed thereafter. Days later, Chris finally led Azure to Falsang Castle, the autonomous domain of the Falsang family, who had been noble since the days of the former Alensia dynasty, boasting a long and illustrious history. When the Kingdom of Sophia ascended, the head of this family wisely chose to align with Sophia, thus preserving their lands and titles. For the past century, the family had not attained any notable status, with the highest position ever held being that of sword-bearer, and the current head, Marquis Melon Falsang, held no official title at all, merely sustaining his life through the family estate. The reasons for maintaining such a low profile typically revolve around a few possibilities: either possessing noble sentiments and refusing to mire oneself in the quagmire of politics, or simply lacking the stature to attract attention, or perhaps harboring formidable strength coupled with even greater ambition, feigning modesty to avoid arousing the suspicions of those in power. What category does this lord belong to? To Chris's inquiry, Azure could only shrug, for like Chris, he knew nothing of Marquis Melon. In fact, he had never met him. The current head of the Falsang family had only visited the capital, St. Francis, twice during the coronation of King Norland and the wedding of King Norland and Queen Catherine. And at that time, Azure had yet to be born. Open the gates, His Royal Highness, Prince Azure, has arrived. Upon reaching the modest castle, Chris assumed the role of herald. However, the sentry atop the battlements merely glanced down lazily. This month, 3 charlatans have claimed to be the prince and have already lost their heads at the city gate. That if you wish to avoid a similar fate, I suggest you leave at once. I have no desire to slay children, the sentry proclaimed, gesturing towards the several withered heads hanging from the gate. Hearing such a response, Chris did not grow angry, but instead laughed. Prudence is indeed commendable, but you fools should take a closer look. Chris raised the sacred lance of the Holy Land cradled in Azure's arms. You must have heard of the sacred lance, haven't you? Go, inform your lord at once. A commotion erupted atop the battlements as several sentries gathered around, craning their necks to peer down. Upon recognizing the artifact in Azure's grasp, the initial sentry gasped in shock and hurriedly dashed inside the castle. The defenses are quite stringent. It seems this Marquis possesses some skill, Chris whispered to Azure. This Marquis, in a rather grandiose manner, soon welcomed them. After Chris explained Azure's identity to the sentry, the gates of Falsang Castle swung wide open, revealing a middle-aged man in splendid attire, his features sharp and resolute, who approached with a retinue of guards. Upon reaching Azure, he hastily dismounted, first inspecting the sacred lance in Azure's hand, then kneeling before Chris with one knee. I beg your pardon for not receiving your highness upon arrival. Please forgive my oversight. He, like others, was enchanted by Chris's regal demeanor. Chris exchanged a glance with Azure, both smiling, as this was not the first time they had been mistaken for one another. Azure rode forward to accept the homage of Marquis Melon, saying, "There is no need for such formalities, my lord. Let us discuss matters inside the castle." The astonished and embarrassed Marquis Melon lifted his gaze to Azure, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Indeed, your highness bears a striking resemblance to Her Majesty the Queen. Forgive my ignorance. Let us converse within. Before long, a lavish banquet was laid out in the castle hall, and for the first time since their flight, Azure enjoyed a dinner befitting his status. Unable to partake in wine, he could only accept Melon's frequent toasts with milk. Several times he attempted to inquire about Jack Frit and Melaneris's whereabouts, only to be discreetly dissuaded by Chris's glances. After a few rounds of drinking, Melon stood to address Azure. Your highness, upon hearing of the tragedy at Catalet Plain, I was consumed with anxiety, wishing to rush to the capital to share your burdens. Alas, my meager forces render me unable to wage a war of vengeance against the Empire. Now that you are here, it is fortuitous that I implore you to ascend the throne and summon allies to restore the rightful order. Azure shook his head, replying, I appreciate the loyalty behind your words, my lord, but I must first seek my uncle in Leinster to borrow troops if we are to have any hope of restoring our kingdom. That if you are willing, we can travel together. In the future, you will be the first contributor to Sophia's restoration. This statement was one Chris had prepped him for, and Azure recited it with an air of confidence. Melon laughed heartily. Your highness's reasoning is fundamentally flawed. Leinster is but a small nation, lacking in military might. King Cleric is merely a weak scholar. How can he assist you in reclaiming your kingdom? Instead, why not establish Falsang Castle as a secondary capital, raise the royal banner, and rally the lords to rise against the Empire once more? Should you triumph, the kingdom may be restored, and you may vie for dominion. Should you falter, a peace treaty with the Empire could at least safeguard half of Sophia's realm. As the sovereign of a great nation, why must you bow to others? Azure was taken aback by the ambition of this Marquis. Glancing back at Chris for guidance, hoping for a strategy, Chris winked at him, signaling that all was well, then turned to Marquis Melon with a smile. My lord seems eager for a direct confrontation with the Empire. May I inquire how many troops you have at your disposal? Melon looked quizzically at Chris, then turned to Azure. And who might this be? This is Lord Chris, the newly appointed Secretary of Sophia. Azure quickly conferred a title upon Chris. While the position of Secretary was not particularly high-ranking, it permitted involvement in all significant matters of state and direct communication with the monarch, thus bestowing considerable authority. Moreover, with Chris's regal aura, Melon dared not underestimate him. Yet, when it came to discussing his forces, Melon's demeanor shifted to one of arrogance, entirely dismissing his earlier claim of meager forces. I beg your pardon for my overstepping. Considering the incessant wars of recent years, I may have summoned slightly more soldiers than regulations allow. Therefore, my current strength is, a total of 8 companies. Melon was evidently proud of his military might, paying no heed to the violation of Sophia's military laws. Chris furrowed his brow slightly. According to Sophia's military regulations, a lord's forces should not exceed 1/3 of a legion's composition, which typically consisted of 12 companies, meaning a lord's personal troops should not surpass 4 companies. This measure was in place to prevent local lords from amassing power that could threaten the royal authority. Thus, the fact that Marquis Melon's forces exceeded the limit by a full double underscored his disloyal intentions. Nonetheless, in the current situation, Chris, who had no troops of his own, had no choice but to rely on Melon's strength. This is quite satisfactory. Chris's smile broadened, radiating warmth that enveloped those around him like a brilliant sun. Yet this meager force is still insufficient to confront the Empire. Why not combine our troops, my lord, and together march towards Leinster? With your talents, you could undoubtedly become the commander in the campaign against the Empire. A growing impatience was evident on Malin's face as he clenched his fists and fixed his gaze upon Azure, saying, Your Highness, I implore you to heed my earnest counsel. Do you truly intend to disregard it entirely? I am wholly devoted to your interests, yet you choose to ignore my advice, insisting on your own unilateral decisions. This is rather disheartening for a loyal subject. Chris let out a cold chuckle and replied, Marquis Mylon wishes to keep your highness here merely to use your name to command the lords and seize control of the court. If the Marquis believes that he can manipulate your highness simply because of your youth, he is gravely mistaken. In a fit of rage, Mylon leaped up and tore off his luxurious attire. Revealing a suit of armor beneath, he shouted, Bring forth the men quickly. Instantly, a large group of fully armed swordsmen surged forth from the corridor, clearly having been lying in wait. Sensing their overwhelming advantage, Mylon regained his composure and grinned maliciously at Azure, stating, With such treacherous sycophants around you, it is no wonder that you cannot accept our loyal counsel. However, at this juncture, my intentions remain honorable. I beseech you to reconsider my advice. Surely, even the Emperor of Chaos would not dismiss the counsel of his loyal subjects. Allow me to rid you of this deceitful flatterer first, and then I shall humbly beg your forgiveness for my earlier transgressions. As he spoke, Mylon drew his sword and advanced menacingly towards Chris. Chris, maintaining his composure, smirked and said, No ill intentions? Then why, my dear Marquis, have you imprisoned the kingdom's esteemed General Jack Fright? Simultaneously, his hand discreetly rested upon the holy lance positioned beside the table. These words. Both Mylon and Azure were taken aback. Azure pointed accusingly at Mylon, exclaiming, Mylon, do you intend to rebel? Chris, why did you not inform me sooner? Meanwhile, the Marquis of Falsang took 2 steps back, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Chris as he stammered, Why you? How did you? Malin's words were cut short when, as he passed a group of previously trembling maidens, a slender beam of sword light shot forth from the crowd. Before Mylon could react, the sword light ensnared his neck. A young girl, clad in maid's attire, sprang from the throng, pressing the blade against the face of Marquis Mylon of Falsang. Mylon Nisi! Azure cried out with excitement. Your Highness Azure! Mylon Nisi responded with equal fervor. General Jack and I arrived here 2 days ago. But this villain, she gestured at the subdued Marquis. He intoxicated General Jack and imprisoned him. I barely managed to escape, and thankfully encountered Chris just now. Release General Jack Fright at once. Azure bellowed, his voice filled with righteous indignation for the first time in his life. And his weapons, armor, and steed, Chris added calmly from the side. The panicked soldiers regarded Mylon, the Marquis of Falsang, who was held at sword point, and he could only nod in resignation. Moments later, the determined footsteps of Jack Fright echoed from the corridor. Soon, the kingdom's foremost champion appeared before Azure, bearing the marks of captivity, yet fortunately unharmed. Your Highness, I am inept and failed to protect you. Jack Fright's voice trembled with barely concealed emotion. I am deeply ashamed to have fallen into the hands of our own. Our own? Chris chuckled again. Then might I trouble this Marquis to escort us out of the city? Leave it to me, replied Jack Fright, having donned his armor once more, as he placed a silver sword against Malin's neck. This action decisively extinguished any thoughts of escape from Mylon. No matter how audacious he was, he dared not act recklessly in the presence of the kingdom's fiercest warrior. As they exited the castle hall, a deafening uproar erupted outside. They found themselves surrounded by 8 companies of soldiers, yet none dared to advance. After all, Mylon was in Jack Fright's grasp. The glint of swords and lances reflected the torchlight as Azure and his companions led Mylon through the thicket of spears and pikes. Once outside the castle, they mounted their steeds and galloped for some time until the towers of Falsang were no longer visible before pausing to deal with Mylon. What should be done with him? Azure pulled Chris aside. Inquiring cautiously, Chris remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand in a decisive chopping motion, which startled Azure. Did you not say you were unwilling to kill? Azure asked in astonishment. I only stated that I do not wish to witness bloodshed. However, I do not mind bearing the reputation of a ruthless killer if necessary. Chris replied in a tone that belied his age, devoid of compassion. That may not be wise. His subordinates might turn to the Empire as a result. Azure hesitated, casting an anxious glance at Chris. Killing a prisoner could indeed tarnish your Highness's reputation. Chris responded unfazed. However, Mylon is no fool, and his ambitions are considerable. His unilateral increase in troops indicates his treasonous intentions. Even if your Highness were to release him now, he would not be grateful, but on the contrary, he would undoubtedly rally those 8 companies to pursue you, for he has embarked on a path of betrayal from which there is no return. Should we take his life now, his subordinates would descend into chaos, and any allegiance to the Empire would be a distant prospect. Yet, if Mylon chooses to side with the Empire, it would place us in a precarious position. Therefore, it is best for your Highness to be resolute. After a lengthy internal struggle, Azure finally nodded in agreement and approached Jack Fright, whispering his thoughts. However, Jack Fright voiced a strong objection after just a few words. That is absolutely out of the question. Your Highness, we have emerged from the heavily besieged Falsang Castle, and no one dared to obstruct us simply because we held Mylon at sword point. This signifies a pact made with his subordinates. They allowed us to leave unharmed in exchange for Malin's life. If your Highness were to kill him now, it would lead to a loss of trust. You are on the brink of restoring your kingdom, if you cannot even uphold your own promises. What right will you have to command the world in the future? Faced with such a principled dilemma, Jack Fright's words were unyielding, even towards his lord, as it was simply his nature, once indecisive. Azure found himself wavering again, glancing back at Chris. Chris sighed with a wry smile. It seems Lord Jack has misconstrued the concept of a promise. We made no commitments to them. Dealing with a traitor of the kingdom hardly constitutes a breach of faith. This is merely a rationalization. Threatening another is indeed a form of contract. One should not abandon principle for convenience, nor should your Highness be taught to resort to unscrupulous means. Jack Fright replied decisively. Chris shrugged helplessly. Very well, let Lord Jack decide, but be aware that his steadfastness may lead us into an unfavorable situation. Jack Fright nodded and turned to Mylon. You have heard our debate. Marquis Mylon, that if you possess even a shred of conscience as a subject of Sophia, you should know what to do upon your return, that I hope we will not regret today's decision in the future. With that, He retracted the silver sword he had pressed against Malin's neck and stepped back, allowing Mylon to depart. Mylon remained silent throughout, walking away without a word. Once he was out of Azure and the other's pursuit, he suddenly turned back, calling out in a venomous tone, "Just you wait. Before long, you will regret your decision not to kill me today. I will certainly present your head to Emperor Fran of Chaos." Azure. With that, he hastily sprinted back towards Falsang Castle. Such a swift decision, fitting for the Lord of Falsang, Chris remarked with a bitter smile. Meanwhile, Jack Fright appeared rather awkward, glancing at Azure with uncertainty. "Well, Your Highness, I did not anticipate that Mylon would be such an ungrateful person," Chris's suggestion. "Perhaps it holds some merit." Chris walked over to tend to the saddle of his warhorse and said, "We must hurry. We have quite a distance to cover before reaching Linsta. Our current predicament is already dire. Adding Mylon to the mix would not worsen it." Chris's tone carried a clear note of reassurance. Azure nodded, with Chris and Jack Fright by my side. "I fear nothing." He turned to see the displeased visage of the beautiful priestess and quickly added, "Of course, there is also Miss Mylon Nisi." Their situation was far from the not getting worse that Chris had suggested. In fact, it was quite the opposite. Soon, Mylon of Falsang encountered the Silver Wolf Legion's Coldens, and a sinister alliance was forged between the bloodthirsty wolves and the cunning local tyrant to pursue Azure and his companions. The tracking skills of Coldens, combined with Malin's knowledge of the terrain and his formidable forces, significantly increased their pursuit speed. 2 days after departing from the castle of Farsang, Azure and his companions found themselves once again under pursuit. And this time the danger was greater than ever before. Initially, the cavalry within the Silver Wolf Legion was not numerous, and Coldens could only use them as bait or to delay Jack Flit. But with the addition of the regular Sophia cavalry, Coldens now possessed sufficient cavalry strength to pose a genuine threat to Jack Flit. Previously, Jack Flit might have suggested taking on the attackers himself. But now he dared not utter such words. With 5 squadrons of cavalry trailing behind, he knew that even a glance back would see him engulfed in the flood of horsemen. The sounds of pursuit grew ever closer, and the 4 in front urged their steeds to gallop faster in a desperate flight. Suddenly, the horse beneath Melanris let out a long whinny, reared up abruptly, and then collapsed to the ground. It had been struck in the hindquarters by a feathered arrow, which pierced through its body, the arrowhead emerging from its belly. This formidable shot had been loosed by Mylon himself, who had always possessed great confidence in his archery skills and considerable strength. Had he not been captivated by Melanris's beauty and desired to capture her alive, that arrow would have surely pierced her back. Now Mylon merely aimed to unseat her, but once again he miscalculated. Just as Melanris emitted her first scream, Jack Flit reached out and hoisted her onto his mount. Although his steed, a magnificent black horse, now bore 2 riders, its speed did not wane. If anything, it surged even faster. Nevertheless, Jack Flit was acutely aware that riding double could not be sustained for long, that he glanced back at Chris. "What should we do?" "Chris." In this critical moment, Jack Flit still placed great trust in Chris's cunning. Even under such circumstances, Chris remained remarkably composed, spurring his mount as if he were merely heading to a royal banquet. His response to Jack Flit was equally calm. "It's all right, General Jack. Allow me a moment to think." After a brief contemplation, Chris resorted to an old trick. He scattered a large bag of gold coins upon the ground. Yet this time, the ruse proved ineffective. Mylon's men, unlike those of the Silver Wolf Legion, were a formally recruited order of knights, not easily swayed by the allure of gold, and the current situation did not permit galloping cavalry to dismount and collect coins. Chris had thus squandered a considerable sum. "This trick won't work. There must be another way, Chris." "Hurry and think of something," Azure urged, viewing Chris as a veritable treasure chest that could conjure miracles at any moment. As if Chris merely needed to blink to make their troubles vanish. Chris could only respond to Azure's unreserved faith with a wry smile. "I apologize, Your Highness. I am not omnipotent, that I fear we are truly in trouble this time." He turned back to Melanris. "Might Lady Melanris's magic aid us in any way? The spirits do not appear during the day. I am at a loss." However, Chris's wellspring of wisdom should not run dry so swiftly, Melanris replied, placing great faith in Chris's ingenuity. "The sorrow of being a sage," Kriz remarked self-deprecatingly before turning to Azure. Your Highness, may I borrow your holy lance for a moment? Just as they were at an impasse, a cloud of dust appeared ahead of them. Azure and his companions squinted into the distance and discerned the fluttering of military banners amidst the swirling sands. It was the flag of Sophia. Could Milan have somehow circled ahead of us? Kriz's brows furrowed slightly. This fellow has managed to surprise me. I underestimated him before. He glanced back at Jack Flit, his eyes reflecting a calm intensity. Jack Flit immediately grasped his meaning and nodded. Fear not, Kriz. I shall ensure the safety of His Highness. A newfound determination gleamed in Jack Flit's eyes. Both understood that if they were to be caught between a pincer attack, escape would be impossible. Perhaps Jack Flit could flee alone, but he would never abandon Azure to face danger alone. The outcome would likely be their collective demise. I truly regret, Kriz. Had I heeded your advice to slay Milan at that time, the situation might not have deteriorated to this extent. That I confess, I lack the decisiveness befitting a general. In this dire moment, Jack Flit expressed his remorse and sincerely apologized to his much younger companion. Kriz offered a sympathetic smile. It is of no consequence, General Jack. Your reasoning to His Highness was sound. One must not deny the truth simply because of adverse circumstances. He raised his gaze to the banners, gradually drawing nearer. Inhaling deeply, it is time, Your Highness. Please lend me your holy lance. Azure, momentarily stunned, handed the holy lance to Kriz and inquired, Kriz, are we truly going to? Your Highness, just charge ahead, no matter what happens. Do not look back, Kriz instructed, taking the lance from Azure's hands that he then issued calm commands to the other two. General Jack Flit, lead the way. Lady Melanris, protect His Highness closely. He must not stray even a step. In Kriz's eyes now shone a resolute and sharp brilliance, devoid of the previous softness. Very well, Kriz. Leave it to me. Jack Flit, spurred by Kriz's formidable presence, felt his own fighting spirit ignite, but he placed Melanris securely on Azure's mount, charging forth into the ranks of the approaching cavalry. The Crown Prince of Sophia is here. You treasonous scum dare to confront me? Have you heard of Jack Flit? As he spoke, Jack Flit drew his sword, intent on sweeping away the enemies ahead. Yet the cavalry before him slowed their pace, and a knight clad in white armor and a white helm surged from the ranks. Hold your fire. Jack! Upon recognizing Jack Flit, the knight sheathed his sword and removed his faceplate, revealing an aged countenance marked by valor, now adorned with a smile. Count Belford, is it truly you? Jack Flit exclaimed with delight. He then turned to Azure, calling out, Your Highness, it is an ally. It is Count Belford of Murata Fortress, my former archery instructor. Is the Crown Prince also present? By the grace of the great God Mills, we have finally found you. Count Belford quickly approached Jack Flit's steed, dismounting and kneeling before Azure in a gesture of reverence. I am Belford of Murata Fortress, paying my respects to Your Highness. The old count bowed to Azure with the same deference he had shown King Norland in the past. Are you here to assist us? Count? Azure, unable to believe this miraculous turn of events, asked rather rudely. To see Your Highness safe, I would gladly shatter these old bones, Belford replied, oblivious to Azure's tone of skepticism, yet affirming his loyalty. That is splendid, Azure pointed behind him, like a child who had been bullied finding a protector. Those people are pursuing me. Please help us, my Lord Count. Belford rose and scrutinized the banners fluttering behind Azure. It is the flag of Sophia, the old count exclaimed in disbelief. Milan has betrayed us and is pursuing us alongside the Imperial forces. Jack Flit clarified, dispelling the count's confusion. Milan, the Marquis of Farsang. How dare he openly pursue the Crown Prince? The old count roared like a lion. I shall tear that beast apart. The veteran warrior leapt back onto his steed with the agility of youth. Raising his arm, Lads, do you see those scoundrels ahead? Slay them. Without the need for further commands, the knights behind him erupted in a deafening roar, their white armor coalescing into a torrent symbolizing death. Charging towards Milan's unsuspecting forces that in mere moments, the knights from Murata Fortress clashed with those from Farzang that in such tumultuous circumstances, numbers and equipment mattered little. The outcome of the battlefield was determined solely by morale. Milan was caught completely off guard, unaware of the ferocious troops that had emerged from nowhere. "Milan, you coward! If you are a man, step forward. I, Belford of Morata Fortress, challenge you." Though aged, the old warrior still possessed a commanding presence, roaming the battlefield in search of his treacherous former comrade. "What? You dare betray Sophia, dare pursue the crown prince, yet do not have the courage to face an old man's challenge." The experienced count cleverly exposed Milan's treachery amidst his taunts, aiming to undermine the morale of the rebels. This tactic proved effective, as shame washed over the faces of Farsang's cavalry, who began to retreat quietly. Now, unless Milan himself took the field, his subordinates would undoubtedly lose their fighting spirit. Jack Flit recognized this as well, standing resolutely at the forefront, having already resolved in his heart, if Milan dared to show himself, he would not be allowed to return alive. However, Milan remained silent and did not make an appearance, which only deepened the confusion among the cavalry of Farsang. Eventually, they heard a retreat order echoing from an unknown source, causing them to falter, and this disarray swiftly spread to the cavalry of the Silver Wolf Legion. The pursuing forces ultimately succumbed to utter chaos, with 5 squadrons of cavalry devolving into a disorganized rout. Count Belvedere immediately commanded a pursuit. "Boys, catch up and bring me the head of that traitor Milan." At this moment, Chris tugged at Asher's sleeve. "Your Highness, please order an immediate cessation of the pursuit." Asher turned back, puzzled, and looked at Chris. "But we have already won. That victory is merely temporary. Issue the command swiftly." Asher nodded, still struggling to grasp Chris's reasoning, yet he held an unwavering trust in him. Thus, he hurried towards Count Belvedere, who was still shouting for blood. "My lord, please recall your soldiers." "What?" The old count turned back in astonishment to face Asher, who merely nodded in response. The old count, with a resigned sigh, acquiesced. "Very well, your highness. After all, they are also subjects of Sophia." He then ordered his soldiers to assemble and come forth to greet the crown prince. "Your highness." Count Belvedere approached Asher and the others, flanked by 2 towering, robust men, their armor spattered with blood and their faces similarly marked, making them appear as if they had emerged from the depths of hell. Even before Asher, they exuded an air of crude ferocity, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. Upon noticing this, Count Belvedere erupted in laughter. "These are my 2 sons, Rembrandt and Moldus. They are strapping young lads, quite strong, though perhaps a tad dim-witted." "That is indeed the worst part." Chris couldn't help but mutter under his breath, his voice barely audible, yet Melanis caught it and stifled a laugh, hastily covering her mouth, fortunately unnoticed by Count Belvedere. The old count continued to boast of his sons. "These 2 boys are my pride and joy. Well trained in both marksmanship and swordsmanship. Each commands a squadron now, and I am certain they will accomplish great deeds for you, your highness, in the future." Chris could no longer contain himself and interjected, "May I inquire, my lord, how many men have you brought with you?" The old count turned to Chris, his eyes betraying a hint of displeasure. Jack Furyk quickly intervened to smooth things over. "This is His Highness's newly appointed secretary, Lord Chris, who is also our military strategist." "A strategist, you say? That is no ordinary title," the old count exclaimed, evidently impressed by the designation of strategist, which significantly altered his demeanor toward Chris. His tone became notably more courteous as he responded to Chris's inquiry. "Morata Fortress has 4 defensive squadrons in total, all of which I have brought along. My 2 sons lead 3 cavalry squadrons, while a heavy infantry squadron accompanies us to transport supplies. Bound by the military regulations of Sophia, lords are permitted to command no more than 4 squadrons, which compels most to fully equip their allotted squadrons with the finest gear, a testament to the law-abiding that a few audacious individuals, like Milan, discreetly breached this limitation." "What? You brought all your forces?" Jack Furyk exclaimed in astonishment. "Who will protect your territory? Before long, everything you own will be pilfered. Your slaves and servants will be taken or will flee, and your tenants will be deceived." "It matters not," the old count replied with a genial smile. "They need not flee or be taken. When I departed, I had already dismissed them, distributing all that could be taken among them. The remaining houses and lands cannot be stolen, and while some farmland may be trampled by cows' mongrels, I do not mind. His Majesty King Norland bestowed this land upon me, and relinquishing it for the safety of Crown Prince Azure is hardly a significant loss. You are truly magnanimous, my lord, Azure remarked, touched. 3 squadrons leave us at a disadvantage. Had my lawn recognized this, we would have faced dire consequences, which is why I urged your highness to recall the troops. Now, let us set forth without delay. Chris elucidated the rationale behind his earlier insistence on retreating from a favorable position while urging Azure to commence their journey promptly. Consequently, this augmented force soon embarked on the road to Alensia. As they traveled, Melanis leaned closer to Chris. Count Belvedere's sons appear as if they were 2 wild boars. I was truly frightened upon first meeting them. Chris chuckled, but had yet to respond when Jack Furet, trailing behind them, admonished sternly, "Do not speak so. Morata Fortress is not situated along the route of the Imperial Army's advance, that if Lord Belvedere had retained some troops for protection, the Imperial Army would not easily seize his territory. Yet he has brought all his defenses with him. Among the lords of Sophia, who possesses such loyalty as he." Melanis stuck out her tongue and made a face at Jack Furet, revealing a childlike demeanor. After enduring the harrowing experience of life and death, it is only natural to exhibit some degree of uncharacteristic behavior. Jack Furet let out a wry smile, feeling it prudent to refrain from further comment. That evening, after reuniting with a supply convoy from Morata Fortress, they established a large encampment in the woods. Azure and the others had not dared to light a fire for several days, evading the pursuit of the Imperial Army, and had subsisted solely on cold rations. Now, sitting beside a warm fire, enjoying fragrant roasted meat, they found immense comfort in the sight of numerous soldiers patrolling the area, fully armed, which greatly assuaged their feelings of insecurity. This brought joy to both Azure and Melanis, while Jack Furet finally relaxed for the first time since fleeing from the royal capital of St. Francis. The only one who remained unperturbed was Chris, or perhaps he had never been tense to begin with that moment. He was engaged in light-hearted conversation with the old count, who had indulged a bit too much in wine. To become a strategist at such a young age, you must possess extraordinary talents, the old count said, pouring himself another generous cup of wine, his hand trembling slightly. When His Majesty King Norland appointed Bishop Claude as the strategist for the Sophia army, we old generals regarded him with disdain, believing him to be merely a frail scholar. Yet it was not long before we all acknowledged his capabilities. Now that you two are a strategist, you must possess unparalleled wisdom. Upon mentioning Sophia's former prime minister, a look of admiration graced Count Belvedere's face. "Oh no, my lord, you flatter me," Chris replied, while simultaneously calculating the forces at his disposal. Compared to their pursuers, the 4 squadrons indeed felt somewhat lacking, as the combined strength of the Silver Wolf Legion and my land's troops outnumbered them by more than threefold. However, I am confident that I can unleash the full potential of these 4 squadrons to achieve threefold effectiveness, as long as they heed my commands, Chris mused with self-assurance. The old count seemed to have considerable faith in him, while his 2 sons, though somewhat dull-witted, facilitated troop management. Only that green-eyed man commanding the supply convoy, named, yes, Byron Beck, seemed a bit eccentric. Chris wondered whether he could be trusted to at this point. Count Belvedere, having imbibed too much, began to ramble, and Chris found himself balancing the old man's chatter while quietly contemplating various scenarios that might unfold in the future. Until now, fortune had favored them, allowing them to escape death's grasp on multiple occasions. Yet the situation had changed. With the ability to freely command troops, Chris vowed never again to place his fate and that of his friends in the hands of a guardian angel. Despite their diligent efforts thus far, perhaps it is time to teach the Imperial Army a small lesson, Chris considered, though he swiftly dismissed the notion. There was no need for unnecessary sacrifices at present, and both Coldens and Milan were no fools. Their forces held a distinct advantage. Nevertheless, prudent precautions were warranted. Chris quickly penned a letter, producing a small golden seal to stamp it that he signaled for a messenger, entrusted him with the letter, and issued the command. "Deliver this letter to the specified address without delay." Chris rarely employed such a serious tone. The messenger accepted the letter with both hands, glancing at it with an expression of surprise. Yet he said nothing. An unspoken rule among messengers is to never ask questions. He bowed deeply and mounted his horse, galloping away. Standing up, watching the messenger ride off, Chris turned his gaze northward. Emperor Fran of Cows. It will not be long before you discover who the true master of the continent is, he murmured to himself, a confident smile gracing his face. That moment, the starlit sky reflected in Chris's eyes, radiating an aura of determination and pride. Chapter 10. The Resurgence of Beast and Man in Battle. The White Dragon Holy Knights, Commander Alphonse, pays his respects to His Majesty the Emperor and the esteemed Chancellor. The Imperial Royal Guard, commanded by General Hazenham, pays homage to Your Majesty. Congratulations on the conquest of the capital city of Sophia, St. Francis. The Imperial Royal Swordsman Legion, led by General Antæus, also wishes to pay respects to Your Majesty. Upon returning to the imperial capital, the city of Celestial Dance, Emperor Chaos, Fran, undertook his first act of governance by summoning several esteemed generals who remained in the empire, including 3 of the illustrious for generals, to collectively strategize against the orc tribes. As was customary, Chancellor Phyllis sat silently beside the emperor, devising plans for him. Esteemed generals, your diligent efforts over these past days have not gone unnoticed. It is solely due to your hard work that our empire has not lost an inch of its territory, and I am profoundly grateful. General Alphonse, your toil has been commendable. Your Majesty's decree to appoint me as regent for the Crown Prince is a testament to your trust, and I shall dedicate myself entirely to this duty. General Antæus, has the Princess Zyatais caused you any further troubles? Your Majesty, Her Highness has made remarkable progress in her swordsmanship and has been quite diligent, that I fear that soon my skills may no longer suffice to instruct her. You are far too humble, my dear minister. As the eldest among the 4 generals, even the Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, hails from your tutelage. Surely, you can teach a mere girl. Thanks to Your Majesty's divine protection, there has been no disturbance in the city, save for the reckless orc tribes. Following the initial pleasantries, they swiftly delved into substantial discussions. Despite receiving the Emperor's commendations, General Alphonse wore a countenance that reflected unease. Your Majesty, since your campaign commenced, our border outposts have faced relentless assaults. Several patrol units have been annihilated, leaving no survivors, and the brutality of these attacks is alarming. Was it the orc tribes responsible? In this region, it is unlikely there are other hostile forces. However, the wounds observed on the bodies were predominantly inflicted by sharp instruments, and the orcs have never favored the use of swords. General Alphonse, being one of the 4 generals, hesitated. He was an exceedingly cautious individual, often attuned to details unnoticed by others. You speak truth, my Lord Alphonse, yet I have personally visited the ferry at the Darren Strait, where the mountains across have been ablaze with light of late. The orcs are evidently engaged in extensive construction of rafts, indicative of a large-scale offensive. The speaker, a youth adorned with silky, jet-black hair cascading down his shoulders, possessed a complexion as pale as alabaster, creating a striking contrast with his dark locks. Should one debate his appearance, comparisons might be drawn to the Empire's most esteemed beauty, Viscount Galamio. However, such notions would invoke ire from the youth himself. Unlike Galamio, he took no pride in his looks and regarded any such praise as a shameful affront. This young man was also one of the 4 generals, and the one most favored by Emperor Fran, the commander of the Imperial Guard. Hazenham. After graduating from the Officer Academy, he initially served as a commander in the Emperor's direct retinue, the twin-headed Dragon Cavalry. Due to his exceptional martial prowess and strategic acumen, he was swiftly entrusted with the role of aide-de-camp. Under the stern governance of Emperor Fran, the position of aide was not easily bestowed. Nonetheless, Hazenham fulfilled every task assigned to him with commendable efficacy, demonstrating his dual talents in both political and military realms. Consequently, the common-born Hazenham ascended the ranks of the Fran dynasty at a pace only second to that of the Azure Dragon Knight, Leon, that at the tender age of 22, he became one of the leaders of the Empire's 10 legions. A distinction that, while not entirely unprecedented in the annals of imperial history, could be counted on one hand for those who have enjoyed such an honor. Moreover, The personal guard of the Beast King Halak employs swords as well, should they deploy their elite forces. They could likely execute a flawless ambush on our outpost. In summary, regardless of whether those assaults were orchestrated by the orcs, their intent to launch an offensive is unmistakable. This was Hazenham's perspective. In response, Alphins, Antaeus, and the other generals nodded in agreement, none dissenting. Subsequently, Alphins, tasked with defense, continued his report. Recently, small contingents of orc forces crossed the strait to harass our territory, but we successfully repelled them. Curiously, unlike previous incursions, they did not engage in plunder, but seemed intent on reconnaissance. Additionally, we have frequently observed massive three-headed eagles soaring across the strait and circling above our lands, an occurrence unprecedented until now. The seasoned Antaeus also noted some peculiar developments. The three-headed eagle is the noble steed of the Orc King, and its appearance signifies the imminent involvement of their royal lineage in battle. Fran listened intently to these reports before turning to Chancellor Phyllis at his side. "What is your counsel, esteemed minister?" The Chancellor smiled softly and replied in a hushed tone. "Your Majesty, for a long time, we have regarded the Orc tribes merely as beasts in our battles against them, employing no strategies or tactics. We relied solely on overwhelming numbers to achieve victory. However, it is evident that our adversaries now possess more than mere brute strength. In my humble opinion, we must consider them as adversaries akin to mankind to comprehend their operational patterns." Fulris's words stirred a subtle ripple among the generals present. "Are you suggesting that the Orc tribes now have commanders skilled in strategy, much like the former High Priest Sonbat? If it were otherwise, their maneuvers could not be justified. I have heard that the new Orc High Priest, Tatara, claims to be the reincarnation of Sonbat. Should he dare make such a proclamation, he must possess some degree of capability." Fulris's voice resonated with a deep, compelling force, akin to a hammer striking the hearts of all present in the council chamber. During the era of the War of Man and Beast, humanity had suffered grievously at the hands of the Orc High Priest Sonbat, who had transformed into the cursed sword bearing his name. The Orcs, utilizing the tactical principles he left behind, nearly brought humanity to extinction in a matter of years. Now, could this chapter of history be poised to repeat itself? All the generals' eyes instinctively turned to their emperor, whose waist bore the cursed sword Sonbat. Noticing the gaze of his courtiers, Emperor Chaos let out a cold laugh. "Indeed, we now possess not only the holy sword Landberk, but also the orcs' revered treasure, the cursed sword Sonbat. What do you have to fear, esteemed generals? Should those beasts dare to stir, regardless of whether they rely on brute force or cunning strategy, I shall ensure their annihilation." The emperor rose, exuding an unassailable aura that echoed the formidable presence he commanded upon ascending the throne of chaos, a majesty that left all his courtiers in awe, faced with the emperor's unwavering resolve. All the generals knelt in homage. "Long live our emperor!" This was the fervent acclamation of the Chaos Court upon the emperor's coronation, and in that moment, for reasons unknown, all present repeated the ritual anew. "Your Majesty's intent is to take the initiative? To assault Hell Island and eradicate the Orc tribes?" The youngest among the assembled generals, Hazenham, felt his blood surge with fervor, his entire being brimming with the spirit of battle. However, it was the cunning Chancellor Phyllis who ultimately dictated military affairs. "The Darren Strait is not easily crossed. We have attempted to breach Hell Island on several occasions to utterly vanquish the Orc tribes. Yet each endeavor has ended in failure." Alphins, who ranked just below Phyllis among the attendees, promptly concurred. "Chancellor, you speak wisely. The Orcs have the capability to tame tiger sharks, and their naval strength is not to be underestimated. Previously, we amassed great forces to gain temporary naval superiority and ferry our infantry across the strait, but ultimately, we suffered defeat largely due to our navy's destruction, leaving the island-bound troops without support. Thus, the notion of storming Hell Island is ill-advised. Have the Ice Dragon Sea Knights not yet returned?" the Emperor inquired, his voice low, clearly dissatisfied with the counsel of his two senior ministers. "General Imelda herself is unaccounted for, but I have heard that she ordered her aide, Viscount Galamio, to lead forces directly to the Darren Strait to intercept the Orc tribes, that if the Orcs cannot cross the strait, they pose no threat to us," Antaeus reported. Emperor Fran nodded in approval. Lady Imelda's foresight is always commendable and aligns with my intentions. However, Your Majesty, I believe it would be prudent to recall the Ice Dragon Sea Knights for the time being. Chancellor Phyllis finally spoke after a prolonged contemplation. Oh, esteemed minister, what proposal do you have? Your Majesty, as Lord Alphonse has already pointed out, if we wish to assault Hell Island, the Darren Strait is an insurmountable barrier. Indeed, while we perceive this as a predicament, it is likely the same for the Orc tribes, a valid point. Thus, we can capitalize on this opportunity to turn the strait into a disadvantage for the Orc race that we may temporarily relinquish control over the Darren Strait, enticing the Orcs to concentrate a significant portion of their forces on this side. Subsequently, we shall command the Ice Dragon Sea Knights to blockade the waters. Then, we can assemble a grand army to besiege their landing troops, ensuring a decisive victory through superior numbers. Emperor Fran laughed heartily as he took over from Phyllis to articulate the ensuing words, prompting not only the Emperor, but also the Chancellor and all the generals present to join in laughter. Your Majesty's wisdom is truly commendable. This is precisely the flawless strategy one had in mind. Indeed, Chancellor, you are truly deserving of the title of the Empire's foremost sage. Your strategy is profound and unparalleled, the Emperor exclaimed, rising to his feet while gripping the hilt of the sword at his waist. In that fleeting moment, the Emperor's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. However, do you not find this approach somewhat cowardly? The Emperor's tone suddenly altered, leaving Phyllis perplexed. Your Majesty, this is the only tactic that guarantees victory. Can I not lead my army with honor and engage those beasts upon the beach? These creatures are accustomed to pillaging. Should they enter our homeland, they would inevitably disturb the populace. Would we not be the subject of ridicule? Your Majesty, the ferocity of the Orc race is well known. But our Cow's legions are no slouches either. My esteemed generals Alphonse, Antaeus, and Hasnam, each is a seasoned warrior of countless battles. 3 of the Empire's 4 generals are gathered here. What have I to fear? The Emperor's tone grew increasingly stern, and Phyllis's countenance darkened further. Your Majesty, while a frontal assault may indeed not place us at a disadvantage, it pales in comparison to the safety afforded by employing a tactic that ensures our invincibility, not to mention the unnecessary attrition of our soldiers. Enough. I only require you to offer suggestions. The final decision rests solely with me. With the Emperor's declaration, Phyllis had no grounds for further dispute. As you command. Your Majesty, I shall prepare for the expedition forthwith. Following the military council, Chancellor Phyllis conversed with Alphonse, the leader of the White Dragon Holy Knights. As they walked through the corridor, their discussion inevitably revolving around the Emperor's sudden change in demeanor. It is indeed strange. The Emperor seemed poised to accept this proposal. Phyllis pondered, perplexed while Alphonse shared his own bewilderment. The Emperor was never so obstinate in the past. Although he may not have favored the suggestions of his subordinates, he would typically accept them if they were reasonable. Yet now, this time, it appears that the Emperor's aim is not victory, but rather an obsession with slaughter, Phyllis remarked somberly. Alphonse suddenly turned back as if struck by a revelation. Oh, Chancellor, you once campaigned alongside General Leon of the Green Dragon Knights. Did he ever mention how the Emperor acquired the demon sword Sombarth? I inquired, but General Leon himself was unaware. He merely accompanied the Emperor to the temple and waited outside. Ah, that complicates matters. Phyllis raised an alert brow. Did you uncover something, Lord Alphonse? The meticulous Alphonse, known for noticing subtleties often overlooked by others, even by Phyllis, glanced around before whispering in the Chancellor's ear. Did you not notice, Chancellor, the Emperor's hand? What about the Emperor's hand? The Emperor's demeanor shifted dramatically only after he grasped the hilt of the demon sword Sombarth. In the ensuing days, the Cow's Empire and the Orc race embarked on a large-scale counteroffensive, both sides deploying their full might in a brutally fierce combat on the surface of the Darren Strait and the adjacent beaches. The 10 legions of the Cow's Empire, led by the Emperor Fran's own Hydra Royal Knights, along with Hasenam's Imperial Royal Guards, the veteran Antaeus commanding the Imperial Royal Swordsmen, Alphonse's White Dragon Holy Knights, and the Ice Dragon Sea Knights under Vice Commander Galamio, all joined the fray. Compared to the previous engagement at the Catalet Plains, where the Empire had only mobilized 3 direct legions. This time the Cow's Empire committed even greater forces. The Orc race also deviated from their usual strategy of sending small raiding parties, instead mustering nearly their entire strength for a concerted assault that in terms of scale, this could be deemed the largest battle on the continent in nearly a century. However, the war itself bore no remarkable characteristics. Thanks to the Ice Dragon Sea Knight's relentless efforts to thwart the Orcs' ceaseless maritime reinforcements, numerous Orc reinforcements were drowned before they could even land, allowing the Cow's Empire to thwart the Orcs' landing attempts and ultimately achieve victory, albeit at a grievous cost. The post-battle statistics revealed that all participating Imperial legions suffered over 50% casualties, and the Empire's military morale was severely diminished, taking several years to gradually restore its strength. Meanwhile, the Orc losses exceeded those of humanity by more than double, with the waters of the Darren Strait once awash with Orc corpses, rendering naval passage impossible. Historical accounts of this conflict later recorded only its brutality. The beaches were strewn with the bodies of both Orcs and humans, the waters surrounding the Darren Strait stained crimson with blood. And in the following days, all carnivorous birds and fish in the vicinity gathered to voraciously feast upon the remains of the fallen. Additionally, some less formal historical texts chronicled the following. Emperor Fran of Cows personally led his troops into the fray, and as he beheaded his 100th foe with the demon sword Sonbarth, the sky abruptly transformed into a fiery crimson reminiscent of hell itself, mirroring the once jet-black blade of Sonbarth. Everyone heard a strange voice roar forth from Emperor Fran's lips. Yet it was not his own voice. 100 slain, 1,000 slain, 10,000 slain. The Emperor's strength surged dramatically. As if possessed by a god of slaughter, he charged into the ranks of the Orc race, mercilessly hacking down the panicked, fleeing Orcs. Despite the Orcs' innate physical superiority over humans, none could withstand Fran's onslaught, and it was during this moment that the Cow's Empire solidified its victory. However, following the battle, aside from Hazenham, who unconditionally trusted Emperor Fran and remained elated, all other generals were deeply troubled by the Emperor's abrupt transformation. That, on the other hand, significant changes were also occurring among the Orc race. Orc King Halig and his son Bisnu led their personal guard, rampaging through the Imperial troops, striving to salvage the Orcs' dignity. Unlike ordinary Orcs, the members of the personal guard were the elite of the Orc race, trained in human combat techniques and wielding weapons far more sophisticated than the typical blunt clubs of their kin. They bore swords and great axes captured from humans, with their innate immense strength combined with honed skills. Even the second strongest force in the Imperial army, the White Dragon Holy Knights, dared not engage them recklessly. Wherever the Orc personal guard advanced, the Imperial army recoiled. Leading the charge was Halig's most favored son, Bisnu, regarded as the most valiant among the warriors of the personal guard and the cleverest among the entire Orc race. His audacious venture on a 3-headed eagle to spy on the climactic battle between the Kingdom of Sophia and the Cow's Empire, seizing the opportunity to learn human military strategies, was one of his notable exploits. The massive axe wielded by Bisnu was a renowned artifact from the Agulier Empire, and under his command, multiple Imperial squad leaders had already perished. Those who initially underestimated his prowess, intending to outmaneuver him with agile tactics, found themselves horrified as they realized, in their final moments, that this Orc was more agile than they. The invincible Bisnu forged ahead, planning to confront the Emperor who had inflicted such devastating casualties upon them. Had they truly clashed, the outcome would have been difficult to predict. Bisnu had learned ways to counter the demon sword Sonbarth from the High Priest Tatara. Yet, fate denied them the opportunity to meet. After Bisnu felled yet another Imperial squad leader adorned with 2 stars, he suddenly felt a slight chill breeze at his back, turning around just in time. He deflected a stealthy attack with his massive axe. The Orc prince roared, raising his axe, only to find before him a young girl, no older than 13 or 14. The human females should pose no threat to Orcs. But upon seeing the girl's countenance, Bisnu was struck dumb as if by lightning. After her initial failed attack, the girl refrained from further aggression. She was busy rubbing her numbed hands, surprised by Bisnu's bewildered expression. She cast several curious glances his way. Compared to the blades of Imperial warriors, her gentle gaze caused the young and fearless Orc, Bisnu, to tremble. In that fleeting moment, He felt his heart racing, warmth flooding his entire being. It seems that human heroes ought not to employ ambushes. After much effort, Bisnu recalled a phrase in the human tongue that he intended to articulate, something more befitting for a maiden, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately uttering the only non-derogatory phrase he could remember, the astonishment etched upon the maiden's visage deepened significantly. After a prolonged moment, she suddenly sprang to her feet, turned on her heels, and dashed back towards her own camp, simultaneously shrieking, "Master, master, there is a talking orc here. He can speak." It appeared that the girl lacked experience, as she boldly turned her back on the enemy. Had Bisno chosen to attack at that moment, he could have effortlessly severed the girl's head. Yet the thought never crossed Bisno's mind. In retrospect, he realized he had never contemplated whether he should have struck. He was instead consumed by regret over another matter. He had been utterly taken aback. And only when the girl was on the verge of vanishing into the throng did he grasp that he ought to act. "Wait, could you tell me your name?" Miss. Finally recalling the term, the orc shouted loudly, though he received no response. The girl swiftly disappeared into the crowd. Bisno took off in pursuit, but a throng of human soldiers quickly obstructed his path. According to Bisno's usual disposition, he ought to have wrought carnage upon those who dared impede him. However, this time, he merely stood in a daze for a moment, before dragging his axe away from the battlefield, indifferent even to his father, the beast king Haragong, who had called out to him. Lost in his thoughts, Bisno mounted the three-headed eagle and soared directly back to Hell Island. For the orcs, troubles had just begun. From that moment forward, their prince was unwilling to partake in any actions against humans, that he spent his days circling the strait atop the three-headed eagle, particularly hovering near the battlefield of the last Great War. Once, the human knowledge that had captivated Bisno, such as martial arts, military strategy, and history, no longer piqued his interest. Instead, among the multitude of human tomes, he found himself enraptured by what the orcs deemed the most tedious subjects, poetry and etiquette. Day and night, he sat at his desk, reciting and immersing himself in these matters. This shift in behavior incited alarm among Beast King Haragong, his other sons, and many elders within the orc tribe. "My son has been bewitched by those vile humans." This was the only explanation Haragong could fathom. He sought the counsel of the high priest Tatara, yet even the omnipotent high priest was powerless in this instance. "Your son is merely momentarily disoriented. I believe he shall gradually regain his senses with the passage of time." Tatara could only offer such words to console the grieving king. Though not human, Haragong's concern for his son was no different than that of any human father. Thus, this great war brought enduring turmoil to both the Cow's empire and the orc tribe. Consequently, the historians of both sides endeavored to omit this segment of the conflict from their records. Chapter 11. The newly born calf following the fall of the royal capital, St. Francis City. Both Reins and Azure found companions to escape the city. Each discovered their own objectives and strove diligently to realize them. However, the path of flight was anything but smooth. They faced trials of life and death along the way. Yet ultimately, they all survived. The Crown Prince Azure received aid from the kingdom's foremost warrior, Jack Fret, and during their journey, encountered the goddess priestess Melanis, who had come specifically to assist them in the town of Ramu. He also met an exceptionally handsome youth named Chris, whose presence irrevocably altered the fate of their group. Had it not been for Chris's strategic planning, Azure might have long since fallen captive to the pursuing forces of the Cow's empire, particularly the Silver Wolf Legion. Furthermore, Chris's emergence would later have a profound impact on the fortunes of the Kingdom of Sophia, and it would not be an exaggeration to say he altered the course of history across the entire continent of Alensia. Similarly fortunate was the other youth, Reins, who encountered a young monk named Hein within St. Francis City. Throughout their adventures, Hein displayed remarkable intellect and decisiveness. The genius strategist was the unanimous appraisal of this young monk by future historians of the continent. Under his strong advocacy, Reins placed his hopes for restoration upon the foremost trading port city to the south of the Kingdom of Sophia, New Kovna City. Like St. Francis City, New Kovna had thrived as a renowned city during the ancient Alensia dynasty, serving as the capital of the ancient Kovna kingdom. Unlike St. Francis City, which had gradually prospered over centuries under the reign of the Sophia dynasty, the Kovna dynasty which boasted its lineage from the ancient Alensia dynasty, ultimately fell into decline due to overindulgence in commerce and pleasure by successive monarchs. Furthermore, in the struggle for so-called legitimate authority, the Kingdom of Sophia and the Kingdom of Kovna engaged in numerous conflicts, hastening the decline of ancient Kovna civilization that in the year 331 of the Alensia calendar. The long-standing war between these two nations, once governed by brothers, finally reached a conclusion. The armies of Sophia besieged Kovna city. The citizens of Kovna valiantly resisted, relying on their formidable walls and robust defenses. The siege endured for an entire year. Ultimately, due to dwindling supplies, the people of Kovna were compelled to trust the promises of the Sophia forces. They would be spared their lives and property upon surrender. After all, we are brothers. How could we slay our own kin? The generals of Sophia assured the envoys from Kovna with fervent oaths. However, when the gates of Kovna were opened, they were met with merciless blades. The invading soldiers of Sophia wasted no time, immediately commencing slaughter and pillaging. Their treatment of this brotherly nation was more brutal than that of any historical enemy, even surpassing the thorough purges committed against the Orc tribes. Traitors! Despicable cowards! Shameful liars! The cries of the Kovna citizens ultimately drowned beneath their own blood, as nearly all the inhabitants perished beneath the swords of the soldiers from their so-called brotherly nation, with the few survivors sold into slavery. Yet before the king of Kovna could meet his end at the executioner's hands, he gritted his teeth and uttered a vow. As long as Kovna city exists, the people of Sophia shall never rule here. Never. This oath, once relayed back to the royal capital of Sophia, elicited nothing but a cold laugh from the reigning King Belric II, who proclaimed that he had given it no thought. However, shortly thereafter, he commanded the Sophia army to deploy siege towers and battering rams, systematically dismantling the 30-foot-high walls of Kovna, reducing the city to rubble. An illustrious city was thus extinguished. Nevertheless, the advantageous geographical location and natural harbor of Kovna could not be obliterated. With the economic development of the continent, a plethora of merchants and artisans gathered once more at the estuary of the Greer River, and commerce flourished anew upon the ruins of old Kovna city, forming a new town. Yet it seemed that the restless spirits of the original Kovna inhabitants were at work, as repeated insurrections against Sophia's rule erupted in this area. Sophia showed no mercy, repeatedly dispatching troops to suppress the uprisings, often razing the cities in the process. Thus, upon the graves of the ancient Kovna people, countless souls were added to the tally of the wronged. In the year 464 of the Alensia calendar, the newly appointed king of Sophia, Nerissa III, heeded the counsel of the court sorcerers, declaring that the site of the former Kovna city was cursed by spirits and deemed an ill-fated place, necessitating the establishment of a new city elsewhere. He ordered the abandonment of the old site of Kovna city, constructing a new harbor city closer to the sea. Furthermore, he decreed that the height of the walls must not exceed half that of standard fortifications, thereby founding what would later be known as New Kovna City. Although some mocked him for his superstitions, after the relocation of Kovna City, armed rebellion ceased to occur, save for the occasional squabbles over autonomy among merchants. Nerissa himself reveled in praise of the court sorcerer's wisdom and his own foresight. However, the majority believed this was due to the low walls of New Kovna City and its flat terrain, which offered no natural defenses. While armed insurrections had ceased, troubles were not entirely resolved, as the merchants of New Kovna employed various means, such as tax resistance and evasion of rents, to continue their struggle against Sophia. Successive generations of Sophia kings regarded New Kovna City as a troublesome territory. Despite being the largest trading port in the southern continent, the Sophia government received scant taxes from there. This situation persisted until 30 years ago, when Bishop Claude was appointed prime minister, leading to a significant transformation. He promised to grant the merchants of New Kovna the long-desired autonomy, with the condition that they remit substantial gold coins to the Sophia dynasty each year and renounce the right to self-defense. These terms were accepted. From that point on, Sophia no longer needed to garrison heavy troops to prevent rebellions, and the merchants of Kovna, relieved of the burden of military expenses, could invest more funds into commerce. The relationship between the two parties improved significantly. and in the years that followed, the largest contributions to the treasury of Sophia came from the payments of the Kovna merchants. Reflecting upon this segment of New Kovna's history, Hein was filled with myriad sentiments. Now, with his earnest persuasion, Reins and his companions sought to venture to this renowned, troublesome territory. Will the merchants of Kovno, who harbor old grievances against Sophia and have long grown accustomed to their independent lives, be inclined to assist her in restoring her kingdom? Are they willing to obey the commands of a mere 14-year-old boy? Although Hein always appears to be brimming with confidence in front of Reins and others, he is, in reality, plagued by uncertainty. If all else fails, I shall make my way to Gosberg. May the Empire grant me a little more time, Hein murmured to himself. Fearing eavesdroppers, he glanced around, noting that most were at some distance from him, the only one walking beside him. Jim was lost in a trance, gazing vacantly out to sea, entirely oblivious to his surroundings. Poor fellow, he has succumbed to the enchantments of that mysterious woman, Hein thought to himself. Ever since their adventure by the beach, Jim had been perpetually entranced by the ocean, and whenever he spotted a sail on the horizon, he would dash into the water, prompting everyone to keep a close watch on him at all times. That girl is much older than you, someone remarked. Her demeanor is rather peculiar. She is surely not suited for you. Initially, they attempted to dissuade him with such comments, yet all their efforts proved futile. Jim continued to stare longingly at the sea each day, hoping to catch another glimpse of that proud and beautiful figure, only to be met with disappointment time and again that he grew increasingly despondent and ceased to be the lively conversationalist he once was. Jim hardly resembles a 13-year-old boy anymore. It seems that even someone as young as him cannot resist the allure of what is called love, even the most obtuse Gorse quietly remarked to Elv. However, Elv merely smiled and replied in a knowing tone, "This is but a fleeting infatuation. It shall soon pass, as is the case for many lads of their age." Yet, contrary to Elv's predictions, Jim remained morose and haggard even after their arrival in New Kovno. Now, no one paid him any heed. Everyone was enveloped in the excitement of finally reaching their destination, especially after hearing Hein's accounts of the opulence and splendor that the great traveler Alund had once described regarding New Kovno. The anticipation for this largest trade port in the southern continent ran high. New Kovno was unlike any other city that Reins and his companions had encountered. It was a city without borders. As they noticed the scattered houses lining the roads, they failed to realize they had already entered the territory of New Kovno. The number of houses gradually increased, and the foot traffic became denser. The pedestrians moved leisurely, without the hurried purposefulness that characterized those from other regions. The locals exhibited little curiosity. Upon seeing the small armed entourage mixed with monks, no one approached to inquire, nor did they scurry away like timid residents from other places that in summary, the inhabitants here came across as rather indifferent. However, in stark contrast to the populace, the city's landscape exuded a captivating charm. Not only were there native species from across the continent, but also many exotic trees imported from overseas. Rare saplings, typically confined to royal gardens in other regions, were casually planted along the roadsides as street trees. The streets were adorned with vibrant flowers and greenery, leaving no bare earth in sight, and these flora often consisted of extraordinary varieties unseen in other parts of the continent. Hein, who possessed considerable botanical knowledge, expressed his delight, frequently introducing his companions to the exotic plants he had only read about before, marveling at their tangible presence for the first time. "Look, this is a coconut tree from the southern coastline. Its fruit provides a refreshing drink. These are the phoenix tail trees from the southern region of the Central Kingdom. Do you not think their branches resemble the long tail of the legendary phoenix?" Such discussions kept Reins and his companions entertained along the way. Lining the roads were numerous villas belonging to affluent families, their architectural styles entirely different from those of Sophia's homeland, replete with foreign flair. The onion-shaped domes of Tyrelon, the tent-like residences of the prairie nation Talias, and even the sharply eaved palaces reminiscent of the Central Kingdom all showcased their distinctive designs here. Some houses even blended various styles, giving New Kovno the appearance of a melange of architectural influences from across the lands. As they conversed about the novel sights, they felt akin to country folk experiencing the city for the first time. However, After traversing for quite some time, they realized that New Kafno seemed to lack an essential feature of other cities, a towering city wall. "That is because we have yet to enter the city proper," Hain replied to their inquiries. This revelation astonished everyone. Onlookers would certainly consider this a bustling metropolis. How could it merely be the outskirts? Their yearning for New Kafno intensified when they spotted a modestly sized watchtower on the road ahead. They believed they were about to enter the city, erupting into cheers. After some negotiations with the gate guards, they were granted passage. The scrutiny here was markedly less stringent than in other places, and the soldiers paid little heed to class or rank. Thus, when Reins, identifying himself as a viscount, requested a soldier to guide them to the governor of New Kafno, he received a brusque reply. "Sophia's titles hold no sway here. I shan't abandon my duties to appease the nobility." The soldier flatly refused. Hearing such an impolite response, Reins was immediately incensed. After all, he hailed from nobility, bearing the typical traits of arrogance and volatility among the upper class. "Scoundrel! You ought to receive a whipping to learn what manners are." Reins bellowed in fury. Behind him, Gorse and Felix, both action-oriented, raised their spears and axes, but were promptly halted by Elv. "Do not act foolishly, Reins," Hain admonished angrily. "If you wish to command others in the future, you must abandon this habit of arrogance. Your noble temper will only lead to the loss of friends and followers." Reins could only accept Hain's reprimand with a flushed face. After passing through the city gate and walking a considerable distance, they encountered a second gate, soon followed by a third, then a fourth, and a fifth, until Reins could no longer contain his complaints. "What is the meaning of this? Are we not entering the city?" 14 is indeed an age of little patience, especially given Reins' lingering dissatisfaction from earlier. This is the result of the city's long-term development. Hain maintained his calm demeanor, explaining slowly. Initially, New Kafno was but a small town with a limited population, and a 12-mile wall sufficed to enclose it. However, as commerce and crafts prospered, the population grew, necessitating the construction of new walls beyond the original, creating an outer city. This is a common occurrence in many towns. New Kafno, however, has expanded particularly rapidly, and here, armed forces are prohibited. Merchants can only defend themselves by erecting walls, for which they are willing to invest significant sums. Thus, in the past 50 years alone, the outer walls of New Kafno have been expanded 6 times, in addition to the existing 5 walls, resulting in a total of 11 protective barriers, none of which are particularly high or secure. In summary, this is a place that is easy to attack but difficult to defend. The group continued their conversation, finally arriving at the inner city. Although this was the heart of New Kafno, the buildings here were not more densely packed than those they had seen outside, nor did they exude greater prosperity. In fact, throughout their journey, they had not sensed the conditions described in Hain's reference to Alen's travelogue. Even the lives of ordinary citizens can be described as extravagant. It is truly a world of opulence and excess. Indeed, there are shops lining the streets, and the population is denser than anywhere else, but it has yet to reach the unimaginable realm. That Alen is truly a great deceiver, Reins muttered under his breath, feeling swindled. Typically, Jim would be the most excited and animated in such a lively setting. Yet now he trailed behind the group, dejected and unresponsive even to Reins' attempts at jest. It seems Jim's spirit has been spirited away by that mysterious woman. "Perhaps she is a witch," Reins remarked to Hain over his shoulder. Hain paid him no mind, as he was busy stopping a passerby to inquire about directions to the town hall. After receiving the information, Hain turned back to the group, satisfied, and declared, "Everyone has worked hard. Let us take a break and disperse for a while." After issuing this delightful command, Hain leaned in to whisper a few words to Elv. Elv nodded and turned to leave. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Hain seized Reins, who was about to slip away. "Do not leave, Reins. We must pay a visit to the rulers of this place. Whether you can become the master of this city will depend on their disposition." "Rulers, here are there many lords?" Reins repeated in astonishment, bewildered by the plural form. "Are there multiple lords here?" Hain chuckled. "Did I not mention this to you before? I sincerely apologize. Novikov is unlike other places. It is not governed by nobles and lords, but by merchants. The people of Novikov pride themselves on being part of a society composed of free merchants." Hence, every decade, the citizens elect 12 merchant representatives to form the Merchant Council, who collectively decide all matters within the city. These representatives are the supreme rulers of Novikov, yet they face the constant peril of being replaced every 10 years, which compels them to adhere to the will of the citizens. The Kovnovians take great pride in this system, declaring it the most representative of the people's will and the best form of governance. But what happens if the opinions of the 12 are not in agreement? Lanes discern the limitations of this so-called best governance immediately. Then they resolve it by raising hands, categorizing the issue into yes or no. Those in favor raise their hands, while those opposed do not. That if the majority raises their hands, the resolution passes. Otherwise, it fails. That in most cases, this method is quite fair, Hein explained patiently. And what if exactly 6 support it while 6 oppose it? Lanes pressed on. Among the 12 representatives, there exists one esteemed presider, known as the council leader, who possesses the authority to raise both hands. Hein replied with a serious demeanor, prompting Lanes to burst into laughter. What if this council leader happens to have only one arm? Lanes continued, recalling his previous banter with Azure. Enough, Lanes. This is not a matter to jest about, Hein retorted, somewhat irritated. That my apologies, Hein, Lanes said, stifling his laughter, yet soon found himself laughing heartily once more. At the inception of the Merchant Republic of Milan, a similar governance method was employed, Hein added. However, over time, the position of the Milanese council leader became monopolized by one individual, who eventually expanded his power. Declaring himself Duke of Milan and serving as the lifetime supreme ruler, rendering the Merchant Council merely ornamental, devoid of real authority. Nevertheless, the Duke of Milan is not hereditary. Upon the death of the previous duke, a new ruler must be elected. This illustrates how easily such a system can be usurped. The absence of a fixed ruler leads to a chaotic scramble for power among all. Hein articulated his perspective on the system. While Lanes did not endorse this method of governance either, his natural inclination for debate prompted him to argue. Then how do the merchants of Novikov manage to maintain the purity of this system? It demonstrates that not everyone covets power. Hein shook his head. Not at all, Lanes. You must understand that every person harbors ambition, including you and I. It merely varies in magnitude to realize one's ambition. One must possess corresponding strength as support. The first Duke of Milan commanded significant military force, enabling him to subdue the masses. That in contrast, Novikov forbids the possession of military might. Their self-defense forces consist solely of a few guard squads organized by the major merchants, supplemented by mercenaries recruited in times of danger. The 12 merchant representatives possess roughly equivalent strength, making it impossible for any one of them to easily overpower the others. Moreover, Novikov is a territory of the Sophia Kingdom. Any sign of instability would immediately invite the suppression of Sophia's military forces, compelling them to faithfully adhere to the existing system. At this juncture, a glint of steely determination appeared in Hein's eyes. If I were to command a legion, no, even the strength of a mere squadron would suffice. I could seize this city directly without wasting breath in negotiations with those merchants. Remember, Lanes, strength is the crux of all matters. Yes, I comprehend, Lanes replied solemnly, realizing that Hein had unwittingly imparted a lesson upon him. To inspire Lane's ambition, Hein was indeed quite earnest in his efforts. Shortly thereafter, the two stood before the opulent marble steps of the Novikov City Hall, gazing at the cavernous entrance and the colossal decorative stone pillars that could be embraced by 3 men. Lane's palms grew clammy with sweat. Do you have confidence in persuading them? Lanes asked nervously. Regarding Hein, to be frank, no, Hein admitted, his usually composed demeanor appearing somewhat pale in Lane's eyes. Then how will you gain the merchant's trust? Lanes inquired. Hein let out a gentle laugh, turning to explain his potential grounds for success. For a long time, the Kovnovians' desire for self-governance has been suppressed by Sophia. Now that the royal knights of Sophia have been annihilated, the oppressive Sophia regime is no longer in existence. However, the protective forces that once safeguarded Novikov have also vanished. In this context, whether for self-governance or merely self-defense, the merchants of Novikov will inevitably seek to expand their military strength. Yet, having lived under the shadow of Sophia's legitimate rule for so long, the Kovnovians will find it challenging to mentally break free from their constraints. They possess the financial means to establish their own military, but fear being perceived as violating the agreements made with Sophia, which would invite aggression from the surrounding Sophia lords. One must remember, Novikov's wealth has long been the envy of neighboring lords, who, constrained by the dynasty's laws, have refrained from plundering their territory. Now that the Sophia dynasty has collapsed, should Novikov entertain the idea of military expansion, it would provide the surrounding lords with a pretext for invasion. Consequently, those timid merchants are likely caught in a dilemma. In this situation, Hein suddenly clapped Reins on the shoulder. If we were to possess the insignia of the kingdom's Grand General and invoke your status as the rightful son of a duke to compel them to recruit troops, it would bestow upon them a noble justification. We could then promise to ensure the safety of Novikov, thereby gaining the trust of the commoners. Finally, we would offer assurances regarding the positions of the current powers. In this manner, we could potentially garner the investment of Novikov's merchants, establish our own legion, and lay the foundation for future strength. Hein's impassioned speech, rather than merely informing Reins, served to bolster his own confidence. For Reins, who was utterly bewildered throughout, Hein had no intention of clarifying that moment. The sentinel who had gone to announce their arrival approached, informing them they could enter. Hein squeezed Reins' hand firmly, and together they strode towards the cavernous entrance. The Grand Assembly Hall of Novikov is a structure crowned with a colossal vaulted ceiling, encircled by numerous skylights, allowing brilliant sunlight to pour in, making the entire dome appear to float in midair. The interior somewhat resembles a small coliseum. Encircling the circular courtyard are tiered steps where participants casually sit in a natural circle. The speaker steps to the center of the courtyard to express their views. Devoid of hierarchy or distinction, in essence, the hall's design epitomizes the Kovnovians' esteemed belief in equality. This moment, Reins sat upon one of the lower steps, observing as Hein stood at the center of the hall, addressing the 10 or so elder men seated opposite him with eloquence. Reins had previously heard Hein speak on numerous occasions, but this time, Hein displayed his true persuasive prowess. Promises, guarantees, threats, flattery, every means capable of swaying hearts was employed. His impassioned oration resonated with Reins, who nodded repeatedly, convinced that those old men ought to immediately loosen their purse strings to generously contribute to the cause of restoring Sophia. However, those cunning merchants were not easily deciphered by someone as inexperienced as Reins. Several elder men listened patiently to Hein's discourse, exchanging glances, their lips curling into sardonic smiles or expressions of skepticism. The assembly hall fell into a momentary silence before someone soon directed a reprimand at Hein. "Kid, do you think you can just waltz in here and spout nonsense to command us? Do you believe this worthless scrap of metal can compel us to relinquish command of our military? Preposterous. You're wasting our time and money. Get out." The first to speak was a portly man in his 50s with a gray complexion, adorned in the most opulent attire among all present. A silk coat imported from the Central Kingdom, 10 fingers adorned with glittering gemstone rings, a necklace of pristine pearls, and even a silk hat topped with a large diamond. It was evident that he was a quintessential nouveau riche. As he spoke, he toyed with a pair of golden balls, his bloated face brimming with arrogance and disdain. Hein, who had been preparing to retreat to his seat, halted in his tracks, lifting his gaze to regard the speaker with cold disdain. The contempt and rudeness directed at Hein by the rotund man were returned tenfold, and the two silently glared at one another for a moment, until the elder, in his 50s or 60s, was unexpectedly intimidated by the mere 15 or 16-year-old. "What are you looking at?" The portly man finally broke the silence. Unable to contain himself, that a faint, cold smile curled at the corners of Hein's lips, and the disdain etched on his face was unmistakable. Cassimo Faldeclade, a farmer who rose to prominence by pilfering the belongings of corpses on the battlefield, dares to accuse us of our unwavering resolve to rescue the Kingdom of Sophia. Hein's tone dripped with contempt as he continued. "Do you believe that purchasing the ancient noble surname of Faldeclade can absolve you of your base lineage? Yet your actions over the years have merely confirmed that you remain a despicable wretch." With a sudden, forceful stride, Hein stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at Cassimo's nose. "Your merchant band follows the notorious death mercenaries, acquiring stolen goods at the lowest prices, stripping silver and gold from the corpses, and robbing the last possessions from weeping families. And you have the audacity to engage in the most vile and contemptible trade, human trafficking. How many times has your merchant band emptied entire villages for mere coins? How many mothers have you robbed of their children, sending them to slave villages to be raised for sale? Every coin of yours is stained with the blood and flesh of innocent civilians that you, a creature such as yourself, even dare to utter the word shameless. Hein's vehement denunciation of Cassimo, the head of the merchant band, was uncharacteristically fierce that he understood that both he and Reins were too young to command respect from these old-timers. They needed to display a certain audacity and pressure, startling these elders first. Then gradually persuading them with reason and benefit was his strategy. Moreover, Cassimo, the slave trader, was the least favored among the 12 merchant representatives in New Kofno, his position having been acquired through bribery. The other 11 held him in disdain, and denouncing his actions would not offend anyone. Even in New Kofno, people were wary of the slave trade, and Cassimo's reputation was well known, leading to widespread aversion toward him. At that moment, Cassimo's expression changed entirely. He was a man of wealth and power, and never had anyone dared to unearth his past before him, although whispers of his actions circulated in private. No one had ever publicly chastised him so harshly in a merchant assembly. You bastards, 2 little pups. Cassimo's rage could be aptly described as gritting his teeth. Guards, guards, throw these 2 pups into the water dungeon. No one responded to Cassimo's furious outburst. The armed forces in New Kofno were composed of the private guards of each merchant leader, with different merchants' guards taking turns to secure the venue during meetings. Today, Cassimo's private soldiers were not on duty, and those soldiers would not heed Cassimo's demands without orders from their superiors. That Cassimo's voice grew more frantic. By Demo, are you against me as well? Have your men gone deaf? Don't forget that at the next meeting, it will be my guards on duty. The one being reprimanded was an elderly man, his white hair and wrinkled face resembling a withered orange peel, with eyes that flickered with uncertainty. When Hein glanced at him, the old man hurriedly averted his gaze. A feeble-minded fellow, even Reins, not particularly adept at reading people, quickly assessed him in his heart that at that moment, Hein returned to Reins' side, whispering in his ear about the old man's background. This old man is named by Demo Kralist, one of the 12 merchant representatives, and he should be around 65 years old. He is the largest grain and wine merchant in New Kofno, timid and fearful, someone who can be dealt with through threats. Under Cassimo's pressure, the old man, by Demo Kralist, glanced toward a figure lurking in the corner of the assembly hall, shrouded in shadows, their face obscured. However, Hein noticed the figure subtly nodding. By Demo, having perceived this gesture, reluctantly raised a hand. And instantly, a group of fully armed soldiers surged in from the surrounding doors that Cassimo's sinister laughter echoed like an arrogant owl in the night. Rot in the cesspool, you ignorant little brats. Hein maintained a nonchalant smile, for there was reason behind it. Those soldiers did not come to arrest him. They respectfully saluted Reins and Hein before surrounding them as protectors at that moment. Both Cassimo and the others were astonished to realize that the soldiers donned the armor of the regular Sophia army. Rather than the uniforms of Kofno merchant guards, 3 squads of soldiers wielded swords, spears, and battle axes, and the 3 commanders were unfamiliar to the merchants of New Kofno. These were the squads commanded by Elf, Gors, and Felix. Hein had issued a disband order in the market merely to mislead the hidden watchers. Such a troop arriving in New Kofno could not possibly go unnoticed by the authorities. Under Elf's clever arrangement, the dispersed soldiers regrouped outside the town hall. The private guards on duty were no match for the regular army, and they were outnumbered. Moreover, they dared not act against Sophia's regular forces without orders, as the Kofno people were, in name, still under Sophia's jurisdiction. Thus, Elf and his men effortlessly secured the perimeter of the assembly hall and awaited Hein's signal that AS by Demo signaled. Hein also issued the prearranged signal to Elf, solidifying the situation. With complete control over the assembly hall, Hein's expression shifted, and he raised the military insignia of the kingdom's Grand General, addressing everyone present. The insignia of the kingdom's Grand General is merely a piece of iron. Yet it represents the military authority of the Kingdom of Sophia, as well as its status and glory. Although you all claim to possess rights to autonomy and independence, New Kofno is, after all, a part of Sophia, Do you truly disregard this insignia? Do you harbor intentions of seizing power amidst the chaos? Hein's composed delivery echoed the merchants' most clandestine and sensitive thoughts, causing their faces to pale. His next words brimmed with intimidation, and his assertions were not baseless. However, all the lords surrounding New Kofno still fall under Sophia's dominion. The wealth of Kofno merchants is already renowned, and New Kofno itself lacks military might. If we issue a command with the Grand General's insignia, I trust those lords would willingly rally to quell any insurrection. A subtle commotion arose in the assembly, merchants whispering among themselves. The elderly Bidemo spoke on behalf of the group, his voice trembling. Lord Leans, Lord Hein, we harbor no intentions of seizing power. It is merely that in these times of national collapse and the royal lineage in disarray, there are indeed vile individuals who take advantage of the turmoil. And we must all tread cautiously, that we ask for your understanding. The old man's stammering words revealed not only his anxiety about the current unfavorable situation, but also his concern for the guards stationed outside the assembly hall. If those men were to perish, recruiting a new guard would cost a fortune. Hein was wholly unconcerned with the merchant's internal thoughts. His objective was to demonstrate that, despite their youth, he and Leans demanded respect. To that moment, his aim was achieved. Very well. Then we may proceed. Hein gestured for Elf to withdraw the soldiers, and calmly continued his persuasive efforts. With the earlier proof, I trust there should be no lingering doubts regarding Lord Leans's identity. I understand that you may have reservations about our capabilities, which is entirely natural. Should you have any concerns, feel free to voice them. I will do my utmost to reassure you. You should comprehend that granting us a portion of your funds to establish a new legion will not only help repel the Empire's invasion, but will also ensure that New Kofno is remembered as a bastion of Sophia's resurgence. Your fortunes will swiftly increase alongside the reclamation of lost territories by the Kingdom of Sophia. This is merely an investment, akin to any other business endeavor, and I assure you, you shall not regret today's investment. Hein's bold declarations astonished even Leans, who stood beside him. Such audacity! Young man, do you not realize the might of the Imperial army? Even King Norland VI, wielding the holy sword Landberk, and his golden armored knights were utterly obliterated, and the renowned Blackjack fell to the Empire's Azure Dragon Knights. Recently, rumors have circulated that the Empire's Ice Dragon Sea Knights are set to invade New Kofno, causing widespread panic. Do you two children truly believe you can reverse the tide? The speaker was a middle-aged man sporting a dapper mustache, due to Hein's earlier display of military strength. He tempered his tone, yet his condescension remained palpable. This time, Hein refrained from retorting sharply. Having established his authority, there was no need to further offend others. Diffusing the opponent's emotions when necessary was a crucial element of successful persuasion. Indeed, as you have stated, the military might of the Empire is exceedingly formidable. Moreover, the regular army of Sophia has nearly been annihilated. Hein calmly acknowledged his opponent's assertion, but he swiftly added, however, the current predicament of the Empire can aptly be described as a strong bow at its last gasp. The Empire easily seized the royal capital of St. Francis, after which Emperor Chaos stationed the Azure Dragon Knights there, effectively entrenching them in the city. Furthermore, the recent onslaught by the Orc tribes has unleashed the most significant offensive in history, compelling the Emperor to personally lead his forces back to confront the threat, thus forcing the Ice Dragon Sea Knights to abandon their imminent quarry and return in haste. This clearly indicates that the situation at the Empire's rear is far from optimistic in such circumstances. We have ample time to reorganize. As long as you all can unite with us in purpose, we shall undoubtedly be able to defend the city of Novkofno. And Hein's face broke into a cunning smile. To re-establish a new legion, it is imperative to procure a substantial quantity of arms and supplies that Mr. Landon Lyre, as the foremost weapon supplier in Novkofno, you should stand to gain significantly. Do you have any objections? In any other assembly, openly proposing to confer benefits upon the opposing party would likely be construed as bribery or incitement. However, within the Merchant Representatives Council, such practices were entirely permissible. In the eyes of merchants, politics was merely a tool to serve their interests. Hein's public assurance to the arms dealer Landon Lyre that they would prioritize purchasing from them when forming the new army greatly pleased Lyre. Nonetheless, dissenting voices soon arose, before Hein could take his seat. Someone immediately questioned, "According to your assertion, we could easily defend Novkofno on our own, so why should we heed the commands of two mere children?" The speaker, a corpulent man, had intended to elaborate further, but his considerable girth left him breathless after just a few phrases. After several deep breaths, he reluctantly fell silent. Merely uttering those two sentences had caused him to perspire profusely, prompting a nearby female servant to hastily dab his forehead with a cool cloth. Among all present in the council chamber, this rotund individual was the only one accompanied by a throng of attendants. Observing the grossly overweight speaker, Hein gently nodded. "You must be Baron Fleur Antilus." Hein recognized him without difficulty, for Baron Fleur was exceedingly well known and conspicuous. Among the 12 merchant representatives of Novkofno, only the Grand Shipowner Fleur and the council leader Phelan had titles from Sophia. Yet when it came to renown, Fleur's fame far eclipsed that of the latter, not due to his title, but rather his infamous obesity and generosity. That it was said that Fleur's palanquin required 16 strong slaves to carry. And whenever he ventured into the streets, he would scatter gold and silver coins liberally, ensuring that his massive litter attracted a throng of supplicants. Some mocked Fleur, suggesting that had he not been so corpulent, and thus rarely ventured out, he might have been less generous. However, such remarks were mere jests. Fleur was never stingy towards those seeking assistance. As a result, the common folk of Novkofno held this enormous man in high regard, and the merchants tolerated his privilege of bringing attendants into the council. Fleur belonged to the fortunate breed of individuals. His family had long been engaged in maritime trade and monopolized the salt trade of Kovna. Among all Kovna merchants, Fleur's family possessed the greatest wealth. Additionally, they seemed to enjoy an incredible streak of luck. Whenever the family business faced a crisis, inexplicable fortune would invariably befall them, whether in the form of previously thought-lost ships returning laden with treasure or a sudden bulk purchase of long-stored goods by mysterious buyers. Such strokes of luck led Fleur to believe that his wealth was a divine gift, assured by the favor of the gods, which only encouraged his generosity and focus on indulgence, ultimately contributing to his current corpulence. Fleur's father had served as the council leader for a full 30 years. In Fleur's generation, although he did not hold the council leadership, he inherited his father's baronial title. Moreover, their family maintained considerable control in Novkofno. For these reasons, Hein regarded Fleur with a degree of warmth. Baron Fleur is renowned for his kindness and benevolence, often generously aiding the helpless in this critical moment of national disintegration and the collapse of royal succession. Would not Baron Fleur extend a helping hand to his homeland in its time of need? Hein rarely offered compliments. His well-timed flattery caused Fleur's eyes to narrow with satisfaction, though he often received praise. He still relished hearing flattering words, for people generally enjoy compliments. However, Hein's subsequent remarks were not mere flattery. "Baron Fleur, you must have heard of the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps, one of the 10 legions of the Empire." "What nonsense! Who hasn't heard of the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps?" exclaimed a short man seated beneath Fleur. His name was Gadiris, a timber merchant also involved in mining, who had previously served as the steward for the Fleur family. Having gained wealth with the assistance of Fleur's father, the former council leader, he was utterly beholden to the Fleur family. Fully aware of this, Hein ignored him, continuing to address Fleur. Fleur blinked in acknowledgement. His considerable girth often led him to avoid speech and even gestures of agreement, preferring to communicate through his eyes, a nuance Hein surprisingly grasped. Thus, without receiving a direct response from Fleur, he pressed on. "Surely, you are aware that the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps has received the Emperor's orders to invade the southern territories of Sophia, with the ultimate goal of capturing the affluent Novkofno." Hein's statement sent waves of agitation through the Grand Assembly Hall, causing an uproar. Even the usually reticent Fleur could not contain himself, exclaiming, "What? Are you saying the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps is attacking?" "Fear not, as long as you place your trust in us. Both I and Viscount Reins are fully capable of repelling them," Hein boasted confidently, though no one in the assembly believed him. "You impudent child, unaware of the gravity of the situation. Stop listening to their nonsense and think about how to deal with the Empire's forces." The hall descended into chaos for a moment, but soon calmed as Hein spoke again. You accuse me of speaking recklessly. Yet who among you can guarantee the ability to repel the Empire's forces as I do? His question left the assembly members exchanging glances, rendered speechless. Ultimately, they were merely merchants, adept at commerce but utterly ignorant of military strategy. After a brief silence, one finally ventured, "The Empire's army is not so terrifying. They have already accepted the surrender of St. Francis. At most, we could imitate the actions of the royal capital, ensuring the safety of our wealth and lives." Heinz suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" the proposer demanded, indignant. Heinz smirked twice before leisurely replying, "Gillis, I hear you are a scholar turned merchant. It seems you still harbor the naivety of a bookworm. What nonsense! My proposal to surrender is merely a reflection of Bishop Claude's astute adaptability. Even Sophia's prime minister surrendered. What reason do we have to risk everything for an abstract notion of righteousness by engaging the Empire in battle?" The large landowner, Gillis Antyllus, primarily owned farmland, which would inevitably suffer devastation in the event of war, making him particularly fearful of conflict. "Oh, surrendering to the Empire will preserve our lives and property, will it? If the attacking force were the Azure Dragon Knights, I would indeed recommend surrendering. But do you all possess such confidence in the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps and Kaldak?" Heinz surveyed the hall, noting the negative expressions on everyone's faces. "Kaldak is being dispatched to invade the southern territories of Sophia precisely because of his plundering and destruction in St. Francis. This mission serves to redeem him in the eyes of the Emperor. Previously, even under the Emperor's restraint, he dared to pillage regions. Now, having finally been granted the opportunity to lead his own forces, do you truly believe he will adhere to decorum?" Heinz's series of pointed questions left Gillis at a loss for words, compelling him to sit down sheepishly. The others were momentarily stunned, and Heinz seized the opportunity to further undermine them. Setting aside the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps, the current collapse of the monarchy, and the complete breakdown of order in Sophia present an opportunity for neighboring lords to launch an invasion of Novkofno. Do you believe you can withstand such an assault? I am fully confident in our victory. A barrage of political and military inquiries overwhelmed these merchants, who were only proficient in commerce, plunging the Grand Assembly Hall into silence. After a prolonged silence, a deep and measured voice finally shattered the stillness. "In our Zhongjing, we have an ancient saying, the younger generation is to be feared. I, Ji Qian, do not mind allowing these young individuals a chance to prove themselves." This marked the first time Hein had heard a voice in agreement since entering the Grand Assembly Hall. He turned gratefully to see the elderly Zhongjing merchant, Ji Qian, whose hair was streaked with white and who dealt in silk and exquisite porcelain, smiling kindly at him. This gesture offered Hein a flicker of warmth amidst the dim, damp hall. At least he was no longer fighting alone. How can this be? Are we to entrust our fate to these two youngsters? The voice of the gem merchant, Jadiant, boomed loudly, yet his ire was directed at Ji Qian rather than Hein. So what? It is far better to have someone knowledgeable in military affairs command the legions than for us to fumble about aimlessly. The rebuttal came from the great livestock owner and military horse supplier, and learned that if the newly formed Kovna was to establish a legion, he could seize the opportunity to sell a large number of horses, thus adopting a supportive stance towards Hein. That a debate erupted among the Kovna merchants, quickly escalating into a quarrel. "Old fool!" Casimo's finger nearly jabbed Ji Qian's nose. "You, who usually play the role of a meek old man, dare to speak on behalf of outsiders at a critical moment. Are you not afraid of being stoned to death on the street?" The blatant threat incited fury in many, prompting Landon Leal and Enlair to rise in anger, while Frill shook his head repeatedly. At that moment, the shadowy figure that had remained seated in the dark corner finally spoke. "Silence, Casimo. Your continued outbursts will only serve to humiliate us further." The voice was not loud, yet Casimo immediately fell silent. And not just he. The others ceased their bickering, restoring a semblance of calm to the Grand Assembly Hall. The figure slowly stood and walked to the center of the hall, when Reins discerned his face. He was taken aback. This individual appeared remarkably young, perhaps in his 30s, yet his expression bore an astuteness that belied his age. Hein too rose gradually, the smile fading from his visage as his demeanor turned serious. even tinged with tension. Chairman Phaland, you have finally chosen to speak. Though the youthful de facto ruler of Kovna admonished Cassimo, it was evident he had no intention of siding with Hein. Your eloquence is commendable, and you possess a modicum of cunning. However, young man, to assume that mere words will secure the dominion over Kovna is rather audacious. Ah, so it is this matter that concerns you, Lord Phaland. Rest assured, my sole ambition is to acquire sufficient funds to establish a legion. I harbor no designs upon the governance of Kovna. Is that so? Do you truly believe one can possess an army without yearning for power? Phaland's tone was laced with evident derision. The independence of Kovna's merchants will be respected. We shall not interfere in the affairs of the Merchants' Council, Hein articulated with precision. At this, Phaland erupted in a laughter akin to Hein's earlier mirth. You are still rather inexperienced. Young man, become the master of a city. You will need several more years of honing your skills. Phaland chuckled softly. Youth is not the issue. After all, you, Lord Phaland, were the chairman of Kovna's council at the tender age of 19, and it seems no one opposed you then. A smile flickered at the corner of Phaland's mouth. I have been observing you since earlier. Engaging in verbal sparring with someone as adept in debate as you is utterly futile. Turning to address the assembly, he declared, let us conclude our discussions. Now, we shall proceed to a vote. Those in favor of transferring the governance of Kovna to these two young men, please raise your hands. No, let us phrase it thus. Those opposed to investing in the newly formed legion, please raise your hands. Hein interjected suddenly. Phaland regarded Hein with a hint of curiosity and nodded. Very well. Those opposed, please raise your hands. As the moment of truth approached, Reins felt his heart racing. Until now, he had played the role of an observer, yet he could not suppress the tremors coursing through him that he glanced back at Hein, whose expression remained calm, though Reins could sense the quaking of his body, albeit more composed than his own. How useless I am. Hein is far more composed than I. Reins felt a twinge of shame for his anxiety, yet he reassured himself. Hein is older and serves as a strategist. Composure is to be expected. While Reins lost himself in thought, Hein was silently counting the raised hands, weighing the favorable against the unfavorable. I should have a good chance of success. After a thorough calculation, Hein reached this conclusion, though he soon second-guessed whether he was being overly optimistic. The voting finally commenced. The clerk approached each individual to ascertain their stance. Cassimo was the first to raise his hand high. This was to be expected that as he did so, he shot a venomous glare at Hein, his eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred, to which Hein merely responded with a cold smirk. The second was the arms dealer, Landon Leal. One of the positive factors in Hein's calculations that as anticipated, Landon Leal resolutely crossed his arms, showing no inclination to support Cassimo, the one-to-one tie. Next, the gem merchant Jadiant and the farmer Gillis raised their hands in succession, and the situation appeared less favorable. However, support from Ji Qian, the silk and porcelain merchant, and Lair, the livestock owner, soon shifted the balance back to a tie. The subsequent factors remained uncertain for Hein. The grain and brewing merchant, Bedamo, hesitated for a considerable time between raising his hand and not. Glancing at Phaland's expression and then at the gleaming armor of Elf and others outside, unable to make up his mind that at this juncture, Hein could only offer encouraging looks to the indecisive elder. Yet his opponents were far from quiet. Old man, do you dare to oppose us? Cassimo sneered. This remark elicited a reaction no one had anticipated. The elder, Bedamo, suddenly lifted his head and courageously met Cassimo's gaze. I am a free merchant of Kovna, Bedamo declared, locking eyes with the stunned slaver, clearly affirming his stance by crossing his arms over his chest. Next came the variable that most concerned Hein, Baron Frill's stance. While he could influence Bedamo with a mere glance, such tactics would be futile with Baron Frill, who appeared disinterested, barely opening his eyes to this moment. Hein's lips moved slightly as if in prayer. The clerk stood before Frill for an extended period, awaiting a response, yet Frill remained motionless, his eyes half closed as though asleep, and no one dared to disturb him. After what felt like an eternity, the clerk finally broke the silence. Your Excellency, your opinion is. Seemingly roused from slumber, Frill opened his eyes. Me? I can't be bothered to raise my hand. This nonchalant remark elicited mixed reactions within the Grand Assembly Hall. What? So casually determining the fate of Kovna? Casimir muttered under his breath. Yet even if given 100 chances, he would not dare voice his discontent towards Frill openly. Phelan regarded Hein thoughtfully. Is this why you requested the opposition to raise their hands? However, Hein paid no heed to Phelan's remarks. His heart brimmed with joy. It is nearly a success. Hein made a concerted effort to suppress his laughter. Next came Frill's loyal supporter, the timber and mining magnate, Gaddles. Just as Hein had surmised, Gaddles, despite reluctantly muttering a few words of protest, ultimately refrained from raising his hand. Thus, among the 12 merchant representatives of Kovna's council, Hein's supporters had reached 6. Even if the 2 remaining representatives, the major fisherman Bolian and the owner of a general store, FOMO, raised their hands in opposition, Hein would still possess a majority. As anticipated, both indeed raised their hands against him. Consequently, the final decision rested with the chairman, the true power behind Kovna, Baron Phelan. According to custom, the chairman would cast the final vote. When the clerk approached Phelan, he surveyed the divided representatives and then turned to Hein, his eyes reflecting a complex blend of admiration, pity, and mockery. It is no small feat, Brother Hein. Your eloquence and debating prowess are indeed the most formidable I have encountered. Second only to one. Yet, at the final juncture, you still falter. As Phelan spoke, he raised one hand. Now, it stands at 6-6. Then, he slowly lifted his other arm, and the atmosphere in the hall became so tense it felt as though it might freeze. Your Excellency. Please wait, Hein suddenly called out, stepping forward to confront Phelan, his breath tinged with a slight tremor. Oh, do you have some miraculous last resort? Phelan inquired with a hint of sarcasm. Hein, disregarding the taunt, produced a letter from his bosom and handed it over. For me? I fail to see its relevance, Phelan remarked, though he accepted the letter nonetheless. Upon seeing the name on the envelope, his expression shifted dramatically. It is Prime Minister Claude. No, he should now be addressed as His Excellency the Bishop. It is indeed a letter addressed to me. Bishop Claude evidently held a position of great esteem in the heart of Baron Ferrand, who promptly tore open the envelope and scrutinized its contents meticulously. After swiftly perusing the letter, he lifted his gaze once more to study Hein's face, which bore an expression that seemed to convey, "So that is how it is," while Hein, in turn, appeared somewhat flustered. Brother Hein, the esteemed Viscount Lanes. Ferrand's tone had altered significantly, now imbued with a hint of reverence. Had you presented this letter at the outset, I believe the matter would have been resolved long ago. Why, then, did you not reveal Bishop Claude's missive until now? Because I wish to ascertain the extent of my own capabilities, Hein replied, his voice tinged with unmistakable pride. Brother Hein, you previously boasted of your ability to withstand the Imperial army, a claim I found hard to believe. However, with the endorsement of Bishop Claude, your talents indeed warrant greater confidence. Ferrand pondered for a moment before adding, Please grant us a little time to deliberate. After all, this is a matter of considerable significance. Hein nodded in agreement. Thus, at Ferrand's gesture, all the merchant representatives rose and proceeded to a nearby small chamber for discussion, while Baron Ferlier was carried in by a group of robust black slaves on a soft litter. The architects of the town hall had long anticipated the necessity for private deliberations, hence they had established numerous semicircular meeting rooms of varying sizes behind the Grand Assembly Hall. Now, within one of the larger meeting rooms, the future of the city of New Kovna would hinge upon the decisions made within its confines. That I in the Grand Assembly Hall, Lanes quietly approached Hein, growing increasingly impressed by him. Hein, you are truly remarkable, managing to persuade these individuals to entrust such a substantial sum of money to us young men merely through your eloquence. Regrettably, in the end, I must still rely on the influence of Bishop Claude, Hein replied, appearing somewhat dejected. And even then, success is not guaranteed, he added. Yet Lanes, now brimming with confidence, remarked, You seem quite familiar with each merchant representative of New Kovna. Indeed, during my time in the royal capital, I studied the character of each individual here, as well as the strategies to persuade them. I suggested coming here to build our strength, and of course, it was not without purpose. No wonder you advocated so strongly for coming to New Kovna instead of Gosberg. That is not necessarily the case. Even had I gone to Gosberg, I would have been confident in securing military authority there, Hein declared with unwavering assurance. Just then, the door to the meeting room swung open, and Fearon, along with 11 others, began to emerge. Fearon's demeanor was composed, revealing nothing of the outcome of their deliberations. Viscount Lanes, Brother Hein, Fearon began, addressing the assembly. Your talents have been recognized by our merchant council. However, you are both aware that we are cautious merchants, and any investment must be made with absolute certainty. What do you mean? Lanes inquired, tension evident in his voice. Once we declare the renunciation of our autonomy and openly contravene the unarmed oath of you to form a legion, it would undoubtedly provide the surrounding lords with a pretext to attack us. Do you doubt our ability to command in battle? Certainly not. But as merchants, we cannot place our bets solely on Brother Hein's assurances. After all, you are both quite young. So, it is indeed our age that breeds your skepticism, Hein remarked with a light chuckle. If my words have offended you, I beg your forgiveness, Fearon expressed sincerely. Nonetheless, we must exercise caution, as this pertains to the safety of the entire city's populace. Then, do you have any sound suggestions, Lord Fearon? There is indeed one, Fearon replied, seemingly filled with reverence for the name he was about to utter. Taking a deep breath before continuing, to the west of our new Kofno, approximately 10 miles from the city, lies a small village named River Village, where resides a renowned general capable of instilling confidence in us. Who might that be? The first general of the Sophia army, the continent's premier swordsman, the Southern Sword Saint, Lord Ernest. Is it truly him? So he has taken refuge here. No wonder we have heard nothing from him for all these years. Hein couldn't help but take a deep breath to mask his astonishment. Lanes, lacking sufficient historical knowledge, felt little in response. Indeed, it is Lord Ernest that if you can persuade him to join the newly formed legion, we shall agree to your proposal and invest in you. Fearon finally laid out his condition. Since you were aware of General Ernest's nearby seclusion all along, why have you only now considered inviting him to return? A hint of a bitter smile crossed Fearon's face. We have attempted this before, but Lord Ernest possesses a rather peculiar temperament. No matter the promises we offered, he would not acquiesce. So now you wish us to attempt it? Brother Hein, Fearon spoke with a tone of envy, we have yet to witness your command capabilities, nor would we dare to speculate. But we have all experienced your remarkable eloquence firsthand and are truly impressed. Thus, what we cannot achieve, you may very well succeed in, and so we entrust this matter to you. Very well, Hein replied thoughtfully. If General Ernest were to join us, it would significantly bolster our strength. That would be splendid. It is settled then, Fearon declared with delight. Should you require any gifts or preparations, feel free to select from our store. That is indeed a commendable suggestion, Hein replied softly, taking Lanes' hand as they made their way toward the exit. By the way, Brother Hein, just as Lanes and Hein were about to leave the Grand Assembly Hall, Fearon called out loudly, regardless of whether you succeed or not, I hold great admiration for both you and Bishop Claude's ingenuity. Tonight, I shall host a welcoming banquet at my humble abode for you and the other brave souls who have journeyed from the royal capital. Do please honor us with your presence. Thank you very much, Hein responded nonchalantly, leading Lanes out. Chapter 12. The Southern Sword Saint. That night, at Fearon's private residence, a grand welcoming banquet was held in the main hall of his home. That it was then that Lanes and the others truly beheld the splendor of New Kofno, amidst countless fine wines and delicacies. The sheer number of servants and maidens alone attested to the thriving trade of New Kofno. Not only were there local and nearby Linstar country maidens, but also golden-haired, blue-eyed women from Tricot, raven-haired beauties from Agulia, and even a belly-dancing, black-skinned woman from far-off Talian country. Among the guests was a delicately veiled beauty from the central capital, weaving through the crowd to serve drinks, drawing countless lustful gazes in her direction. However, Fearon swiftly dispelled any illusions, stating, Do not harbor any improper thoughts. She is the cherished granddaughter of old man Ji Qian. Lanes, Hein Elf, Goals, Felix, and Jim were all invited to attend, and even their subordinates from the 3 squads were arranged in the courtyard outside to partake in food and drink. Besides the host Fearon, of the 11 merchant representatives, Kasimoto was unable to attend due to illness. and Baron Frelir never graced such gatherings because of his corpulence. Thus, the remaining 9 were all present. Yet, the most vivacious figure in the hall remained the host himself, Fearand, who, shedding his cold and efficient demeanor from the town hall, laughed and conversed boisterously. However, he refrained from discussing matters of investment in the formation of a legion, instead engaging everyone in light-hearted banter about merriment, hunting, flirtation, and other frivolities. Before long, he noticed Lanes discreetly pouring juice into his cup. That simply won't do. Viscount Lanes, ASA man, how can you toast with juice? I am only 14. I am not of drinking age yet. Moreover, I have never consumed alcohol before. That is unacceptable. When we were in the Grand Assembly Hall, Brother Hein did not concede your youth at all. But I truly cannot drink. Come now, come now. Fearand interjected, pouring wine from his own cup into Lanes's glass, while imparting a lesson on maturity. As a man, one should drink heartily, hunt, embrace women. If one is a merchant, one ought to find ways to amass wealth. And if a military leader, then seize others' lands that do not persist in viewing yourself as a mere child. Such behavior invites mockery. Under Fearand's half-hearted coercion and Hein's encouraging gaze, Lanes raised his cup, closed his eyes, and grimaced as he downed the crimson liquid in one gulp. Instantly, a sharp sensation forced Lanes to cough repeatedly, eliciting hearty laughter from those nearby. All right, our Viscount Lanes is now a grown man, Fearand declared proudly, announcing Lanes's maturation, that he himself continued to imbibe copiously, incessantly compelling those around him to drink as well a tea that moment. Hein realized why the merchants of New Kofno had insisted on reserving the seat nearest the host for him. Yet now, even his status as a monk could not protect him. What? A monk cannot drink? Absurd! With a single sentence, Phyllis sent Hein's shield soaring into the clouds. Allow me to regale you with a tale. A story concerning Prime Minister Claude. Phyllis, clearly somewhat inebriated, struggled to articulate his words. In the days of yore, when King Arled, the former monarch of Sophia, reigned, he dispatched a fellow named Riola to oversee the management of the newly established city of Novkovno. As Phyllis recounted this episode, excitement flickered in his eyes, and he appeared considerably more sober. Riola, is he not the former treasurer of Sophia, Lord Riola? Reins inquired, intrigued by the name. Perhaps so, but I have no time to concern myself with his subsequent endeavors. In any case, this fellow was a notorious miser. That must be him. He indeed became a miser later on. Reins muttered to himself, unnoticed by Phyllis. To amass coins for his master, this man dispatched agents to every shop in Novkovno to document our business dealings, thereby imposing taxes upon us. Every transaction was meticulously recorded, and each night, that fool Riola would sequester himself in his modest abode, writing his records. Throughout his 5 years here, not a single night did he enjoy a sound sleep. What a diligent official, Hein remarked. Feigning admiration, Phyllis erupted into laughter. Diligent. Indeed, he was excessively, so to be by the year's end. Can you guess how much tax he managed to collect? Surely not much. Hein surmised from Phyllis's tone. Correct. When the time came to collect taxes, not only did he fail to secure a single copper coin, but he also found himself indebted to those tasked with recording for a substantial sum in wages. How could that be? Quite simply, by the time he sought to collect taxes at year's end, many shops had shuttered, and according to the law, newly opened shops enjoyed a year's tax exemption, rendering him powerless to levy taxes. Consequently, the meager tax revenue he did receive was insufficient to cover the recorder's wages. You must have had a hand in this. Naturally, he believed that stringent management would suffice to subdue us Novkovnians. But that was a grave miscalculation. Year after year, he failed to collect taxes. Thus, he reported to King Sophia that Novkovno was a destitute place incapable of generating tax revenue. As Phyllis spoke, he guzzled wine and ale, laughing heartily. The saddest part is, he mistakenly thought his inability to collect was due to his own lavishness. So he became exceedingly frugal with himself and his subordinates, subsisting on mere corn and peas, even skimping on bread. That it was from that time forth that his reputation as a miser spread, and no one would work for him. Over 5 years, this man became emaciated, having squandered what little wealth he had. Yet he still could not secure a single coin in taxes. Ultimately, he was discreetly reassigned, reportedly because King Norland feared he would starve to death if he remained. He departed having lost his fortune, health, and reputation, leaving behind a multitude of records he could not transport. A pitiable official, incapable of governance, Hein remarked. What relevance does this have to Bishop Claude? Reins queried, perplexed. I am about to elucidate. Bishop Claude was appointed to govern here after Riola. At that time merely a parish bishop, according to the customs of the continent, due to the scarcity of literate nobles and knights. To ensure effective and accurate governance, literate clerics were often appointed as aides to local officials, and some capable bishops could be directly appointed as governors. This was true not only for the state, but also for private matters. Almost every noble castle, and even affluent merchant households, supported monks. Not solely for religious reasons, but also because educated monks could assist them in navigating political, economic, and diplomatic matters. However, it was quite rare for a large city like Novkovno to be entrusted to a cleric's management in the annals of continental history. Bishop Claude's style is vastly different from his predecessor, Phyllis noted. A look of admiration gracing his countenance at the mention of the former Prime Minister of Sophia. I had never encountered such a cleric. Upon his arrival in Novkovno, he brought no religious texts. Yet whenever someone posed a question regarding faith, he could cite scripture, reciting every chapter from memory. As a good cleric, that is not particularly remarkable, Hein remarked dismissively. But his governing abilities are equally impressive. Since his arrival in Novkovno, he has never meddled in our merchants' council affairs. He has not even inquired about our business conditions. He has never once visited the town hall. So he avoids meeting with you? Not at all. Every evening. He invites us to his residence. To preach doctrine? No, not at all. In fact, we gather there to drink. Drinking? A cleric invites you to drink? Hein nearly toppled from his seat. While clerics in the Sophia region are not as strictly ascetic as those in chaos, they still maintain a degree of moderation in their lives. Indeed, we drank, shared jests, listened to music, and watched dancers perform. We indulged in all that a normal man might enjoy. Even Briel was drawn to his festivities. And there, we experienced pleasures that money could scarcely procure. The joy of debate, for his eloquence surpassed that of all others. None could best him in argument that I previously mentioned that your debating prowess. Brother Hein ranks among the strongest I have witnessed, save for one, Bishop Claude himself. But then, it is not surprising. After all, it runs in the family, ha? Phyllis, clearly having overindulged, spoke with abandon. So, this led to the collection of taxes? Reins inquired skeptically. Of course. How could we allow a friend to feel burdened? Long before the year's end, bags filled with gold coins were piled high in the bishop's estate. That year, Novkovno contributed the largest tax revenue of all Sophia's territories. Thus, Brother Hein, wine is the water of joy. To garner the support of us Novkovnian merchants, drinking is indispensable. As he spoke, Phyllis presented Hein with a gem-encrusted silver goblet, filling it to the brim with wine. This is a cup once used by Bishop Claude. The grace of our predecessors should not be overlooked. Watching Hein grimace as he downed the substantial cup of joyful water, Phyllis erupted into laughter, pride radiating from him as he surveyed the surroundings. Regrettably, no one paid heed to his triumph. All around, people lay sprawled on the ground, wine and ale bottles rolling about, prompting Phyllis' own drowsiness. And what became of Bishop Claude afterward? Hein pressed, nudging his increasingly drowsy companion. Later, Phyllis' voice dwindled. Bishop Claude found sitting indoors to collect money too taxing. He proposed to King Norland to grant us Novkovno autonomy, thus allowing him to reap substantial sums without remaining in Novkovno. Phyllis' eyes fluttered shut, yet he murmured softly, compared to that Riola, Bishop Claude is far too lazy, truly a clever sluggard. At last, Phyllis' head drooped, surrendering to sleep. A clever sluggard. Merely conserving effort where it need not be expended, Hein mused, his thoughts tinged with respect, admiration, and a hint of jealousy. Rising to his feet, he found himself towering over the slumbering figures around him, gazing into the clear, starry night sky, as his gaze seemed to ignite with fervor. Bishop Claude, one day I shall command the same respect from all as you do, esteemed bishop. Just you wait. My head aches dreadfully. Who told you to drink so excessively last night? A hangover is the most dreadful of experiences. Remember, moderation is key when indulging in drink. The following morning, on their way to River Village, Hein was imparting this wisdom to the still groggy Jim. Those who wish to come cannot, while I, who did not wish to, must accompany you on this aimless journey. Jim retorted defiantly. The journey to River Village consisted of only 3 individuals: Reins, Hein, and Jim. Hein had declined El's suggestion to send troops for protection. Boasting of military might before Lord Ernest is a farce, and there can be no thieves in the vicinity of the Southern Sword Saint's retreat. Hein explained to Elf. Simultaneously, he rejected Philan's advice to bring gifts along. If that individual could be swayed by gifts, you would have succeeded long ago. Bringing gifts would only yield the opposite effect. On the other hand, Hein insisted that Jim accompany them. Why must I go? Jim protested, hopping about and attempting to escape, only to be seized by Hein by the collar. There is indeed a reason, Jim. Hein's tone shifted to one of gravity. Both you and Reins are still quite young and require further learning. If you two could apprentice under the Southern Sword Saint and learn military strategy and martial arts, you would undoubtedly become significant figures in the Kingdom of Sophia in the future. Is that true? That would be splendid. Reins appeared quite pleased that I asked for the matters concerning the ministers. I hold no interest whatsoever. Jim's reaction, however, was in stark contrast to Reins. For the sake of friendship, we must acknowledge that our ranks are currently too sparse, and the newly formed legion requires a multitude of commanders. Jim, for Reins' sake, you ought to strive to become an exemplary soldier. Very well, Jim finally acquiesced. Thus, the 3 young men set forth together on the path to River Village. Is the Sword Saint of the South, Ernest, truly as renowned as they say? It seems that each of you displays a particular fear when his name is mentioned, Jim inquired, somewhat astonished. In days of yore, he was the mightiest warrior on the continent, renowned alongside Cows's gun saint, Memphis, as one of the most illustrious generals in the realm, that I once told you that he single-handedly subdued a band of robbers that had plagued Gosberg for years. And even today, the foremost martial artist of Sophia, Lord Jack Freet, once trained under him in the art of swordsmanship. Then why did he retire from the court? I am not entirely certain. It seems there arose a divergence in state affairs between him and King Norland and the newly appointed Prime Minister Claude. Interestingly, at the time of Lord Ernest's retirement, the celebrated General Memphis of Cows also withdrew, resulting in a temporary balance of military power between the 2 nations. There must have been some hidden circumstances, Reins speculated. Perhaps, but the intricacies of court matters are beyond our comprehension, Hein pondered. Suddenly, he pointed towards a thicket ahead. We have arrived at River Village. Despite its designation as a village, it was merely a small cluster of thatched huts situated at a river mouth. Upon entering the village, Reins and his companions were met with unfriendly treatment. A swift whoosh and a small silver arrow embedded itself deeply into the mud beside them. Halt, or we shall pierce your necks, came a warning as 2 youths, appearing slightly older than Reins, emerged from the thicket, bows at the ready. Please do not be alarmed. This is Reins, the son of Duke Liotto of the Kingdom of Sophia, that my name is Hein, a monk, and we have come to pay our respects to General Ernest, the Sword Saint of the South. Hein directly stated Reins' identity, hoping to gain their trust. However, this only elicited laughter. A Viscount? Ah, what a lofty title, chuckled the older-looking boy with short golden-brown hair. Unfortunately, that rank pales in comparison to what we have before us. The woman who used to lay my bed each night was a countess. Hein felt a surge of indignation. Titles of nobility in the kingdom were not to be ridiculed. Please do not make light of the titles of Sophia. We merely wish to meet Lord Ernest for a discussion. Nothing more. Kindly allow us entry. Joking? I have no interest in jesting with you that I have heard that Duke Liotto of the Kingdom of Sophia has perished on the Catalet Plains. So to flaunt your status here is indeed a grave miscalculation. At present, Lord Ernest is entertaining a guest and has no time for your prattle. The golden-haired youth coldly rejected Hein's request. I am indeed the son of Duke Liotto. My father's death is nothing to boast about. I come here to visit an elder, and by what right do you hinder me? In mentioning his beloved father, Reins' voice rose, and he stepped forward. What? "Do you wish to fight?" "That suits me just fine," the golden-haired youth replied, discarding his bow and rolling up his sleeves. "Enough, Feltesia. Do not quarrel over such trivial matters." The other dark-haired youth restrained Feltesia's arm and turned to Reins and Hein. "Please do not take offense. Feltesia is like this, always eager to brawl at the slightest opportunity. Lord Ernest is our instructor, and he is currently receiving a distant guest. Please wait a moment." The dark-haired youth seemed considerably more amiable. He ushered Reins and the others into the courtyard and offered them tea within the thatched hut. "Thank you. May I ask your name?" Hein inquired as he accepted the teacup extended by the dark-haired youth. "No need for formality. My name is Killian Eve Hadelt. 2 surnames. That certainly bears the mark of royalty. I beg your pardon. My father bestowed this name upon me, and it is beyond my control." "Is that so?" Hein mused. "Hadelt. That name sounds rather familiar. I believe I have heard it before." Suddenly, a loud crash erupted from within the dwelling, interrupting their conversation. All 5 individuals turned in astonishment towards the house. A large hole was abruptly punctured in the thatched roof, and a shadow leapt forth, springing onto the rooftop, standing against the morning breeze beneath the sunlight. The figure was entirely wrapped in black fabric. Even the sword sheath upon his back was swathed in cloth, and his face was obscured by a black scarf. Had he not stood in the sunlight, one might have mistaken him for a specter. The shadow laughed heartily. "Ernest, the illustrious sword saint of the South, truly lives up to his reputation." An elderly man emerged slowly from the house. Though his hair had turned snow-white, his countenance still radiated a vigorous spirit. His posture remained as upright as that of a youth, and his steps were leisurely and unhurried. Had he not been wielding a sword, one might have thought he was en route to a banquet. Upon seeing the elder, both Reins and Hein instinctively rose to their feet. This was the renowned General of Sophia, the legendary sword saint of the South. If time were to rewind 20 years, merely mentioning his name would send countless warriors into a state of trepidation. At this moment, the old warrior raised his gaze to the shadow atop the roof, emitting a hearty laugh. "Hua Boujon, your swordsmanship is indeed remarkable. But why do you not continue?" The shadow shook his head. "Ernest, if we were to continue, I cannot guarantee victory. That we of the rising sun never engage in endeavors lacking certainty. Let us save our contest for another day." With that, he leapt down from the rooftop, his jump spanning an extraordinary distance. As if gliding through the air, he soared over Reins and the others. He suddenly slapped Jim's head. "I recognize you, young man. I shall seek you out next time." Feltesia brandished his bow. "Who dares to assault Lord Ernest?" Before an answer could be given, he loosed an arrow. "What a bold lad!" The shadow swiftly raised his hand, unleashing 2 silver streaks. One intercepted Feltesia's arrow mid-flight, while the other shot towards the golden-haired youth's face. That instant, Feltesia demonstrated remarkable reflexes, rolling to evade the fatal strike. Simultaneously, he unsheathed his side sword, preparing to charge forward. "Stand up, Feltesia come back." The voice that halted him was none other than Ernest himself. As he spoke, Ernest advanced, placing himself protectively before Feltesia. Meanwhile, Killian also aimed a crossbow bolt at the shadow. The enigmatic figure suddenly leaped backward, moving with such swiftness that it surpassed the bolt's speed. All bore witness to the arrow flying mere inches from the shadow's chest, seemingly destined to strike. Yet as the shadow accelerated, the arrow's velocity diminished, ultimately falling feebly to the ground. In an instant, the shadow vanished into the thicket, laughter echoing from the trees. Indeed, worthy disciples of the sword saint of the South. "I, Hua Boujon, am in admiration. Ha ha ha." The voice gradually faded, revealing that the adversary had retreated. Ernest exhaled deeply, glancing at the golden-haired youth. "You were too reckless, Feltesia. Even I would not dare to attack him rashly." Though a reprimand, his tone lacked severity, infused with a teacher's affection. "My apologies, master." Feltesia's contrition was somewhat half-hearted, as his attention was drawn to the 2 nearly lethal objects that Killian had picked up from the ground. Driven by youthful curiosity, Reins and the others gathered to observe closely. They were 2 star-shaped darts, shimmering with a silver sheen. Feltesia took one in hand, weighing it thoughtfully. "So heavy, it seems to be made of silver." Indeed, they are crafted from silver. Due to their diminutive size, silver ensures sufficient weight for distance. These hand-thrown projectiles, known as flying stars, are favored by the warriors of the rising sun. Ernest's voice chimed in from beside them. The rising sun? That is a realm far beyond Zhongjing, Hein exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, the rising sun lies further east across the sea, an island nation that it is said that the sun rises from their lands. Hence they refer to themselves as the people of the rising sun. The inhabitants possess a particular fondness for swordsmanship, and nearly every individual bears a sword. The most exceptional among them are called warriors. Additionally, they have unique expertise in stealth, tracking, and the art of hand-thrown projectiles. Their customs can be quite savage. A mere disagreement often leads to drawn swords. Yet, when confronting external foes, they stand united and place great emphasis on camaraderie, harboring a long-standing enmity with Zhongjing. Ernest provided a simple overview of the Rising Sun Kingdom. Yet this did little to satiate the curiosity of the young individuals present. Is that fellow who calls himself something like Zhong truly a warrior of the Rising Sun? The one known as Huabu Zhong? He is indeed a distinguished swordsman among the warriors of the Rising Sun, according to his own claims. He has found no rival within the entire kingdom, prompting him to venture to other continents in search of formidable opponents to challenge. Geographically speaking, he ought to have first traveled to the central capital, said Hein. He has already been there. Huabu Zhong is quite forthright. He mentioned that he defeated most of the renowned swordsmen there, yet ultimately tasted defeat himself, that he should have returned to train diligently for a decade before seeking vengeance. But he has grown fond of a life of travel. Thus he continues to roam in search of new adversaries. He also claimed that since his arrival on this continent, he has yet to encounter anyone capable of withstanding more than 10 of his strikes. Pheltasia couldn't help but chuckle. What an arrogant fellow. Surely this time, the teacher shall teach him a lesson. Ernest's expression turned grave. He is a formidable opponent, Pheltasia. Were I 20 years younger, perhaps I could hold my own against him. What? Did the teacher lose? Pheltasia and Killian exclaimed in disbelief. Not at all. I ensured he saw no glimmer of hope for victory. The people of the Rising Sun are rather impatient. If a few exchanges do not yield a clear victor, they quickly lose interest in truth. Their swordsmanship is characterized by a swift resolution, with an overwhelming initial momentum that can intimidate the faint-hearted, that if one can withstand their initial onslaught and persevere, there lies a chance to wear them down. Alas, my stamina is not what it once was. The veteran sighed deeply, embodying the sentiment of a hero in decline. Lord Ernest discerned their swordsmanship's weaknesses at a glance. Truly, he is a seasoned veteran, Hein praised in a timely manner to rekindle the old general spirit. I recognized his weaknesses as well. He undoubtedly perceived my lack of stamina. Yet he clearly does not wish to rely solely on his youth for victory. That Huabu Zhong is indeed an exceptionally astute and proud individual. The old general was not swayed by Hein's flattery. Instead, he graciously commended his opponent. Could he truly have discerned your stamina deficiency so quickly, teacher? Killian inquired skeptically. Never underestimate the wisdom of others, Killian, the veteran admonished his young disciple. Huabu Zhong has journeyed far from the Rising Sun Kingdom. Upon arriving in each new locale, he swiftly acquires the local language. You heard how adeptly he spoke our common tongue. From this alone, one can imagine how intelligent he is should he decide to return. He will undoubtedly be well prepared for battle. And I fear I may not enjoy the same fortune as today. Do not worry, teacher. Next time he returns, I shall duel with him, Pheltasia declared earnestly. Hearing such audacious claims, Killian, Reins, and Jim could not help but laugh. Ernest, however, remained serious. He patted his disciple's head and nodded. With your talent, Pheltasia, that day may indeed come. Practice diligently. Yes, teacher, Pheltasia replied joyfully, casting a proud glance at the others, clearly elated by his teacher's affirmation of his abilities. Chapter 13. The Southern Crusaders. At that moment, the old general turned to greet the three young guests. Ah, Lord Reins, I had some dealings with your esteemed father in the past. The general regarded the 14-year-old brown-haired boy with a gentle gaze. Why, you know me? Reins replied, astonished. He had not even introduced himself, yet that a smile spread across the general's face. Your voices were quite loud outside. Though I am of advanced age, my hearing remained sharp, that I had not heard of Brother Hein before. But I learned of your recent triumph in Novkov, where you adeptly persuaded those troublesome merchants of Falanda to fund the rebuilding of the Sophia Legion that I expect soon. The name of Brother Hein will echo throughout the continent. Hein was even more astonished than Lanes. After all, that had only transpired the previous day. Then you were likely aware of our purpose for coming. Since the general's intelligence was so astute, Hein decided to be direct. The Falanda merchants have not allowed me a moment's peace since my arrival here. The general half-jokingly lamented, to be honest. Brother Hein, I have little desire to be entangled in the political quagmire any longer. If you truly wish to avoid politics, then why do you still pay such close attention to gathering intelligence? Hein countered. This struck at the general's weakness, and Ernest let out a wry smile. What a sharp-tongued little monk you are. You remind me of a former colleague. Is it Bishop Claude? I happen to have a letter from him. The good bishop mentioned that if you were fortunate enough to meet you, he could request your assistance. Hein produced the letter from his pocket and handed it to Ernest at this moment. Lanes was genuinely taken aback. Ever since the Archangel's fortress at crucial moments, Hein had always managed to produce something of great help. Lanes couldn't help but wonder if Hein carried a treasure chest within his robes. The general carefully read the letter from his former colleague. Interestingly, his reaction after reading it mirrored that of Falanda. He lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Hein with a look of affection and understanding, adorned with complex emotions. I see now. Claude remains as astute as ever. However, you must understand, Hein, I am not like Falanda. He received significant favors from Bishop Claude in the past, which is why he tirelessly aids you. My departure from the court stemmed from some unpleasantness with Claude. So, I shall not abandon my principles for his sake. If there were truly a conflict, the bishop would surely have apologized in his letter. Some matters cannot be resolved with mere apologies. Then why not return to the capital and speak with the bishop face to face? Now, of course not. If you are willing to assist us, we shall have sufficient military strength to reclaim the capital. Would you truly wish to see St. Francis remain under the dominion of the Imperial army? Observing the general deep in thought, Hein pressed on. Your hair is turned white, and Bishop Claude's has as well. If there are grievances between you, they date back 15 years. Do you truly intend to carry these resentments to your grave? Exclamation point. Upon hearing such seemingly irreverent words, the general appeared struck by lightning. Taking a step back. What nonsense are you spouting? At Hein's bold remarks, Phaltasia could not contain himself and shouted. However, the general showed no signs of anger. After a long contemplation, he suddenly burst into laughter. Well said, Hein. One day your debating skills will surely surpass those of Bishop Claude. Do you intend to become the second Claude? No, I have never aspired to be little Claude. In the future, I want people to remember my name, Brother Hein. A resolute fire ignited in Hein's expression, reminiscent of the spirit Lanes had witnessed at the Archangel's fortress. Even the boldest Phaltasia was momentarily taken aback by his fervor. The general nodded. Indeed, well spoken. Very well. If a youth like you possesses such ambition, I, the veteran of Sophia, have even less reason to hesitate. Do you truly intend to abandon your secluded life, teacher? Phaltasia inquired with excitement, his tone more encouraging than interrogative. This way, we can partake in a true war. That would be splendid. General Ernest stroked his pupil's golden brown hair and sighed softly. I have always believed myself quite robust, never considering the prospect of aging. However, this recent duel with Hua Buzhong has made me acutely aware of my advancing years. Therefore, while I still possess some utility, I wish to accomplish something that will affirm that Ernest, though aged, remains deserving of the title Sword Saint of the South. Seizing the opportunity, Hein made further requests, pulling his two young companions forward to present them to Ernest. Lord Ernest, these are my two companions, Lanes and Jim. They have long admired your reputation. You already have two outstanding disciples, so please accept these two students as well, if only to cultivate additional talent for our Sophia. Before the general could respond, Phaltasia suddenly interjected. Lord Lanes is the son of the Duke of Sophia. While his lineage is somewhat diminished, it is still tolerable. Yet this fellow named Jim has a shifty appearance, clearly not of noble birth. How could he possibly be worthy to stand with us? Exclamation point. Having endured Phaltasia's arrogance for too long, Lanes finally erupted. You speak incessantly of lineage. Pray tell, how noble is your bloodline? Me? Phaltasia scoffed. My name is Feltasia Kral Agulia, the third son of His Majesty Emperor Lidier III of the Agulia dynasty. Obeying His Majesty's command, I shall learn the art of swordsmanship and military strategy from Lord Ernest, preparing myself to become the Grand General of the Empire in the future. Ah, so you are the third prince of the Agulia Empire. No wonder you carry yourself with such pride, given the other party's royal status. Reins had no choice but to endure the haughty demeanor of Feltz. At that moment, Heinz suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now." He pointed at the silent Killian and continued, "Heidolt, that is the surname of the kingdom of Talias in the plains. Could it be that you are also—" The dark-haired youth smiled shyly, but remained silent, prompting his golden-haired classmate to respond on his behalf. Indeed, Killian is a prince of Talias, and a legitimate one at that. It is destined that he shall one day lead the famed cavalry of Talias across the vast steppes. I see. I never expected the status of a prince's classmate would demand such high standards. Is this a tradition of Agulia? Observing Jim's face turn pale, Hein couldn't help but mock the arrogant golden-haired youth. Ah, Feltasia, I have always said you need not place such importance on lineage. Having one more friend is not a bad thing. Killian also spoke up to assist Jim. Though he would one day become king, he was not as proud as his golden-haired companion. In any case, I shall not associate with lowly commoners. Feltasia declared stubbornly. You children should cease your squabbling. The old general was compelled to intervene and restore order. When Feltasia was 9 years old, his father, Lidier III, brought him to me, asking for my assistance in educating and protecting his child. Due to the power struggles among the palace concubines for succession, his mother had passed away, and the young prince's life was in peril. Given my long-standing friendship with Lidier, I took him in, and since then, this boy has been particularly mindful of lineage and class distinctions. The old general explained Feltasia's character background to Hein, hoping to prevent any misunderstandings. I see. So you aim to gain military power in order to avenge your mother. Hein quickly grasped Feltasia's intention of aspiring to become the Grand General of the Agulia Empire. As for Killian, he was originally a disciple of the gun St. Memphis. That irresponsible fellow decided to roam about, leaving his disciple in my care. Fortunately, during the years we spent honing our skills together, I managed to retain some knowledge of Memphis's illusionary gun techniques. Indeed, our military primarily consists of cavalry, placing great emphasis on the cultivation of marksmanship. Although Teacher Ernest is famed for his swordsmanship, he has also imparted considerable insights into my marksmanship over the years. Killian added, the gun St. Memphis is renowned for his flamboyance, and it is said that many of his disciples have come and gone, but none have remained by his side for more than 2 years. Hein demonstrated a profound understanding of notable figures on the continent. Ernest nodded in agreement. Memphis believes the essence of his illusionary gun techniques lies in personal insight. He asserts that if one cannot grasp the subtleties of this marksmanship within 2 years, further study would be futile. Unbeknownst to him, the old general found conversing with Hein to be a most delightful experience. Just then, Jim, who had remained silent until now, approached Feltasia, standing a full head taller and of a vastly different status. Jim bravely puffed out his chest before the prince. Feltasia, your highness, by the standards of your noble bloodline, I, Jim, am merely a commoner. Perhaps not even that, for I do not even know who my parents are. I might as well be a slave. While you enjoy the comforts of having a countess making your bed every day, I sleep on straw, and my sole means of survival in the village is through thievery. Initially timid, Jim's voice grew increasingly louder. However, I, Jim, have never envied the life of royalty or nobility that I earn my keep with my own hands. Although I may steal, I would never take from those who would suffer inconveniences due to my actions. I lived my life with a clear conscience until I met Reins. That he is the first friend I've ever had, never looking down on me because of my status. When I am unhappy, he even condescends to cheer me up. Jim turned to Reins, his eyes brimming with tears. Fear not, Reins. I shall not bring you any trouble, that I can serve as your attendant, a role for which I need not learn swordsmanship or military strategy. For now, I shall step aside to avoid causing any inconvenience to your highnesses. With that, Jim slipped away into the thicket. Reins called out anxiously, Wait, Jim, listen to me. He awkwardly glanced back at General Ernest and forced a smile. I apologize. My lord, I fear I am unworthy of being your student." Saying this, he too vanished into the thicket. Feltesia looked on uneasily, his face gradually reddening. "Feltesia," the old general's tone was laden with profound sorrow. "In time, you may surpass Reins in swordsmanship, but should you encounter one another on the battlefield in the future, you shall undoubtedly be defeated. No matter how great one's personal ability, one cannot truly be invincible without the support of friends and subordinates. You fail to comprehend this. Lineage and class cannot help you identify true friends." "Yes, I understand my error, teacher," Feltesia replied softly. "Then go quickly and bring them back." "Yes, teacher." Not only Feltesia, but even Killian rushed out as well. Meanwhile, Reins, searching for Jim among the trees, finally heard Jim's voice after much wandering. Overjoyed, Reins hurried toward the sound, only to suddenly find Jim conversing with the dark-clad Habu Zhong by the riverbank. "Jim!" Reins exclaimed in surprise as he ran over. Jim turned, a smile on his face. "You arrived just in time, Reins, that I have just agreed with Mr. Habu Zhong to learn the skills of the Dawn Warriors from him." "What nonsense are you spouting? Jim, do you intend to travel to the Dawn Kingdom?" "In fact, Mr. Habu Zhong has already met us. It was during our encounter with the bandit group on the beach that he observed us from the shadows. He said my courage to charge forward against numerous foes aligns perfectly with the requirements of a Dawn Warrior. That was foolish. If not for Heinz scaring off those bandits, we would all be finished." Reins shouted in outrage. "Regardless, I have decided to follow Mr. Habu Zhong. His skills surpass even those of General Ernest that Mr. Habu Zhong has promised to take me to the sea." "Don't be like this, Jim." Reins' voice trembled with emotion. "Do you truly wish to leave us? Your friends? Even if you do not study under General Ernest, we can still learn from other commanders. Think of our friendship. We have fled from St. Francis all the way to here. Do we truly have to part ways now? Do not worry, Reins." Jim's tears fell as well. "I'm going to learn the skills of the Dawn Warriors to ultimately better assist you, my friend, that I promise I will return. You can count on it." "No." "Jim, please think it over." Reins attempted one last effort. "It is futile. The primary reason he insists on going to sea is that mysterious woman who vanished at sea. Hein, who had appeared out of nowhere, revealed Jim's ultimate goal." Ernest followed closely behind Hein. "Habu Zhong, your reputation has always been commendable. Do not engage in the abduction of children." Habu Zhong laughed heartily. "Southern Sword Saint, seeing you with such an exceptional disciple has inspired me to take on a student as well. You need not worry. As a proper warrior, I shall ensure that I teach this child without reservation. This child may be small and weak, but learning your swordsmanship would be quite challenging. However, he possesses agility and is adept at leaping, making him a natural talent for the stealth techniques of our Dawn Kingdom. Our duel did not yield a clear victor. In the future, we shall see whose disciple proves stronger." "Jim!" Reins continued to call out, but Ernest restrained him. "Let him go, Reins. Habu Zhong speaks the truth. Jim is not suited for our swordsmanship. However, under Habu Zhong's training, he should become an excellent warrior." Since the Southern Sword Saint had spoken thus, Reins found himself at a loss, and he could only watch with tear-filled eyes as Jim was led away by Habu Zhong onto a small boat. Gradually disappearing into the evening mist, from afar, Jim's voice echoed. "Do not worry, Reins. I will return upon returning to the village of the river." Reins accepted Feltesia's apology and formally took Ernest as his mentor. As night had fallen, Hein and Reins accepted Ernest's invitation to rest for the night in a thatched cottage. That evening, both Reins and Hein found themselves unable to sleep due to their overwhelming excitement. After all, the events they had experienced in just a few short days far exceeded what two youths should bear. They ventured outside to gaze at the night sky, hoping the cool summer breeze would help calm their spirits. "At last, we have succeeded, Hein. The next steps will be simple," Reins said, satisfaction radiating from him. "Let us not underestimate the challenges that lie ahead. There are many troubles yet to come." Hein reminded his youthful companion. "Have you given proper thought to the name of the newly established legion?" "The naming of the legion. Only the king possesses the right to name a legion. This legion is different. It has not drawn a single gold coin from the royal treasury and has been entirely founded by us. It is our own legion, thus we shall name it," Hein asserted resolutely. Very well then. How about calling it the Order of the Invincible Knights? Too klitsch, came the reply. Then perhaps the Royal Orthodox Legion of Sophia? Too lengthy, and it may cause confusion with the legion that His Highness Azure establishes in the future. What a predicament, Hein? You should take the responsibility of naming it. That simply won't do. You are to be the future commander of the legion, and such matters cannot be delegated to another. Ponder it carefully. Reins, you are capable of conjuring a fitting name. This time, Reins refrained from making frivolous remarks that he gazed at the stars on the horizon, deep in thought for a considerable while, before suddenly pointing to the brightest star in the southern sky and exclaiming, "Hein, is that the Southern Cross?" Hein scrutinized it closely and nodded. "Indeed, that is the guardian star of Sophia. The Southern Cross that is said that as long as its light endures, the lineage of Sophia shall continue unbroken. It is the Southern Cross." Reins gazed at it for some time before turning back to Hein. "I once swore before this very star that I would return to the capital." "Yes, I am aware. The purpose of establishing this legion is to protect Sophia, much like the Southern Cross. Therefore, let us name the legion after it. The newly formed legion shall be called the Southern Cross Legion. In the early summer of the year 596 of the Alensia calendar, on a night adorned with a gentle breeze and a sky full of stars, the name Southern Cross Legion first emerged in the world, a term that would later evoke both fear and admiration in countless hearts. Even the astute Hein could not have anticipated that the name Southern Cross Legion would soon be inextricably linked with the storm of war sweeping across the Alensia continent. The following day, as Reins and his companions set forth to return to the city of Cafuno, their number had grown to 5, that although they had accomplished their mission and gained a new companion, Reins felt no joy. Jim's departure weighed heavily on his heart. Hein and Ernest, perceptive to his mood, deliberately kept their distance, allowing him solitude. After a moment, Ernest deemed it unnecessary for Reins to remain enveloped in gloom and urged his horse to catch up with him. "Ainch." Throughout life, one inevitably encounters unpleasant events that if one can endure, in due time, adaptation will follow. Moreover, you have not truly lost your friend. It is merely a temporary parting. "Thank you, sir," Reins replied, accepting the elder general's counsel. Yet he immediately posed a challenging question. "Then, Ernest, as you are so magnanimous, what prompted your own retreat from public life?" A faint smile of bitterness appeared on Ernest's lips, evoking a sense of entrapment. Reins, with his lack of worldly wisdom and excessive curiosity, often broached topics others would avoid. Previously, Prime Minister Claude, his mentor, frequently found himself fielding Reins' peculiar inquiries. Now, having just taken on the role of Reins' teacher, Ernest faced the insatiable curiosity of this eager student. Fortunately, Ernest was a person of straightforward disposition, unaccustomed to evasion or obfuscation. When he noticed the equally inquisitive Feltesia and Killian approaching, the old general pondered his words carefully as he began to respond. This primarily stemmed from a divergence in political views with the recently enthroned King Norland VI. As you all know, I have a particular affinity for the renowned General Mephis from the Cow's Empire, a bond akin to that of bosom friends. Thus, I have always held a favorable impression of the Cow's Empire. However, Prime Minister Claude has consistently regarded it as a potential threat to be guarded against and suppressed. A notion that the king came to accept that in retrospect, Claude's perspective appears to have been correct, but at that time, this disagreement led to considerable discomfort between myself and His Majesty, and I developed a bias against Prime Minister Claude. Nonetheless, on a personal level, I still held great admiration for his intellect. "Then why did you choose to retreat, sir?" Reins pressed further. Ernest contemplated for a moment, striving to respond in a manner that would not incite the boy's imaginations. "In our personal dealings, Prime Minister Claude and I experienced a minor conflict regarding another individual. In a fit of agitation, I left." "Reins, this is not a trait to emulate. You must strive for greater composure in the future." "But what was it exactly?" Reins' inquiry was interrupted by Hein, who, sensing the old general's discomfort, timely interjected. "Reins, ahead lies the city of Cafuno. Look, elf, and the others await us." The city gates were lined with Reins' subordinates. The proud merchants of Cafuno acknowledged Reins and his companions' authority, yet showed no inclination to cater to them. The timely arrival of Elf and his compatriots was no mere stroke of luck, They had been waiting outside the city since the previous evening. Had their wait yielded no results, Elf intended to venture to River Village in search of answers. "It brings me great joy to see you return, Lord Reins." Elfa's greeting was unadorned, yet deeply heartfelt. He soon noted the absence of one who should have returned with them. "Where is Jim? Where has that lad gone?" Felix, though significantly younger, shared a similar earnest spirit and was equally concerned. "We'll discuss it later." In due time, Hein understood that the city gate was not the place for lengthy discussions. After introducing everyone, they proceeded into the city. The news of Ernest's arrival quickly spread among the citizens of Cafuno. The enthusiasm with which they welcomed the Sword Saint from the south stirred envy within Reins and his companions. The streets soon brimmed with a jubilant crowd, their cheers vividly reflecting the old general's dignified presence and demeanor, instilling a profound sense of security in all the inhabitants of the new Cafuno. However, amidst the uproar, there was a conspicuous absence of the usual slogans such as "Long live Sophia" or "Long live the King." Instead, the crowd shouted phrases like "Long live Cafuno" and "Down with the Empire," underscoring the Cafuno people's strong sense of independence. Feltesia and Killian, whose identities must remain concealed, were arranged by Hein to accompany Elf to the barracks outside the city. Only Reins and Hein proceeded to the municipal hall to meet with Phelan and the others. Their presence was twofold: to inform Phelan that they had completed their mission and to ensure that they adhered to their promises. With Hein present to prevent any potential backtracking, the merchant representatives, already awaiting them in the Grand Assembly Hall, did not act as Hein had feared. They expressed great anticipation for General Ernest's arrival and immediately agreed to provide funding for the establishment of the new legion. However, when they learned that Reins, rather than Ernest, would assume command of the new legion, they appeared somewhat apprehensive. Ernest subsequently assured them that he would serve as the vice commander, which alleviated their concerns. "Now, let us formalize our agreement with a written document, clarifying our respective rights and obligations," Hein proposed, a seemingly reasonable request to which the merchant representatives readily consented. For them, drafting contracts and terms was a familiar endeavor. The entirety of the following day found Reins immersed in protracted debates and discussions, while Hein once again showcased his remarkable oratory skills, even engaging in disputes with the merchants over the usage and placement of a word or two that exhausted and nearly nodding off several times. Reins awoke to find Hein still engaged in fervent discourse with the merchants that evening. As Reins stirred awake for the fifth time, he saw Hein raising a celebratory goblet in his direction. "Have we concluded?" Reins asked, somewhat dazed. "Indeed, Commander Reins. Starting tomorrow, we shall embark on the formation of the Southern Cross Legion." Hein addressed Reins with a particular emphasis on his new title, which left Reins feeling somewhat disoriented. Historically, it was unprecedented for someone as young as Reins, at the age of 14, to hold the position of commander of a legion. Even Leon, the Azure Dragon Knight of the Cow's Empire, did not assume command until he reached the age of majority at 15. Consequently, many future documents would assert that Reins' appointment lacked the formal sanction of the King of Sophia and was merely self-proclaimed, thus unrecognized. Nevertheless, a greater number believed that the Southern Cross Legion would achieve far greater military accomplishments than any previous legion on the continent, rendering Reins' title as commander entirely justified. Such debates would continue for years, overshadowing the main focus of this meeting: the study of the transfer of the rights for the defense of the city of Cafuno. The document, signed in the name of Hein with the Merchants' Council of New Kovnovo, has often been overlooked by later historians in comparison to other significant treaties of the time, such as the pact between Bishop Claude and the Cow's Empire. The reason for this neglect lies in the perceived lack of brilliance within the document itself. It stipulates that the defense of New Kovnovo and its surrounding areas is to be entrusted to Viscount Leins and the Southern Cross Legion under his command, while the existing Merchants' Council retains its authority over municipal and economic affairs. At first glance, it appears to be a rather equitable treaty, devoid of any apparent flaws. However, anyone familiar with Hein's character would find it hard to believe that he would consent to such a harmless treaty. In truth, Hein not only deceived his contemporaneous negotiating adversaries, but he also managed to mislead future scholars of the text. Concealed within this document is a trap that went unnoticed at the time, and even years later few took heed of a clause stating, In the event that New Kovnovo is directly threatened by war, the Legion commander may temporarily assume control over all military and political affairs of New Kovnovo, until such time as the commander deems the threat has been alleviated. After the signing of the document, everything unfolded in an orderly manner under Hein's orchestration. Initially, Hein promoted Elf, Gorse, and Felix to the rank of squadron leaders, establishing 3 units, a swordsman squadron, a gunner squadron, and an axeman squadron, each built upon their existing squads. Reins himself was thrust into the spotlight as a squadron leader. When Hein inquired about his preference for commanding infantry, cavalry, or gunners, Reins unhesitatingly chose the most mobile option, cavalry. Additionally, they invited the veteran General Ernest to serve as the deputy commander of the Southern Cross Legion. Naturally, the seasoned general took command of a cavalry squadron, with his 2 students, Felticia and Killian, serving as his aides. And what about you, Hein? Which troops do you command? After Hein had assigned the roles, Reins noticed that Hein had not designated a position for himself, prompting his curious inquiry. "Oh, you are indeed quite the nag. I shall serve as your adjutant. Do you truly believe you can command a squadron all by yourself?" Hein's words elicited laughter from those around. While Reins' cheeks flushed red, Hein is correct. The combat effectiveness of a troop generally hinges on 2 elements, either the valor of the soldiers or the leadership capabilities of the commander. Currently, the newly formed cavalry squadron cannot yet claim to be battle-hardened. Thus, the prowess or strategy of the squadron leader becomes paramount. Since you, Reins, possess neither at this moment, Hein's assistance is essential that in the future, when you are capable of standing on your own, Hein can command other squadrons independently, the seasoned General Ernest explained to his pupil, to which Reins could only nod in agreement. At present, we only possess the strength of 5 squadrons. Although we are called a legion, we are still below the composition of a mercenary band, Elf remarked. On the continent, mercenary bands typically consist of 6 squadrons. Thus, this legion's 5 squadrons indeed fall short. Yes, we lack commanders who can serve as squadron leaders, and even within the 5 established squadrons, we currently lack robust soldiers capable of leading smaller units that in fact, these 5 squadrons exist merely on paper, as we still need to recruit a significant number of soldiers. Reluctantly, Hein had to concede to the unfavorable situation. However, he promptly added, "As long as those merchants uphold their promises, we have sufficient funds, and all of this can be resolved." He then detailed a series of plans, so intricately devised that even the experienced General Ernest could find no fault. However, behind Hein's plan lay an even bolder idea, which he deemed unnecessary to reveal at that moment. Soon, a recruitment edict was posted throughout New Kovnovo, as Hein sought to expand the urgently needed ranks of squadron commanders. He also organized a grand tournament within the city to select a group of strong soldiers to serve as squad leaders. As for the rank-and-file soldiers, Hein did not intend to utilize the existing merchant guards, as that would undermine Reins' control over the new legion, that he was also unwilling to emulate the practices of many legions on the continent that employed slaves as infantry, as this would compromise the legion's combat effectiveness. Instead, he preferred to invest a little more to recruit soldiers from among the common folk, providing them with regular coin as compensation. With the coffers of the Kovnovo merchants backing him, Hein felt no need to be frugal with funds. With the substantial gold and silver coins drawn from the merchant's treasury as his support, the tasks of selecting and recruiting soldiers proceeded smoothly, and the camps of each squadron gradually filled. Yet the posted recruitment edict yielded no results. Not a single individual came forth in response over the course of 10 days, with no other option. Hein had to rely solely on the 5 squadrons currently available as his calculable military strength for his audacious plan. Thus, one afternoon at the end of May, Hein summoned all the squadron leaders to explain his intentions. "What? We are to take the initiative to rescue the Archangel Fortress?" Although Reins had grown accustomed to many of Hein's audacious ideas, he could not suppress his outburst upon hearing the plan. "There is no other choice. We cannot delay any longer. The Chaos Empire's Red Dragon Heavy Infantry is currently assaulting the Archangel Fortress, though we had previously agreed with Commander Saros of the Unicorn Mercenary Band that he would assist Count Beta in holding the fortress for 90 days. And that time is nearly upon us. We must act soon," Hein asserted decisively. "But with our current troop strength, how can we possibly withstand the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry's assault?" Reins expressed his lack of confidence. The Red Dragon Heavy Infantry is the most skilled unit in the Empire for siege warfare, under the present circumstances. Holding the Archangel Fortress against their assault seems almost impossible. General Ernest concurred with Reins' concerns. I never intended to hold the Archangel Fortress. What I seek is the military strength of the Sophia regulars within the fortress. Given our current lack of manpower, I do not plan to squander this precious force in a futile defense of the Archangel Fortress, Hein clarified. Moreover, he continued, since the Battle of Cadillac Plains, the Sophia army has not mounted any effective resistance. Rescuing Count Beta from the Archangel Fortress would not only allow us to extend our goodwill towards the Sophia regulars, laying the groundwork for the future integration of other scattered forces, but it would also serve to demonstrate to the entire continent that our Sophia army still possesses a capable regular force, allowing us to claim the moral high ground for the restoration of our nation. This is my plan. The commanders present in the conference hall exchanged glances, astonished by the grandiosity of Hein's vision. Although they had established a legion, not even Ernest had clearly contemplated what their next step should be. Now, Hein had pointed them towards a path leading into the future. Even though this path currently lacked a visible endpoint, none doubted its correctness. Hein had successfully established his authority in the minds of all. However, not everyone was in complete agreement with Hein's current plan. Elf promptly voiced his dissent. As a combat-oriented officer, Elf possessed considerable expertise and sensitivity regarding tactical matters. After a moment of contemplation, he presented 4 unfavorable factors to Hein based on his vast experience. First, they had only recently arrived in New Kovnovo and were still establishing their footing. Neither the merchants nor the common folk had sufficient confidence in them. Leading an expedition at this time would likely evoke they took the money and ran sentiment among the residents of New Kovnovo, which would be detrimental to future collaboration with the merchants. Second, the current troop strength within each squadron was far from fully staffed. If they deployed too many troops, it could lead to a vulnerability within New Kovnovo itself. The surrounding lords had long coveted the city's wealth, and the establishment of the Legion had provided them with a pretext for attack if the lords were to strike while the Southern Cross Legion was engaged in the defense of the Archangel Fortress. It could jeopardize their very foothold. Third, the Chaos Empire's Red Dragon Heavy Infantry boasts formidable combat capabilities that if the Southern Cross Legion were to confront them directly at the walls of the Archangel Fortress, it could deliver a devastating blow to this nascent legion, potentially crippling it from the outset. Fourth, the Imperial army had commenced its assault on the Archangel Fortress in mid-April. It has now been over a month. Including the time required for their journey to the fortress, Count Beta and Commander Siras Unicorn Mercenary Band would need to endure for at least 2.5 months. Given the relentless assault from the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry, no one could guarantee their ability to withstand for such an extended period that it was highly likely that by the time the Southern Cross Legion arrived at the fortress, the Archangel Fortress would have already fallen, rendering the distant Southern Cross Legion mere fodder for the invigorated Red Dragon Heavy Infantry. In summary, I believe this is far from the optimal time for military engagement, Elf concluded his remarks. Upon hearing Elf's counsel, Hein nodded in acknowledgement. However, he turned his head towards Reins and remarked, I should congratulate you, Reins, for having a commander endowed with such exceptional tactical insight. After expressing his commendation to Elf in this manner, Hein proceeded to offer a reasonable explanation to everyone. I have also taken these factors into account. Nonetheless, to secure a greater strategic initiative in the future, we must endure a temporary tactical disadvantage. Of course, I shall not provide the enemy with an opportunity to exploit that. In fact, this time, I intend to lead the cavalry towards the Archangel Fortress solely for the sake of expediency. What? Only 2 cavalry squadrons are to head to the Archangel Fortress? Elf inquired incredulously. No. I wish for General Ernest to continue overseeing the formation of the new legion. We only require Reins' cavalry squadron at the Archangel Fortress. What? This time, the exclamation came from everyone, including Ernest. Do not worry, Hein replied nonchalantly. In Novikov City, the key to establishing the new legion is to maintain order within the city and prevent merchants from having second thoughts, which can only be managed by Lord Ernest's prestige and experience. However, engaging the Imperial army at the Archangel Fortress requires adaptability, and this also presents an excellent opportunity for Reins to build his own reputation. Thus, it must be Reins who leads the troops there. Naturally, I will accompany him, that I do not intend to engage in a grand battle with the Imperial army. Rather, I merely aim to provide support for Count Beta and the Unicorn Mercenary Corps. The highly mobile cavalry is perfectly suited for this task. Will Count Beta agree to leave the fortress? He firmly refused when we advised him to depart previously. Reins raised an objection. Having witnessed the formidable strength of the Imperial army, I believe the old Count may reconsider his initial stance. Moreover, with Novikov City now serving as a base to resist chaos, the old Count no longer needs to demonstrate the resolve of the Sophia soldiers through his death. In any case, once we arrive there, I shall endeavor to persuade him. With Hein making such a commitment, there was little more for the others to say. Everyone present had experienced his formidable powers of persuasion. Once the plan was determined, Ernest promptly shifted the conversation to the specifics of tactical arrangements, discussing the assignments and deployments of each squadron. The crux of the plan lay in how to safely withdraw the remnants from the Archangel Fortress back to Novikov City without bringing the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps along. The situation at the Archangel Fortress remained unknown, and uncertainty is the most perilous factor. Thus, Hein's plan could be deemed quite audacious that it was highly probable, as Elf feared, that when Reins and Hein appeared at the Archangel Fortress, indifferent in their roles as saviors, the defending Sophia forces would have already been annihilated, leaving them to confront an entire legion of heavily armored pikemen, specifically designed to counter cavalry, with merely a newly established cavalry squadron. Hein had meticulously considered such scenarios. When devising a plan, one must account for the worst-case scenario. Should any favorable circumstances arise along the way, they can be regarded as unexpected gains. This was the principle guiding Hein's planning, and he adhered to it in this instance. Essentially, Hein envisioned that the squadrons commanded by Elf, Gorse, and Felix would set ambushes along the route from the Archangel Fortress to Novikov City, each time aiming to weaken the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps as much as possible while minimizing their own casualties. Reins' cavalry squadron would engage in guerrilla tactics to harass the enemy, fully utilizing the cavalry's superior mobility. Meanwhile, General Ernest's cavalry squadron bore the heaviest responsibility. Not only would he be tasked with maintaining security and defense in Novikov City, but he would also serve as a reserve force ready to support the other squadrons. This meant that Ernest would be making round trips along this route, supplying provisions, rescuing the wounded, and, if necessary, delaying the enemy's movements. Finally, when the significantly weakened Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps arrived at the foot of Novikov City, the existing garrison could leverage the advantages of the city's defenses to engage in a delaying action until the various squadrons of the Southern Cross completed their preparations and assembled for a major annihilation battle beneath the low walls of Novikov City. Hein's conception was extraordinarily grand and intricate. This war would not conclude like the Battle of Cadley Plain with one or two significant engagements, but rather evolve into a protracted war lasting several months, potentially even extending over a year. His plan fully capitalized on the advantages of the Sophia forces in homeland operations, where personnel and resources could be replenished, while the Chaos forces would be unable to recruit locally, gradually weakening the Red Dragon Heavy Infantry Corps, which posed an overwhelming threat to the newly formed Southern Cross. The Imperial Army's short-term combat capabilities are quite formidable. We are no match for them in a direct confrontation. However, if we can exhaust them little by little while replenishing our own losses, then we may have a chance at victory. Hein succinctly reiterated the essence of his strategy, elaborating so thoroughly in hopes that Reins might glean insights into tactics and warfare. Unfortunately, Hein's efforts were in vain. While he expounded in detail, Reins succumbed to sleep once more, while Phyllis and Killian nodded in understanding that, of course, this plan required further refinement, particularly concerning the support of the surrounding lords of Sophia and their stance regarding the route to the Archangel Fortress. Should these individuals side with the Imperial Army, Hein's plan would likely falter significantly. Yet, time was no longer on Hein's side to amend his tactics, as he needed to focus on another unforeseen event, just the day after finalizing the plan. The patrolling scouts around Novikov City brought an urgent report. A large number of pirate ships have appeared.